It is time for your freedom inspection, citizen. Over the next 7 hours, we will cast our righteous eyes over the fundamentals of total galactic warfare. Let us draw upon the wisdom of the Ministry of Truth and familiarize ourselves with the correct method of dispensing liberty. We shall also learn an appropriate amount about the agents of tyranny that threaten managed democracy. There do exist other sci-fi universes beyond just one. As you may have noticed from the other videos, we like computer games. Over the past few months, we have mostly played Helldivers 2. This is a fairly well-known game by now, with a few videos on the matter. However, I'm not certain it gets properly appreciated. For this review, we'd like to explain what makes Helldivers 2 so compelling. Super Earth always has been, and always will be. Stay free. Super Earth requires that all people over the age of 7 watch this broadcast.
If your living conditions aren't to your liking, just remember, aliens could kill us all at any moment.
Helldivers 2 is a 4-player co-op third-person shooter. This puts it in the same family as Left 4 Dead, Borderlands, and Dead Island. There's quite a divergence between the loot-based and co-op games. Helldivers lacks that loot, it's closer to Left 4 Dead. Like these other games, you fight alongside 0 to 3 of your comrades. Playing these games alone is possible, though generally unwise. The games are designed around teamwork. You may be given an AI team, but those aren't ideal. Most of them will include enemies and objectives to encourage this. Sometimes they reward flanking an enemy. You can often get restrained until an ally rescues you. Healing items might restore more health when you give them away. Including mechanics to reward teamwork makes the game more interesting. Many co-op games neglect this element. It can be fun to merely play alongside your friends. Usually it's more fun to work together. This is something Left 4 Dead handled excellently, so much so that a new generation of games followed. The simplest of these was World War Z, very much a clone. It's a fun game that does most of the same things as Left 4 Dead. Our only complaint was that missions took too long. We couldn't complete a campaign within an hour. A more prominent successor was Vermintide. This one copied many mechanics from Left 4 Dead verbatim. Tank becomes a rat ogre, Hunter is a sneak rat. One thing it did not carry over was the choice of characters. In the original, these are meaningless skins. The characters are distinctive, but all equivalent. Which of the 4 you pick doesn't matter in the slightest. Vermintide created a set of character classes. You still pick a character, but he can only be played in this way. Instead of everyone using an Uzi, you have a bow or a rapier. These added the loot and RPG elements from Dead Island. The Vermintide series would eventually result in Darktide. This one lets you create a character of your own design. To the circus, its most notable feature is hiding everybody's stats. When playing Left 4 Dead, you are regularly shown these numbers. How many zombies did you each kill? Who had the most headshots? Who had the worst accuracy? Which one of you did absolutely 0 damage against the tank? Who helped by clearing out the most smokers? Did anyone accidentally shoot a teammate? Darktide thinks you might be offended to see how bad you are. Apparently, you can mod the scoreboard back in, but we shouldn't need to. When we reach the 2020s, the descendants keep mutating. One of the most prominent is Deep Rock Galactic. It takes the distinct classes from Vermintide and changes everything else. Unlike the Left 4 Dead formula, you don't play through a campaign. Instead, you select a mission from your station in orbit. Then you all climb into a drop pod and appear on the world below. The mission objectives are predefined, but the map is procedurally generated. Since you descended in a drill pod, you are deep underground. You need to throw flares to light up the caverns. The game includes a map and robust ping system.
Right there!
This lets you communicate effectively without voice chat. Though there is combat, the primary gameplay is about movement. Each class has its own movement ability. Through cooperation, you can move around much more easily. Terrain in DRG can be destroyed, letting you create ramps, or a maze of twisty passages all alike in the pitch dark. The main objective is to find or do something, then run away. If you don't get back to the drop pod in time, it will leave without you. There are hordes of bugs with 4 legs for you to fight. If you run out of supplies, you can call for a supply pod. This will arrive shortly, containing 4 supply packs. It is possible, and frowned upon, to take more than one. Some elements of this may sound a bit familiar to my fellow Helldivers. I think even the developers would admit there was some influence, both from Left 4 Dead and Deep Rock Galactic. I'm not complaining about that in the slightest, by the way. Better a borrowed good idea than a novel bad idea. Anyway, back to a brief history of the genre. In the year 2021, a new game was sold as being similar to Left 4 Dead. It was called Back 4 Blood, and it was a game that existed.
So, who's keeping score?
Anyway, in the year 2021, a new game was quite similar to Left 4 Dead. It was called Aliens Fireteam Elite. This game is fantastic, worthy of its own video. The most unusual aspect is having only 3 players on a team. It has a classic feel, but its own mechanical systems. Enemy design and variety is arguably superior to Left 4 Dead. There are predefined classes with unique abilities. Weapons are never exclusive to a class, but they are restricted by class. The progression systems are a delight to interact with. You have an escalating series of difficulty levels. Difficulty and rewards can be adjusted with challenge modifiers. Collecting and selecting weapon attachments is great fun. These 3 modern games are worth comparing. Aliens Fireteam Elite is the ultimate Left 4 Dead successor. It refines the existing systems and keeps the incredible atmosphere. There is mechanical complexity to AFT, but not too much. It feels almost as elegant as Left 4 Dead 1. Fireteam Elite also veers more into the military side of things. Deep Rock Galactic is a mutant, barely recognizable. It has discarded much of the ancestral core structure. Despite this heresy, it is very good. Helldivers 2 is structured far closer to DRG. However, its combat gameplay is very much AFT. Think of Helldivers as a hybrid of the two. It certainly has more in common with these recent ancestors. Very little of Left 4 Dead and Borderlands is recognizable. When launching the game, Helldivers does not take you to the main menu. In fact, this game does not feature a main menu at all. Instead, it has an intro cutscene and a splash screen hidden underneath that. Most of the time, you should never see that splash screen. It only shows up when there is some failure in the Always Online requirement. This is a significant drawback to Helldivers 2. No dedicated servers. You have no ability to set up a LAN game or run the server software yourself. All the players are entirely at the mercy of Sony the Merciless. When they decide to destroy the game, we will all lose the ability to play it. That is, unless we can help Accursed Farms to help us all. Helldivers 2 is exactly what StopKillingGames.com is trying to preserve. Let's assume you're within the time band where the game is still allowed to work. Instead of a main menu, you are loaded directly into a game environment. Personally, I regard this as a deeply unwise idea. The function of a main menu is to let you access the settings first. That way you can configure the game without rendering a complex 3D scene. I suspect this decision was made based on consoles with fixed hardware. Perhaps also for business reasons, I'm not sure. This didn't cause me any issues whatsoever, but it might have. Once you load into the game, it will first take you to the tutorial. This is a sensible choice, aside from my preference for menus.
I'm General Brash, Super Earth's oldest and most grizzled war hero, and I'm not easy to impress.
The player runs through a training course teaching a few unique mechanics. Healing, reloading, crouching, the usual. One of the most important lessons is on the proper use of grenades. In Helldivers, there are enemy spawners on most maps. The only way to cut off reinforcements is through demolition. When you first start playing, that means throwing a hand grenade into the bug tunnel. Later on, you will gain access to a wide variety of other explosive weapons. This tutorial also shows off the benefits of diving under the line of fire. We'll cover that in more detail later, along with Stratagem Hero. Once you finish the tutorial, you are given two things. The first is a stylish cape.
You're ready to don your cape.
And the second is a trip aboard a rocket. This launch takes you from the planet's surface to a super destroyer in orbit. From this point on, anytime you launch the game, you'll be aboard ship. The super destroyer is your hub. It's where you plan all your future missions. Around the edges, there are computer terminals to customize things. You can select armor, weapons, upgrades, and cosmetics. Anytime you aren't in combat, you're aboard this class of ship. Destroyers are not large vessels by sci-fi standards. I'd estimate the length as at least 100 meters, up to 300. My best guess is about 170 meters, with 80 meters of open space inside. There are no bulkheads in the hangar section of the ship. The only ones on the entire ship are the doors to the bridge. If either side is punctured, a huge section of the ship will lose pressure. In this light, it's hard to understand how the hangar works. There appears to be no airlock system, especially for the vehicles. There do seem to be doors on the side, but these are blocked by crates. There's also no room for an airlock on the outside. That only leaves a hatch on the floor and the doors to the bridge. I can only conclude that they depressurize the entire hangar section every time. When the Eagle or Pelican needs to go in or out, the crew runs for the bridge door. A huge volume of air is pumped out, then the ship enters or leaves through the hangar floor. Once the air is pumped back, the crew can return to the hangar. On the bridge of your super destroyer, there is a map table. This serves as your galaxy map, world map, and mission map. When you first interact with it, you'll see the state of known space. Super Earth is in the center, with enemies all around. To the top left, automatons. On the right, terminids. These two are on the far side of the table, leaving a blank spot. Apparently, there is a third faction called the Illuminate. Characters will refer to them in dialogue as foreshadowing. They only exist as speculation for the moment.
Did you know? No one has ever truly rebelled against Super Earth. Our top scientists have proven that all rebels were actually acting under Illuminate mind control.
The main purpose of the galaxy map is to let the player select an enemy faction. What are you in the mood for tonight? Starship Troopers or Terminator? Once that choice is made, we zoom into the sector level. The map is divided up into sectors of an irregular shape. Each sector has between 2 and 6 worlds in it. The center of the galaxy has both Mars and Super Earth in it. Most sectors seem to have one habitable world per star system. Sectors don't seem to have a significant effect on the game. Rather, they're a tool to organize the galaxy map. Each world has an environment style that determines its appearance. Sometimes you get desert plains, other times a land of ice and snow, a jungle, a rainforest, endless fields of grass, and more besides. Worlds covered in toxic fumes or alien kinds of vegetation. Perhaps the most distinctive and memorable is the Crimsica system. This is a rocky world type, but coated in red algae. In gameplay terms, this environment has little effect. The world type is the main factor that goes into generating a map. It will change the terrain, but it's largely unimportant. What really makes each world feel unique is the modifiers. Sandstorms, rainstorms, acid storms, ion storms, tremors, meteors, volcanoes, heat and cold, which affect your energy weapon cooldowns. These factors can be tremendously significant to gameplay. Most storms will cut your visibility down to 2 meters. This makes it very difficult to aim, even when you can hear bugs skittering all around you. Worse still, they affect your movement, especially if it was a blizzard. Tremors don't really change anything, except that they slow you to almost 0. Ion storms cut you off from your super destroyer. If you need to call down supplies, tough luck. Until the ion storm is over, you'll have to do what you can with what you've got. The only planet where I fear to tread is called Hellmire, a simple desert world, but with fire tornadoes on it. Evil, sentient fire tornadoes that will chase you. It's very difficult to make progress when the ground is constantly on fire. On top of these planet-wide conditions, you have operational modifiers. An operation is a set of 1 to 3 missions. No mission can exist without being part of an operation. Each planet will have several regions outlined in yellow. Zooming in on these will let you start an operation. When you first start the game, this will be only 1 or 2 missions. Later on, you'll always get a set of 3 missions. All missions within the operation will have the same set of modifiers. Alternatively, there are 2 more ways to get into the game. Instead of starting your own operation, you can join another player's mission. The globe will usually be covered in icons for joinable missions. Finally, there is a quick play matchmaking system. Joining a mission means you get unknown operation modifiers. Using the matchmaker, everything but the planet is random. Depending on your playstyle, these can be undesirable. The least harmful modifiers affect anything called down from orbit, increasing the time delay before it arrives, or the cooldown after, scattering the location so it doesn't land where you wanted. More dangerous is when they block access to your map. Without being able to see enemy locations, you can easily stumble into a lot of trouble. A recent patch added an op mod that spawns flying enemies. Though individually not very strong, flyers make the battle more stressful. One modifier used to reduce the number of stratagem slots from 4 to 3. That did force a change in playstyle, but has since been removed. Missions come in 4 different sizes, at least for now. The longest has a 40-minute timer, and these are considered full-length missions. They have the most complex objectives and the largest maps. Almost every operation has 1 or 2 of the 40-minute missions. The other 2 common sizes are 12 and 15 minutes. 12 is for a blitz mission type, rapidly destroying enemy spawn buildings. These are fast-paced, but usually not difficult. 15-minute missions are called Defend Area or Eradicate. These have an exceptionally small map, and arguably have the hardest fights. Eradicate missions only end after you kill a certain number of enemies. Most of the time, though, it's a fight to survive. Killing monsters is necessary, and the timer is irrelevant. It would be hard to last quarter of an hour without enough kills. The final mission type has a 20-minute timer. These are named Evacuate Critical Assets. They are vaguely similar to Defend Area in some ways. The map is small, but not quite that small. You are defending an area, but not until you kill enough enemies. They have a unique layout in that there are several gates that can be opened or closed. 20-minute missions are about withstanding a siege. At the back of the map are 2 generators and a launch silo. As time passes, rockets will be launched to orbit. That slows down if the generators get destroyed. These start as more relaxed than Defend Area, but get hectic at the end. As for the content of 40-minute missions, this changes based on difficulty. On the lower ranges, you'll get a mission to track down a single large enemy. Sometimes 2 or 3, but that is your sole purpose. The Charger or Hulk will serve as a challenging boss fight, all on its own. When you get to higher difficulties, these missions change to a stronger target. The objective would be to take out a Bile Titan or Factory Strider. On higher difficulties, you may have to fight 6 Chargers and 3 Titans. These are exactly as strong as before, and they're just normal enemies. At this point, we need to go into the details of difficulty. Helldivers 2 has quite an excellent system for this. It avoids many of the pitfalls that other games run into. Difficulty is a scale that runs from 1 to 9. These levels are then grouped into 3 more sets of 3. Easy is 1 to 3, medium is 4 to 6, hard is 7 to 9. These are broadly related to what you find in the missions. Once you reach difficulty 4, the enemies start to get serious armor on the front. You start to find rare samples as well as common ones. And most importantly, enemies are more numerous and frequent. Notice that I didn't say the enemies are stronger. They are, of course, but each enemy type is always the same. A Rocket Devastator is always just a Rocket Devastator. No matter what difficulty you play on, they always have the same health. You'll never find one with more armor, stronger weapons, or anything of the sort. What changes on higher difficulties is that you get more types and greater numbers. This doesn't sound like much, but it makes a real difference. Other games would tweak the stats when you're not looking. In those, you can't tell how strong a given enemy is. Is it impressive to kill that skeleton, or is it trivial? Normally, it depends on the difficulty setting. Helldivers difficulty takes more planning. To succeed, you need a balanced team loadout. Someone needs to bring anti-tank weaponry, otherwise you'd be overrun with elite enemies you can barely damage. Likewise, someone needs to prepare for crowd control. Without that role, you will definitely be swarmed by weak opponents. It's possible for one player to do all of these, either solo or in a team. You don't want to neglect either side, but specialization is a powerful tool. Try having one player who specializes in anti-tank and another on swarms. If they stick together, they can support each other well. Higher difficulties add more complications, as well as enemies. At difficulty 5, you start getting operation modifiers. Difficulty 8 adds a second op mod to every set of missions. Secondary objectives also start getting more plentiful. At difficulty 5, there will normally be 3 secondaries on a 40-minute map. By difficulty 7, it's almost always 4 secondaries per map. These can be helpful, like the radar dish and CF artillery cannon. Others are a minor hindrance, like the spore towers and shrieker nests. However, some secondary objectives are serious threats. A stalker nest can easily cause half a dozen deaths on its own. Gunship fabricators are usually the single most dangerous object on the map. Cannon towers and mortar batteries can be a bit of a problem too. Another 2 nasty ones are stratagem jammers and the Eye of Sauron. To unlock a new difficulty, you need to have finished an operation at the previous level. Failing any mission will prevent you from unlocking the higher level.
The operation is failed. Let us not ruminate, but instead redouble our efforts.
This creates a minimum time before you can access any given difficulty. It'll take several hours for the top tiers. Some might see the locking feature as a negative. However, it is important for the player to go through them in sequence. If you're already prepared for the ultimate difficulty, it'll be easy. You'll go up against a new challenge after every operation. Most people will not progress like this. Rather, they'll stop somewhere along the way. You might be comfortable at 3 or 4 for several months, or forever. According to the patch notes, a lot of players aren't interested in reaching above 6. The bread circus hangs out at 7 by default.
Freedom's greetings.
Helldivers has an overall structure to the battles. Every week or so, there is a new development in the war. The enemies will focus on capturing certain worlds. To counter this, players will need to concentrate on the right part of the galaxy. The process is formalized as a major order, a list of objectives. Most commonly, this involves either capturing or defending certain planets. Other times, you will be asked to kill a certain amount of enemies. These are decided by the developers, creating an emergent story, very much like the Game Master to a tabletop RPG, in fact.
Reports indicate that the TCS is fully operational. As the termicide takes effect, the Super Citizen Prize for Science has been awarded to the scientific team that developed the revolutionary chemical.
The other objective is called a personal order. That title is a bit misleading. These are anything but personal. As far as we can tell, every player gets the same goal. What's more, they can be completed by anyone on the team. Most of the time, the order is to kill a certain number of specific enemies. The other most common is to use a specific stratagem. Some of these are almost impossible to fail, so long as you fight the right foe. Occasionally, they will be so difficult as to be impractical, or at the very least, they would take multiple hours. Sometimes, the personal and major orders are in conflict. One will ask you to kill bugs, and the other is about fighting bots. A few are unrelated to combat, such as completing secondary objectives. Another rare one is to successfully extract from a mission. That seems like a strange thing to encourage, but it is largely optional. Personal orders are completely optional, they just give resources. You can safely ignore them with no consequence. Major orders, on the other hand, do matter. The developers plan for every possible outcome of a major order.
Helldivers continue efforts to eradicate the automaton threat in Operation Swift Disassembly.
There exists a message for success or failure. If there are multiple sub-objectives, partial success will also be an option. We suspect they calibrate the difficulty based on the player population. Most of the time, major orders should be possible, with effort. If the population spends its time fighting in the wrong places, failure is likely. A lot of major orders are to maintain the status quo. There is an enemy force massing which must be defeated. When an order like that has failed, we lose ground. That kind of onslaught is usually overwhelming. Failure of an order might mean 5 worlds are contested. At best, the Helldivers might defend 1 world. Other times, the order is specifically to capture territory. These are the opposite. Failure keeps the status quo. By far the most interesting type are the ones that offer a choice. The most memorable was the saga of the anti-tank mines. Once upon a time, there were 2 worlds to capture. Each one had something to offer, a new stratagem. One of these was the airburst rocket launcher. We will go into more detail later, but let's just say it's not the most popular weapon. Up against it, we had the anti-tank mines. The text of the major order mentioned that only the first world would be saved. Overwhelmingly, players sided with the rocket launcher. The major order went just as promised. We got the airburst launcher. Afterwards, we got a major order to capture another world. Automaton forces had kidnapped workers from the mine factories. If we managed to liberate those prisoners, we would get the anti-tank mines. Once again, the players failed this major order. Eventually, we were offered a third chance. Scrap 2 billion automatons. Their bodies would provide enough salvaged resources to build the anti-tank mines. Though we got close, the players still failed to reach this quota. We were warned that the anti-tank mines would be out of our reach. True to their word, we have heard no mention of those mines ever since. I think that sums up the campaign, if you want to call it that. The ongoing metagame, a story being written by the players as well as developers. Success and failure are both accounted for, and your actions make the difference. For a shooter, Helldivers is fairly unusual. Not so much that it's unique, rather that it takes odd inspiration. It has a stance system, more at home in military shooters. Most games allow you to crouch, for sneaking through ventilation shafts. If there are ranged weapons, crouching usually interacts with them. It gives less recoil and weapon spread, making you more effective. Some of the time, I suspect that's just because you can't walk as fast. What most shooters don't include is the third stance, prone. This used to be more common in the 2000s, in World War I or II games. Where crouching makes you a bit slower and more accurate, lying down does more so. It also makes you a far smaller target for incoming fire. Many games have no use for this mechanic, so they leave it out. On the negative side, adding a prone stance slows you down. Helldivers is the perfect opportunity to use it, for a few reasons. This is a relatively realistic military sim, at least compared to Call of Duty. The lower profile stances also interact with the stealth system, which I'll cover later. Another application of the stance system shows up in Left 4 Dead. In that game, it is tradition to form a stack. That is to say, the first rank crouches while the second line fires over their heads. Adding a third stance lets you stack 3 people in the same location. Now, why would that be so important? For games like Left 4 Dead, friendly fire is always turned on. It is expected that you not shoot your friends or teammates. Crouching keeps you out of the line of fire, in both directions. Of course, sufficient negligence is indistinguishable from betrayal. To get to a safe distance from an idiot with a flamethrower, you need to run a long way. The same goes for calling in an unwise artillery barrage. Even the humble grenade can cause serious problems. Once you learn your weapons, friendly fire should be a non-issue. Simply figure out which weapons have too much risk to use safely and leave them behind. On a normal day, you can get through with 0 friendly fire damage. There are situations where it's worth hurting your allies, but they are rare. If your buddy is overrun by hunters and all you have is an autocannon, he'll understand. Better to take some splash damage and live than watch him get mauled. Another element of realism is a missing feature. Practically every shooter tracks 2 ammunition counters. There is one number of bullets in your gun, and the other is your spare ammo. The latter is a giant pool of individual rounds. When you decide to reload, your one magazine is instantly topped back up. That is not the case in Helldivers. It tracks spare magazines, not cartridges. In a game like Ready or Not, dropping the magazine is a choice. When you get a chance, it's even possible to pick up a dropped mag. In Helldivers 2, you can reload whenever you like. You just remove your current magazine, discard it, and load a fresh one. That ammo is gone forever. You'll have to find or call in more.
If you choose to reload your weapon before the current mag is empty, those bullets end up wasted on the ground, instead of buried in the beating hearts of our enemies. I say, waste enemies, not bullets.
This makes for a far more thoughtful trade-off. In a normal game, it is always optimal to reload. The only time that's a bad idea is when you need to shoot in the next 2 seconds. This trains shooter players to reload after every shot. While that is logical, it looks very silly. The Helldivers approach still leaves you wanting to reload, of course. The difference is that when you have half a mag, you might keep it. Another rare interaction is the one-in-the-chamber rule. If your gun is empty, you will have to cock it after reloading. That can be bypassed by reloading when your gun is almost empty. empty. This produces exactly the result you'd expect in the real world. You take out the old magazine, put the new one in, and it's done. The gun remained in a ready state, so you don't need to cock it again. Now, how does a magazine go from full to empty? Ideally, you would have the front pointed toward a target. But how do you do that? Aiming in Helldivers involves a factor missing from most shooters. Normally, your aim is locked to the reticule at the center of the screen. You can aim at any point precisely as fast as you can look at it. Games that veer more toward realistic simulators will add dispersion for that. For a second or two after making large aim changes, you will have a wide aim cone. That will often stack with penalties from walking around. Some games will make it a sharp change. Your aim will snap from rough to precise. Presumably, this simulates getting a sight picture versus aiming by instinct. Helldivers uses a system more familiar from vehicle combat games. Imagine a tank, a battleship, or a star destroyer. Your cannon turrets could be pointed in any direction. The barrel is facing somewhere, which may or may not be where you're looking. In Helldivers, you hold right-click to aim. This brings up a third-person reticule, showing where the gun's pointed. Most of the time, this is roughly where you would expect it to be. With heavier weapons, that can lag significantly behind your point of aim. Anytime you pull the trigger, the bullet goes where the barrel was pointed. Your rifle is not a mind reader. It doesn't know you intended to aim over there. Helldivers has another aiming mode, using the sights on a weapon. If you scroll-click, that switches to first-person aiming. That lets you use a scope, if the weapon has one, or the iron sights. Sometimes this can be handy to make a precise shot, but I rarely use it. On any weapon with a good scope, you can adjust the range it's set for. I'm fairly sure this is a zoom feature, rather than a bullet drop compensator. Sniper rifles benefit most from this, and the occasional rocket launcher. Speaking of rocket launchers, why do we need them? In many games, they do a lot of damage with a radius. When you encounter a helicopter, it has a lot more health than a soldier. Rocket launchers can burn through the larger health pool. Technically, that does apply to Helldivers as well. The difference is that normally, you could just shoot the helicopter. It would take a while, but you can use ordinary bullets. Helldivers includes an armor system to prevent this. You could fire a planet's weight in bullets and do nothing. The helicopter wouldn't have so much as a scratch on it. For moderate armor, you could just get a better rifle. Take something with better armor penetration, and guess what it does? Lets you shoot through heavier armor. That's fine for most infantry you'll come across. Against a tank, your Liberator Penetrator won't pass muster. Hard targets require specialized weapons, which we call anti-tank. Tank is always the term, even when it's made of chitin instead of steel. Anti-tank can range from sniper rifles to rockets and laser cannons. Armor is constantly on your mind during gameplay. A good player is aware of what he can't damage, and what weapons to use. Armor is slightly flexible. When you have higher penetration than the armor, it goes through easily. If weapon and armor have the same level, damage is reduced by about half. I believe this also causes shots to ricochet at steep angles. For these reasons, it's often worth switching targets. Leave creatures with medium armor for someone who has medium penetration. Alternatively, most enemies have a soft spot that any weapon can wound, usually at the back somewhere, or the head, or the belly. Flanking and good aim can be a substitute for armor penetration. At this point, you may have a question. What does a Helldiver actually do?
I'm out!
Allow me to walk you through an hour in the life of a Helldiver.
Man, I can't believe we're actually gonna become Helldivers.
The first thing you should do is check your orders. You can do this by hitting escape or just going to the galaxy map. The major order will tell you where the war needs you most. Personal orders are good for free stuff. The next thing you should check is yourself. What are you in the mood for? Would you rather fight bugs or bots? What kind of environment would you like to visit? If there are any friends you want to play with, contact them. They may influence your later decisions. Now that you have all that in mind, stroll forward to the galaxy map. Check the population of each sector. You may want to follow your fellow Helldivers to the most popular world. If you're planning on multiplayer, this gives you the largest matchmaking pool. Otherwise, select the area with your desired opponents. Find the world that most interests you, and zoom in to have a look. Confirm that you're set to the difficulty you intend to play on. It's time for you to select the mission you'll play. One option is to find the yellow regions of the map. If the planet is about to be captured, you may want to avoid this. Until you finish an entire operation, you haven't helped the war. Consider how much time you have available in the near future. Add up the durations of each mission in the operation. If you don't think you'll finish that in time, consider other options. Sometimes you'll find an operation with more short missions in it. Otherwise, you can join someone else's mission. These aren't so predictable, you have less information. You can see the mission itself and the levels of each player. Aside from that, you're going in blind. There's no way to know the operation modifiers before joining. However you start the mission, your next step is climbing into a hell pod. You'll first be presented with a map of the mission area. The team leader has to select a point on the map for everyone to drop. Everyone else is free to suggest locations. Clicking will generate a ping, but you can just move your mouse cursor.
Here?
This negotiation phase is a fascinating watch. Usually, people will converge on an idea, but not always. With your drop point selected, you need to pick your build. Keep in mind the type of planet you're on, the enemy, and the mission. If you need to change your armor and weapons, do that first. Your next step is to pick your booster and stratagems. It's always worth keeping an eye on your team's choices. Sometimes they make a set of choices that don't work well together. There might be some kind of enemy that isn't accounted for. In that case, you can adjust to fill that void. Once everyone is finished, it's time to launch the hell pods. After a relatively enjoyable loading screen, you reach the mission area, or rather, the air a few hundred meters above it. During this final stage, you gain control of your pod's flight path. It can't make a massive change this late into the landing. There is enough time for you to make a decision, most of the time. You could aim for the biggest enemy you can see, or just the opposite, moving away and into cover. It can also be worth following your teammates. Sometimes you lose control of the hell pod. An automatic avoidance system locks you out. This is meant to stop you from landing on inaccessible ground. Upon landing, your next step depends on context. If you're in a safe area, you should call down any needed equipment. Support weapons, backpacks, exosuits if you have those. Perhaps a resupply pod, depending on the scenario. If you don't have full inventories, it might pay to stock up. On the other hand, you might return to this location in half an hour. Otherwise, it's probably better to save the resupply pod. If your team is short a member, you could call an SOS. Of course, the alternative is an unsafe drop. You probably don't have time to grab a support weapon. What matters right now is fighting off the nearby enemies. If possible, you want to prevent reinforcements. Perhaps you arrived near an enemy camp. In that case, you want to kill the spawners as quickly as possible. If things get too dire, you might be better off running away and coming back later. Either way, you have now found a moment of calm. This next part is one of the most important. At least one person needs to open his map and lead the way. Place down a map marker in the direction you need to travel. Often this will be the nearest enemy base, perhaps a secondary objective, or even the primary one. Other players are free to add their own map markers. Generally, you should all head to the closest one. Sometimes the route makes more sense another way. It's also possible that some of you want to split up. Unless something unexpected happens, you follow the markers. When you reach a notable location, you resolve it. Often, that means blowing up various things, but not always. Getting close to a map marker should remove it. Even if not, now is the time to add a new marker. Keeping up with your map knowledge can really help the team. Sometimes, it's good to add a marker in the middle of nowhere, a navigational aid, so you can find your way past an obstacle. It's best to remove those ones when they aren't needed. When navigating across the map, there is an order to things. Your very last stop will be the place with an arrow pointing up. Ideally, you should already be close to it at the end. One of the last things you do should be the primary objective. Sometimes there are multiple of these, letting you pick the most convenient. The others can happen first, while you clear out the rest of the map. This gets more complicated when the primary objective has prereqs. These should be connected to the primary with a yellow dotted line. In those cases, all the prerequisites have to be finished first. Most of this was available when you were choosing a drop location. If you can do this planning in orbit, that's much better. You may see a player sweep his map cursor around the mission area. This is a polite way to indicate what route the Helldivers should take. It gives an indication of the planned strategy, rush or a full clear. Then again, sometimes it's just someone wiggling the mouse. On your way through the map, you'll come across the occasional sample. Picking these up is good unless it causes risk or delays. Most of the samples should be somewhere you'd visit anyway. The only ones that are worth going out of your way for are the super samples. Sweeping the entire map for other types is suboptimal. You can usually get more samples by playing normally. Pick up anything you see, but let that be an end to it. Then you finish the mission and do it all again. Which brings me to the end of a mission. You may have noticed that primary objectives tend to attract enemies. Geological surveys in particular are notorious for it. Certain secondary objectives will do the same thing. And of course, standing near a spawner will set it off, even if you didn't realize there was one nearby. Well, escaping from a mission requires you to call a shuttle. This behaves much like those other actions. Worse still, it overlaps with some of them. If you left a camp alive near the landing pad, prepare to get swarmed. The extraction shuttle will arrive 2 minutes after you call it in. All you need to do is survive until then. The timer will reach 0, the Pelican will arrive, and it will land. If you were standing underneath, it will crush you. Avoiding the engine exhaust is also a good idea. After landing, the pilot extends a boarding ramp from the back. All you have to do is climb aboard. That can cause problems, but crouching or diving should solve them. There isn't a lot of headroom, and people can get stuck. As soon as someone climbs aboard, a 20-second timer starts. Anyone not on the ramp after that will be left behind. The exception to this is if your mission timer ran out. In that case, your super destroyer has returned to high orbit. An emergency extraction shuttle will be sent out. This one doesn't wait for you to board, it starts the timer immediately. 20 seconds after landing, it takes off again. The extraction shuttle is where etiquette becomes important. In some scenarios, it's best to send half the team running ahead. They can call the extraction shuttle and defend the landing pad. Meanwhile, the other half finishes clearing the map. This can be a bit dangerous. If the shuttle team gets pushed away from the pad, the call fails. Your Pelican notices that nobody is ready to extract, so it leaves. It's still possible to call another, but the timer is reset. Sometimes you get a maverick, a wild card. One guy goes running off alone. Perhaps he's looking for samples and super credits. This can be a good thing, if he's competent enough. Other times, one guy can run over and start the extraction early. Instead of trying to abandon your team, he has another plan. There exists an exploit relating to the Pelican, some pattern of summoning it at a certain distance. The result is that it hovers above the landing pad forever. On the bright side, this glitch gives you a turret with infinite ammo. However, it's clearly not intended. You were never meant to use the Pelican this way. It's also not nearly as helpful as you might imagine. So far, the circus has only encountered it once. This was an unpleasant game, mostly full of waiting. The other player was running around the map, trying to clear it. But since the extraction shuttle was waiting, it would be crazy to go far. We firmly disavow this behavior. The same goes for any form of running off at the end. Team cohesion is an important principle. The main exception would be to retrieve a dropped sample container. Sometimes this is worth it, and sometimes not. While the others can leave without you, it would be suboptimal. As long as you're nearby, most players will die before abandoning each other. In any case, the mission ends after you climb aboard. The Pelican will take you back to the waiting super destroyer. On the way, you see an analysis of your mission performance. For this to be a successful mission, the primary objectives are complete. Even if nobody lived, it's still a victory. You are given a penalty, or a lack of bonus, for anyone failing to extract. Other bonuses come from clearing enemy camps. Secondary objectives are a big factor too. There's also a time bonus for winning before the last second. This is usually worth sacrificing to improve your other factors. After all the XP has been added up, a multiplier is added based on difficulty. There's also a star rating to sum up your performance. Number of deaths is not a factor, only how many boarded the shuttle. At the end, the team is lined up on a lift. This returns you from the hangar section of the destroyer. You can show off your victory animations and player cards. What really matters, though, are the player stats. These can tell you a lot about how the mission went. The top entry is your number of kills. That's a good starting point, but you need to remember the details. If you're on anti-tank duty, those still only count as 1. They might have a huge impact on the battle, but not the stats. Most of the other stats are just interesting to see. Personally, I like seeing the accuracy one. It's not uncommon for my accuracy to be 50% higher than someone else's. Then again, some people are using shotguns. It's not a fair or useful comparison, but I like having mine be high. There are two stats you should keep an eye on. Friendly fire damage should ideally be all zeros. You can end up with a bit even if you're all fairly careful. Still, your goal should always be 0 incidents. Accidentals is a sneakily named one, but it also means friendly fire. Specifically, I believe that is deaths due to stratagem use. It's possible to have 0 friendly fire damage, but some accidentals. Again, you want this number to be 0 for the whole team. Now that the mission is over, you can decide what to do next. If the team was good, you can start the next mission. Players will often wander over to the upgrade and armory terminals. Of course, if you're finished for the night, you can leave. It's polite to mention what your plans are, but by no means required. However it plays out, that mission is in the past. Press on to the next one, when you're ready.
Engaging terminal. I'm on it.
While you roam around the map, you'll find allied objectives. Some of these can be fairly inconsequential, only good for bonus XP. Others can have a significant impact on how you play the game. There are also various minor points of interest, which I'll include in this section.
Found something.
These rarely change much about the course of a mission. Most of these are related to the Super Earth Armed Forces. Since that's a bit long, we'll just call them CAF from now on.
Enlist in the Super Earth Armed Forces and destroy the Automaton threat.
One of the simplest side objectives is a crashed escape pod. Some princess seems to have hidden data tapes in the escape pod. If you're on the automaton front, be sure to let your team know about enemy forces. Look sir, droids should do the trick. This is one of the simplest tactical objectives in the game. On the very lowest difficulties, this will be your primary objective for the mission. The escape pod is a good one for teaching the basics. All you have to do is walk up and stand there. As you get close, you'll be prompted to upload data. This forces you to use the stratagem menu, a useful reminder. Once you enter the code, the objective is to stay near the pod. For a new player, that may take some effort. If enemies arrive, you may need to run away. Leaving the radius before the data is uploaded loses your progress. You've got to start the whole thing from square one. Even for experienced Helldivers, it would be wise to have support. If you see a guy trying this alone, give him a hand. Another one that goes from a primary to secondary objective. You may come across a moderately short broadcast tower. There are curved TV screens surrounding the top. In happier days, the colony could watch patriotic messages here. I'm not certain what's displayed on them now.
Is Hellfire that bad? You guys are acting like Hellfire is evil.
We've been informed that this is an illegal broadcast that must be stopped. In the name of managed democracy, we shall put an end to it. What you're supposed to do here is run to the base of the tower. There will be a standard Super Earth terminal. All you need to do is interact with it, then enter the code. This will shut down the tower and accomplish your mission. However, sometimes a team of Helldivers will get impatient. Sure, you could run all the way there and back. On the other hand, we have all these weapons right here. A single anti-tank rocket will destroy the entire tower. In fact, so will a couple of shots from an autocannon or sniper rifle. If you think about it, shooting the tower is the responsible thing to do. We're just being efficient with our time. Similar to the broadcast, there is another unlawful structure. You will often see various prefabricated Super Earth buildings. Really, they're just shipping containers with windows and stairs. Sometimes you'll be directed to destroy one of these. That's because they have a rogue research outpost. You can tell these ones apart from the normal buildings in two ways. For a start, the bad ones are always black. Don't bother with the blue and white buildings nearby. The only one you need to purge is the evil dark version. You can tell there's something suspicious going on by its behavior. Normal buildings will fall over if you drive an exosuit through them. The same goes for various explosive weapons. Those prefabs don't have armor. However, the black one is virtually indestructible. That's the other way to tell them apart. When you get close to the traitor, you will be offered a hell bomb. This is the approved way to deal with dark science. Call in the stratagem near the prefab and start the timer. The next part is optional, but you might want to run away. One of the more useful side objectives is the missile launcher. This one is very straightforward to complete. All you need to do is interact with a terminal. The first time, the launcher is revealed. This pleases me greatly. I like things that go down. When they come back up from the ground, that's almost as good. Once the surface-to-air launcher is revealed, hit the terminal again. This is usually the pattern with CF equipment. The first terminal activates it, then you might have other tasks. Finally, the last terminal use finishes the job. In the case of the SAM launcher, it starts helping. So far, there are only 2 automaton aircraft. If either one comes near, it will shoot them down. That should make a real difference to the battle. I don't even think there's any ammo limitations on it. The finite launch tubes have unlimited interceptor missiles. This missile launcher will defend you for the entire mission. In my experience, one of these objectives is more common. Almost every map includes a radar station. They may be as numerous as the second and third place combined. I'm not complaining, radar is quite useful. It has a tower, similar in design to the illegal broadcast. The terminal is placed a fair distance from the tower itself. When you activate the terminal, the radar dish moves into position. First it's hoisted to the top, then it unfolds. So far, this has all been very simple. The next step is to align the radar dish. You can check the exact bearing needed on the terminal. Then you need to walk to the tower and grab a wheel at the base. This lets you spin the dish to point in any direction. Alternatively, you could use teamwork. Have one player stationed at the base of the tower. The man on the terminal calls out a direction and number of degrees. If he didn't, you can guess based on the tower. There should be flashing yellow lights on one side. That marks the rough direction to aim for. When you get it right, there will be a subtle chirp. However you managed it, the radar can now be activated. This reveals all significant features on the map. That includes minor points of interest and all secondary objectives. It doesn't necessarily change the way you play, but it's nice to have. It's also a good pretext to use your jetpack. You can often jump between the terminal and the radar tower. Of all these optional objectives, one is far more useful. This would be a CF artillery gun. It covers a wider area than most, with lots of concrete. Usually there will also be a gun crew, dead for a fair while. This is another case where you interact with a terminal.
Reinforcing! I got the
But wait, before you do that, it's better to look around the area. The artillery piece is not loaded when you arrive. You should look around and plan what you'll do. Once you activate the terminal, you'll attract enemy attention. The largest part of the process is transporting shells. They could be anywhere in about a 20-meter radius. When you find one, walk up to it and press E. Carrying a shell takes 2 hands and reduces your walking speed. That leaves you vulnerable, so keep someone on sentry duty. You can speed up the transport by dropping the shells. Since you can walk faster with empty hands, you can travel a meter. Before you get too far away, pick the shell back up. Repeating this cycle is much faster than carrying them all the way. Not all artillery shells are made equal. Sometimes you don't get any good ones, so you make do with the bad. Throw any old shell into the loader to get it over with. These shells are conveniently color-coded. The ideal option, the one you always want, is the black tip. That's because these are named mini-nuke. The next best is the orange tip, high-yield explosive. Following those are the standard options. Standard explosive shells have a green tip. Napalm shells have a red one, not to be confused with orange. Then we have non-damaging ammunition. Smoke shells are grey, and static field ones are blue. The first shell you load is the first one to fire. Keep that in mind when loading, and remember the order. Once all 5 are in, go back to the terminal. The CF howitzer used to be like any orbital stratagem. However, it was upgraded to use a local comnet. Now you can call in artillery strikes even without the super destroyer. When you're cut off by an ion storm, the howitzer can respond. The same applies to stratagem jammers or the time limit. Even after your destroyer leaves orbit, the cannon stays. This makes perfect sense and makes the CF cannon more valuable. Now for those minor points of interest. Possibly the most interesting one is the CF bunker. You can spot this because it's a large metal door in the terrain, often below ground level, but I have seen it on the surface. On each side of the door, there is a button to open it. This is what leads to the common name of the bunker. So common, in fact, that people will be confused if you say anything else. If you want people to understand, call it the friendship door. This is because it requires both buttons to open. Insects are not capable of this, nor are the socialist automatons. Only a true citizen has the capacity to understand teamwork. The ingenious locking system also keeps us safe from traitors. As a lone wolf, operating without your team, you will be unable to access the bunker. No matter how frantically you ping the button, it will not help you. By working together with your brothers in arms, the door is no obstacle. Inside, you will often find a support weapon, flamethrowers, anti-materiel rifles, machine guns. You might even get something exotic like a railgun. Otherwise, the bunker can contain a few samples. Usually there are 3 items, and sometimes all are currency. Warbond medals, requisition slips, or super credits. Sometimes all 3 are the same type of item. Even if you can't open the door, there are usually supplies around. Ammo, stims, grenades, both inside and outside. Bunkers are only one kind of hidden cache. Occasionally, you'll find a hole in the ground. This usually has a lid that's been removed, and sometimes a note. Inside is probably some ammunition. It may also include a support weapon. These ones are by far the simplest. They're already open. It would be neat to uncover a supply cache yourself one day, possibly with explosives. How else would you dig a hole? Another type would be the buried container. These are only visible on one short end and always underground. Unlike the others, they aren't open by default. They don't have doors and they don't have buttons. All you can do is blow them open with explosives. Grenades will do it, but you might want to save those. Or perhaps you chose a type of grenade with 0 damage. In those situations, explosive weapons will work. I think the actual rule is anything with light vehicle penetration, though perhaps it's not that simple. That would imply the laser cannon and frag grenade shouldn't work. If you really don't have anything suitable, there is one last resort. Most of the time, there are 2 red barrels nearby. You should carry one of them next to the container, and then shoot it. That explosion will crack open the hidden cache. These are much like the friendship bunker, except with only 2 items. They can hold support weapons, currencies, or supplies. The final type of cache is a very strange one. These are small pods, which look slightly too small for passengers. They are equipped with a beacon, and they seem to be supply drops. However, they aren't much like hell pods at all. There seems to be some implication that they once had wings, perhaps gliders or unmanned supply drones. To open these pods, you walk up and salute. Even if the salute isn't equipped, you can do so by interacting with the pod. These ones have only a single item, which can be a support weapon. Most often, though, it'll be credits, medals, or rec slips. Armor in Helldivers comes with 3 main stats: armor rating, speed, and stamina regeneration. We won't go into the exact effects of each one. That would take a lot of testing, which someone else has probably done. Besides, the next patch could potentially change the formula. These stats aren't really what you need to pay attention to. Generally speaking, all 3 will move together. There doesn't exist an armor with low speed and high stamina, or vice versa. Armor rating is the one most prone to fluctuate. The best way to think of armor is by their weight categories. Light armor gives high speed and stamina, but low armor. Heavy armor has triple the light armor rating, but slows you down. Medium armor is somewhere in the middle, surprising no one. There is no single best set of armor in all scenarios. On a blitz mission, light armor would make sense. You'll be running. Eradicate missions are just the opposite, defending a fixed point. Unless you plan to run a lot, it makes sense to bring heavy armor. Maybe you can't be bothered switching for every mission, so you stick with medium armor. There are also multiple grades of light armor. Not all of them have the same stats, though they are similar. Light armor ranges from 550 to 530 speed. The baseline speed is 500, and the other stats move accordingly. Medium and heavy armor don't have this variation. Their stats are identical. There is one other significant aspect to this armor. Each suit has an armor passive, giving most of its character. Passives are usually fairly subtle, giving you extra infantry space of one type, or a percentage of something. Only one grants you an entirely unique ability. Most of the time, your armor choices will be driven by the passive trait. You decide that you want a specific passive, and then select the weight. You can boil armor down to a combination of those two factors: Heavy Medic, Light Engineer, Medium Scout. The first and simplest passive is Extra Padding. This comes with your standard issue B01 Tactical Armor set. It has only one effect, to raise your armor rating by 50 points. Unlike picking a different weight tier, it has no impact on speed and stamina. Light armor with extra padding becomes medium armor. Your default medium B01 suit is as strong as heavy armor. It's even possible to find heavy armor with additional armor. That brings the armor rating up to 200, double the baseline for medium. Extra padding is mostly valued for giving extra mobility, without sacrificing protection. I have a set of light armor with this passive, and I love it. This is the one I mentioned that grants a new ability. In the standard progression, it's the second armor passive. Like most of them, it has two effects instead of one. The first is to scan the map for enemies, anywhere you place a marker. That's a great thing when playing on your own. Helldivers have their own radar scan system within a certain radius. Scout armor lets you extend that away from your location. The problem with this is the map pings are a communication tool. In multiplayer, they mean, I'm going to this location. The way we use them in the circus, it's, the team should go here when it's the closest marker. Using the map ping for scanning is confusing, so people will ignore your one. It's not clear if this drawback was intended. Since the scans are rate limited, they could easily be attached to the map cursor instead. The other feature of Scout armor relates to stealth. Its second passive effect reduces enemy vision radius. All else being equal, a scout can move closer without being detected. Put another way, scouts can behave in more risky ways at the same range. If you need to crawl to sneak past, a scout might be able to walk upright. It's not clear how many factors go into stealth in Helldivers. Does heavy armor make you more easily detected, like in other games? So far, I've never seen the scout passive on heavy armor. There is a set of medium scout armor, so it would be possible to test this. I would generally advise new players to pick different armor. Stealth helps you to avoid combat, but does nothing during battle. Our next passive is synonymous with heavy armor. All fortified armor is heavy, and all heavy armor is fortified. At least, that's the case for the early game. The Superstore can sell you light and medium fortified armor. Heavy armor with different passives can be found as well. Fortified is a good general-purpose combat armor set. Its first effect just improves your shooting by reducing recoil, or rather, it increases the benefits you get from using stances properly. Crouching and lying down are sensible ideas in any armor. With fortified gear, you have even more of an advantage in a stable stance. If you expect to use a difficult weapon, consider wearing this set. Recoil reduction helps you when attacking. To defend you, Fortified reduces explosion damage to half. This effect is extremely situational. Luckily, the situation it applies to is nearly impossible to avoid. Many of your enemies can deal explosive damage. These are often the most deadly opponents on the battlefield. Any protection against these can significantly improve your survival rates. There is, of course, another source of explosive damage. You and your team may be using grenades, support weapons, exosuits, and orbital strikes. All of these are a danger to you, just as much as the enemy. Fortified armor lets you get closer to these, or survive more hits. That includes the railgun. An overcharge can't instantly kill you anymore. If you're looking for a set of armor with broad applications, try Engineering Kit. This tends to come in the form of medium armor, though there is a light option. Its first passive effect is exactly the same as with Fortified, though the weight of armor will lead to slightly different usage patterns. Fortified suits have less mobility, so they'll favor frontal assaults, dug-in positions with heavy machine guns and autocannons. Engineering Kit offers medium to high mobility, ideal for flanking. The reduced recoil still helps deliver more fire, but you can move more easily. The other effect is unique to this armor passive. It grants you an extra 2 grenades on top of your standard 4. That might not sound like much to last an entire mission, but consider that you can call down supplies and find grenade boxes. Your grenade reserves can go up and down throughout the mission. Being able to hold an extra 2 can make a big difference. Certain enemies are better fought with grenades than bullets. When you come across a camp, grenades are needed for demolition. You could even go for utility with stun or smoke grenades. Whatever you're doing, having a couple of spare ones will be helpful. Technically named Medkit, most people will call this medic armor. Anytime you're struggling to survive missions, try this passive. Its first effect is similar to the engineering armor passive. Instead of extra grenades, this gives 2 more healing stims. Obviously, that doesn't help if you're good enough to avoid ever taking damage. Though if that's true, you should probably move up a difficulty level. Most players will get some benefit from having more stims, even if it just means endurance, going for longer before needing to call down a resupply pod. Having those extra stims also allows you to safely waste them. Stims have 2 main effects, healing and stamina restoration. Anytime you need to run a long distance, having stims can help. So long as you aren't at full health, you can use a stim to refill both meters. With all those stims, you may be able to outpace someone in scout armor. The standard Warbond gives 2 sets of medium medic armor. It's possible to get light and heavy versions from the superstore. The other effect of medkit armor is to increase stim duration. Calling it just an increase is a bit misleading. Adding 2 seconds gives you roughly double the stim duration. Until the stim runs out, you have unlimited stamina. It will always regenerate faster than you can deplete it. Health isn't quite so limitless. You can go from 1% to full in less than a second. However, it still takes time. Damage coming in quick enough could still overpower the regen rate. Fire damage may be enough to counteract the healing as well. Certainly, anything that can one-hit you will still be lethal. Despite all these limits, the medkit set is one of the best. The medic armor is some of the best for survival. You get significantly more healing than any other armor can give you. However, it takes a moment to activate any of the healing stims. If you get interrupted by attacks or juggled by explosions, you don't heal at all. Our next armor passive solves the problem in a different way. Democracy Protects is not concerned with healing you at all. Its first effect is a 50% chance to not die when you are killed. Since being reduced to 0 health would kill you, that can't happen either. As far as I can tell, it just ignores the attack that would have killed you. Obviously, random immortality is powerful. Not reliable, but nothing ever is. The other effect relates to the injury system. A Helldiver can be wounded in both arms and both legs. Getting all 4 at the same time is difficult but possible. There is one other body part that can be wounded, the chest. Crippled extremities prevent you from being able to run and aim well. Chest injuries prevent you from staying alive. You may remember this from the tutorial, health drain due to severe bleeding.
Now, activate the battlefield injury simulator.
This would normally be one of the worst injuries, fatal if you're out of stims. But my ally is democracy, and a powerful ally it is. You still want to use a stim, you did just get wounded after all. That leaves you with less health, even if you won't bleed out. This passive is very useful, no matter how experienced you are. Democracy Protects was my favorite armor until I was over level 40. At that point, the circus started branching out to medic armor. So far, this passive is only available on medium armor. At this point, we have left the realm of commonly available armor passives. The remaining ones are all from Premium Warbonds or the Superstore. Steeled Veterans offered the same passive on 3 armor sets. 2 were mechanically identical, both medium armor. The third, and one from another Warbond, are both heavy armor. There doesn't seem to be a version with light armor. All 3 of the original trio gave you a mechanical right arm. That's what puts the steel in Steeled Veterans. Robot arms are the source of everything distinctive about the armor passive. Second things first, you get extra health applied to your limbs. That doesn't apply to the torso, so be careful. Limb health isn't a big deal, though it certainly is an advantage. The main reason you take servo-assisted is for the first effect. Your throwing range is increased by 30%. This makes for a surprising improvement to your combat performance. Grenades are the obvious application, since their range is quite limited. This could make you a demolition specialist, or clear some crowds. If you get the hang of your new arm, you can be your own grenade launcher. More importantly, you can throw stratagem beacons a longer distance. That's generally a good thing, no matter which ones they are. For a weapon, you can throw it ahead of where you're running. By the time you arrive, it will have landed. For the orbital strikes, this is the best possible way to use them. Those dangerous barrages can finally be called in from a safe distance. Many players overlook the servo-assisted passive, but it's pretty great. In the cutting-edge warbond, there are 3 suits of armor, 2 medium and 1 light, with the electrical conduit passive. This is simultaneously the most powerful and most useless armor passive. On the bright side, it gives you 95% damage reduction. Not reduced to 95%, damage reduced by 95%. The bad news is that it only applies to one damage type, arc weapons. Those are incredibly rare. In fact, they are completely non-existent. There is no Lightning Beetle, no Arc Devastator. Only 3 things in the entire game are relevant to this armor: the Arc Blitzer, the Arc Thrower, and the Tesla Tower. There isn't even a shock grenade. Electrical conduit armor is only worn to protect you from your friends. Perhaps there will be new lightning enemies added in future. Until then, this armor is not very useful. It implies we could get other elemental resistances, which is interesting. Eventually this would come true with fire-resistant armor. Perhaps we will see gas in future. This next passive is unique for having a consistent visual pattern. The same would apply to servo-assisted, except one has no robot arms. Peak Physique gives everyone bear arms, and not the furry kind. Personally, I dislike the look of them, but I do like the passive. Its first benefit is that it gives a 50% boost to melee damage. That makes a big difference to its effectiveness in combat. You should still avoid using melee attacks, because guns are better. But if you have to, this passive makes it much better. That's the minor half of the effect. With certain weapons, you'll notice sluggish movement. The Eruptor, Dominator, Autocannon, and HMG in particular. When you decide to aim somewhere else, it can take a second to align the weapon. That isn't a big detriment in most cases, after you get used to it. Still, it doesn't feel nice to be fighting that delay as well as the enemy. Peak Physique should improve weapons handling on everything. On light weapons, that should have no discernible effect. When you get to the heavier weapons, that's when it becomes worthwhile. Every Helldiver is issued a standard Liberator as his primary weapon. A bullpup assault rifle with optics instead of iron sights. This is a sensible choice for exactly the same reasons as always. Assault rifles were a good idea in 1940, and they will be in 2040, even when you put them up against railguns and plasma rifles. The bog standard assault rifle has enough range, enough power, good enough accuracy, and an ideal rate of fire. No matter if you're fighting bugs or bots, the Liberator is good enough. There are quite a few options within the assault rifle class. The first of these is the Liberator Penetrator. Going strictly by the displayed stats, it is inferior. Lower damage, a smaller magazine, stronger recoil. In cases where the standard Liberator is good enough, it would be better. What sets the Lib Pen apart is having medium armor penetration. That is such a profound advantage, I refuse to leave orbit without it. By release date, the next in line is the Liberator Concussive. This one fires decently powerful bullets, but its rate of fire is extremely low. Trying to use the LibCon as a standard weapon will be quite ineffective. Its purpose is to disrupt the enemy, not to kill directly. Which is fortunate, because the LibCon is terrible at killing things directly. The Liberator Carbine is the most standard of all variants. It has a higher rate of fire and worse recoil than the standard Liberator. Assuming you can control it, the Carbine is a direct upgrade. It will need reloading faster because it applies damage faster. The same quantity of the same bullets in a shorter span of time. Unless you miss, in which case potential damage is wasted. The Tenderizer is a more powerful version of the Liberator. Think of it as going from 5mm to 7mm caliber. Get more damage, but the result is a smaller magazine capacity. The rate of fire feels a lot slower, even though it's very nearly identical. That's probably because with more powerful cartridges, you don't need as many. Wasting ammo is more of a penalty, so you learn how many shots are needed. I do love the Tenderizer, it's a great little weapon. Its main downside is that it doesn't penetrate armor. For proper armor penetration, you need the Adjudicator. How powerful is the Adjudicator exactly? Well, its designation is BR-14, presumably for battle rifle. Every other assault rifle has a model number starting with AR. For quite some time, the Adjudicator was classed as a marksman rifle. After noticing that everyone used it in full auto, it was reclassified. We were also issued larger magazines for it. Each shot is a little weaker than one from the Tenderizer. Actually, the Adjudicator is inferior in every way but penetration. That's still advantage enough for me to prefer it. Having medium armor penetration isn't a big deal until it is. Even against lightly armored opponents, the Adjudicator takes few shots. It's the second most powerful assault rifle. Once you encounter medium armor, the penetration puts it into the top rank. Likely due to its origins, the Adjudicator is not a bullpup. Every other assault rifle has its magazine mounted behind the trigger. When the Adjudicator was reclassified, it became less unique. Several assault rifles existed already, not so many marksman rifles. These are powerful semi-auto weapons with good scopes, sort of like the anti-materiel rifle, except scaled down to a convenient size. It's important to note that marksman rifle is not the same as a sniper rifle. A designated marksman is meant to fill a similar role to a machine gun. This isn't a bolt-action rifle where you get only one shot per second. A skilled player can take the marksman rifle and make consistent, precise shots. It's important that you can repeat this as fast as you can aim. Without the Adjudicator, there is only one base model in this category. First, you get the R63 Diligence, then the R63 CS Diligence. In this case, CS stands for Counter Sniper, not Counter-Strike, though it is notable that the CS model just happens to be green. These two rifles are practically identical in their overall usage. The Counter Sniper has medium armor penetration and a smaller magazine. It also deals more damage and has stronger recoil. You should aim for headshots with either weapon or other weak points. The standard Diligence will need to work around any medium armor. Most players prefer the Counter Sniper for high damage and penetration. To use the baseline R63, think of it like the Tenderizer. Take as few shots as you need and avoid armor. Either weapon is fully viable, though perhaps not the best choice. Certain objectives in the game require you to carry objects. The ballistic shield also takes up one of your hands. Most of the time, these force you to equip a pistol. All pistols are one-handed, so they are always an option. However, there is a way to keep your primary weapon. It needs to be one-handed, which means a submachine gun. Strangely, the standard SMG has the opposite stats you'd expect. It has a lower rate of fire than the Liberator, but does more damage. Both of these are unexpected. SMGs are famous for their high fire rate. They also use pistol ammo, which has lower energy than intermediate cartridges. As you might expect, SMGs also have only light armor penetration. I'd be curious to see how an MP7 with medium armor pen might work. The Defender is not a popular choice, but it's a fully viable one. You can do well with one every bit as much as you can with the Liberator. It's almost a boring weapon, since so little sets it apart from the assault rifle. The more interesting alternative is the Pummeler. Almost every detail of this model is different from the Defender. Despite that, it's clear these two are identical at their core. The Pummeler fires slightly weaker rounds, slightly less often. These are concussive, like from the Liberator concussive. Unlike the Libcon, the Pummeler is still strong enough to use as a primary weapon. If you shoot your enemies, they will die in a reasonable time. You keep all the utility of the stagger effect, but also have reasonable damage. The first shotgun you gain access to is the SG-8 Punisher. It behaves exactly like you'd expect from a computer game shotgun. Not completely useless at 20 meters range, but not far off. Fed by tube magazines, so you can top up the gun while it's ready to fire. In Helldivers, this trait is called Rounds Reload. Since you aren't replacing the whole magazine, no rounds are discarded. That in itself is a very strong argument in favor of the Punisher. Its biggest drawback is being a pump-action shotgun. That vastly reduces its rate of fire to barely over 1 per second. On the other hand, each shell does more damage than a grenade. The Punisher is one of the weapons with the most variant forms, tied for second place with another shotgun, but more on that later. Naturally, the top spot is the default Liberator. Our first variant of the Punisher is called the Slugger. This solves two of the Punisher's limitations. First, the range. It fires a single slug instead of many pellets. That gives the SG-8S far greater range than the standard. Second is going from light to medium armor penetration. That can solve many problems that would thwart the Punisher. All you sacrifice is damage per shot, a little over half as much. The Slugger keeps the round's reload feature, so no ammo is wasted. Our next shotgun is back to using the standard box magazine.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
The SG-225 Breaker is one of the greatest weapons in the early game. In general, the Breaker is similar to the Punisher. It fires slightly weaker shotgun shells than the Punisher does. The box magazine holds slightly fewer rounds than the twin tube mags. What makes the Breaker such a delight to use is that it's fully automatic. Anytime you see something that offends you, point the Breaker in its general direction. Hold down the trigger for a couple of seconds, and then reload. The price you pay for full auto is that magazines run dry all too soon. Most enemies can't stand against 2 or 3 blasts. Once you get the hang of it, the Breaker is fantastic. Breakers are the other shotgun I mentioned, with all the variants. The simplest of these is the Breaker Spray and Pray.
Get some! Get some!
Its description mentions that it fires birdshot shells. These deal a bit less damage than the standard Breaker, but have more pellets. Perhaps that would be useful for small enemies and flying bugs. However, its main advantage is switching from a box to a drum magazine. The Breaker SP deals 2/3 the damage per shot and has twice the capacity. This mitigates the biggest problem with the Breaker. When I want a shotgun these days, I prefer the Spray and Pray. The third Breaker variant is the Breaker Incendiary.
Get some! Get some!
Not my favorite shotgun, or even my favorite Breaker. This one seems to be derived from the Spray and Pray. It keeps the same drum magazine, though the body is closer to the baseline. Many players would consider the Breaker Incendiary to be the best weapon. Fighting bugs or bots, anytime you might face a challenge, bring the Incendiary. Not only does it do more damage than the Spray and Pray, it sets things on fire. In fact, Helldivers often fire this into the air above the targets. As the flaming pellets come down, they set targets alight. Unlike the other Breaker variants, the Incendiary is not full auto. It comes with a burst mode though, and that's nearly as good. So long as you keep releasing the trigger, it will behave as full auto. In a game full of unusual weapons, one of the strangest is a crossbow. The CB9 exploding crossbow is nothing like an assault rifle. For example, it isn't effective against certain groups of enemies. Not even specific enemy types, so much as formations and spacing. The exploding crossbow doesn't have enough splash damage for thinly scattered hordes. Against a small number of strong targets, it can do quite well. No matter the individual shot damage, the crossbow is held back by speed. It has a slow rate of fire and a very small magazine. You'll spend a lot of time waiting to fire this weapon. On the other hand, it's a very good utility weapon. The explosive damage can demolish enemy spawners. It can also be used to misdirect attention. Quarrels are launched silently. The sound comes from the impact and explosion, not from where you're standing. Scouts might get more use out of this weapon. Now we come to another of my favorite weapons in the game. The Jar 5 Dominator is one of the heaviest primary weapons.
Say hello to democracy!
Though it looks like a Breaker, it shares more features with the Diligence. Notice how the bolt handle is at the very top, like on the marksman rifles. On a Breaker, that would be considerably lower down. Thinking of it as a shotgun would be inaccurate, though not too far off. It certainly doesn't line up with the precision of a marksman rifle. While the Dominator is unwieldy, it makes up for that in power. If you check the description, it mentions jet-propelled rounds. That's right, the Jar 5 is the Helldivers equivalent of the Holy Bolter. The Dominator is filed in the Explosive Weapons section. However, it lacks the Explosive Weapon trait. It cannot demolish bug holes or bot fabricators, no matter where you aim. Hopefully, it's still explosive enough to hurt durable enemies. Even if not, the Dominator has more damage per shot than the Slugger. It has ferocious recoil, but a good rate of fire. There's no full auto setting, but burst fire is almost as good. Release and hold the trigger near the end of each burst, and you bypass the limit. Performing a Dominator magazine dump is great fun. Its drum holds 15 rounds, which is just low enough to cause problems. The projectiles travel relatively slowly, which can cause shots to miss. You'll be constantly reloading until you get the hang of it. The Dominator has medium armor penetration, which is always delightful. My one complaint is that it switches to semi-auto every time I die. Our last explosive weapon is the only bolt-action rifle. The R36 Eruptor is vaguely like a marksman rifle, or the AMR. To use it properly, it would be more useful to consider it a grenade launcher, a heavy support weapon that happens to go in your rifle slot. If the Dominator is a bit sluggish to aim, the Eruptor is on par with an autocannon. It would be wise to pair this with a stalwart or laser cannon, otherwise you'll need a pistol to deal with any enemies that get close to you. Teamwork would also be advisable. The Eruptor is very useful, but it can make you a liability. For a start, be sure not to fire anywhere near your teammates. The explosion radius on Eruptor shells is wider than you think. That's also why you need another weapon to deal with anything getting close to you. There is no minimum arming distance on these shells. Any Helldiver near one when it goes off will be knocked to the ground. That gets much worse when you're holding the Eruptor. Since it's a bolt-action rifle, you need a moment to work the bolt handle. Otherwise it won't be ready to fire, like a semi-auto rifle would be. The main advantage of the Eruptor is that it can be used for demolition. An autocannon or grenade launcher is usually better, of course. It also deals with clusters of enemies well, even at long range. Now we come to the exotic weapons: laser, arc, plasma. The easiest energy weapons to access are the laser rifles. You'll start with the LAS-5 Scythe. These fire a continuous beam like the laser cannon or a phaser. Like all laser weapons, there's a slight charge-up delay before firing. It has infinite ammunition, so long as you leave it to cool down long enough. By firing the weapon too long, the heatsink will burn out and need replacement. Unlike the laser cannon, you can reload these while running. The rifle comes with 3 spare heatsinks instead of 1. The Scythe is a solid weapon, but I rarely use it. According to my calculations, it does less DPS than the Liberator. Normally I only take it on a cold world, and never a hot one. The other laser rifle is the LAS-16 Sickle. This one is far more conventional, though it's still a laser weapon. The Sickle fires a series of individual bolts. In that sense, it's very much like a standard assault rifle. Slightly lower damage, but higher rate of fire than the Liberator. Players tend to prefer the Sickle over all conventional assault rifles. Its key advantages are the infinite ammunition and lack of recoil. Some people were upset that it was nerfed to have only 3 spare magazines. Now you have only 4 times infinite ammunition, instead of 7 times infinity. The only real downside is the spin-up time before firing. That can be a real problem if you keep being interrupted. Like all laser weapons, it performs worse on a hot world. Because of its similarities, people used it like a conventional rifle, firing until the heatsink melted, then reloading. When it had the same number of spare magazines as a rifle, that was fine. Laser rifles had their spare ammo reduced from 6 to 3. That forces you to make use of the infinite ammunition instead of always reloading, which means putting away your primary weapon during a fight. You would need a good pistol and support weapon to accommodate that. Our next energy weapon is a lightning shotgun. The Arc-12 Blitzer has the same damage type as the Arc Thrower. In English, we're used to blitz being a metaphor. It turns up in Helldivers as a very fast mission type. However, the Blitzer is literal. It just means lightning. Unlike the Arc Thrower, there is no charging process. The Blitzer is a pump-action shotgun, and that is the only limit. Magazine size is not applicable, nor is total ammo capacity. The Blitzer takes over a second between every single shot. Aside from that, the weapon is truly unlimited. It has a sharply limited range, less than 20 meters. Because of the short range, you will need to rely on your pistol and support weapon. Friendly fire is a serious issue with the Blitzer. On the other hand, it can arc to multiple targets. If you can work around its flaws, the Blitzer is quite fun. That leaves only one more weapon type. Plasma rifles are some of the most exotic items in the game. For many players, the first you get will be at page 10 of the standard warbond. The Plas 1 Scorcher sets the standard for a plasma weapon. In many ways, the Scorcher is similar to the Dominator. Both have relatively slow projectiles and small magazines. Both have high damage and the same rate of fire. And of course, both are candidates for best weapon in the game. The Scorcher has slightly lower damage, but a faster reload time. It's also a light weapon, only as heavy as any other rifle. The Scorcher fires a blue ball of plasma in a flat trajectory. Perhaps not completely flat, but I don't have to consciously compensate. When this projectile hits something, it explodes to deal splash damage. That's the primary drawback of the Scorcher, burning yourself. Anytime something gets close, you're forced to switch weapon. One shot detonating won't kill you, but don't make a habit of it. Looking on the bright side, that splash damage is wonderful. Technically, the Scorcher has only light armor penetration. In practice, you can shoot through medium armor or light vehicle armor. Shoot around would be more accurate. It's the splash damage. All things considered, the Scorcher is a fantastic weapon. Not overpowered, not safe, but it can take on anything. Our last shotgun variant is the Punisher Plasma. This isn't a shotgun at all, it's just based on one. Everything that made it a shotgun has been replaced with plasma tech. Because those aren't tube magazines, it doesn't have rounds reload. Like the Scorcher, this fires explosive plasma globes. What sets it apart is the unique trajectory. The Punisher Plasma is the closest thing to having rifle grenades. You can also think of it as a handheld mortar. That's how extreme the arc is. You must learn how to guess ranges. To reach 100 meters, you'll be at 45 degrees of elevation. You can fire over the front rank to drop plasma bombs on the rear lines. The Punisher Plasma seems to have a wider splash radius, so be very careful. Trying to use it like a shotgun will blow up in your face. Finally, we have the Plas 101 Purifier. In many ways, this is very similar to the Scorcher. Better, in fact. The Purifier has slightly higher damage. It even has medium penetration when the projectile gets a direct hit. There's just one tiny trade-off that makes it unpleasant to use. Every shot requires a charge-up time, like the arc thrower. In theory, it can do anything other weapons can, so long as you stay at a distance, don't get hit, and plan your shots. Technically, this weapon is viable, even superior, but it takes an experienced Helldiver to get the benefits. If in doubt, you'd be better off with almost any other weapon. All Helldivers are required to carry a secondary weapon. Unless something outlandish happens, that always means a pistol. You will be issued a P2 Peacemaker by default. Never hesitate to bring out your pistol, they can really help. Switching to your pistol is always faster than reloading. You don't even need to rush into replacing the Peacemaker. In some games, the pistol is a waste of space, something to avoid using if at all possible. Well, Helldivers 2 is not that sort of game. The Peacemaker is a very practical weapon. When paired with your Liberator, it's handy for emergencies. Anytime you're caught with an empty magazine, it can save you. Its own magazine is good, even if not exceptional. Damage is decent, recoil is manageable. You can empty this pistol into a target as fast as you can pull the trigger. Reloading is quick, and you get more spare ammo than you ought to need. The Peacemaker really shines alongside a shotgun. Those are weak at long range, and the pistol steps into that void. Your Peacemaker can make those precise shots at long range. This is genuinely a very good pistol, often the best choice. Next on the list is everybody's second pistol. The P19 Redeemer is a machine pistol. If the Peacemaker supports a shotgun, the Redeemer does the opposite. It is your shotgun in scenarios where you have something else for long range. As you would expect from something so small, it has a high rate of fire. So high, in fact, that you'll empty it in 1 or 2 seconds. You could put it into semi-auto and use it as a low-damage, high-capacity pistol. To a player without premium war bonds, this is your only other pistol. Think about how good your primary and support weapons are at range. If you have short-range weapons, go with the Peacemaker. For long-range ones, the Redeemer is better. The last conventional pistol is the P113 Verdict. This one is quite obviously a Space Desert Eagle. A high-caliber, low-capacity, high-damage pistol. This is certainly a nice enough weapon, but doesn't really have a niche. The Verdict is a side grade to the Peacemaker. Anywhere one of them would be a good option, the other will be similar. If you prefer this, it's nice to have a slightly more comfortable weapon. The Verdict is as solid an option as the standard issue pistol. However, it doesn't really give you any new abilities. Now we get into atypical pistols. The P4 Senator is a very large revolver. It fires large, powerful rounds with medium penetration. This 6-shooter comes with the rounds reload weapon trait. Very convenient, but that's not the full story. You can reload one by one, unless the cylinder is empty. In that case, you can use a speed loader with 6 fresh cartridges. The reload animation felt different after that was added. I can't put my finger on why, but the old way felt faster for single rounds. Regardless, the Senator is very possibly the best pistol in the game. Against swarms, it will not do very well. The Senator is best used against single, dangerous targets. Devastators, brood commanders, that sort of thing. So long as you wait for the aim to settle, it will serve you well. Personally, I consider it essential to bring medium penetration. If my primary weapon has only light pen, I will always take the Senator. So far, there is no other pistol with medium pen. It's very convenient to pull this out and punch straight through a hive guard's face. If I could have only one premium pistol, it would be the Senator. At the time of writing, only one pistol is an energy weapon. We may see plasma pistols or a lightning gun in future. For now, the Las-7 dagger is all we have. This is precisely the same kind of weapon as the scythe, just smaller. It doesn't do quite as much damage per second. The heatsink will get saturated and fuse solid faster. One approach would be to bring both, so one can always cool down. Alternatively, the infinite ammo can offset a hungry primary weapon. Like all laser weapons, there's a slight delay before it fires. There are few cases where the dagger is the best option. As a backup weapon, though, it's entirely viable. The Bushwhacker is a sawn-off shotgun. Both the barrel and the stock have been removed, creating a pistol. We are told its model number is SG22. It's not clear if that's the pistol form or the unmutilated shotgun. The modification doesn't seem crude enough to be done in the field. On the other hand, it doesn't look professional and standardized. The Bushwhacker is a triple-action... The Bushwhacker is a triple-barrel break-action shotgun. It doesn't have the rounds reload trait listed, but perhaps it should. Reloading before it's empty doesn't waste the other shells. Of course, there may not be any shells left. This shotgun comes with a fire mode to give them all 3 barrels. Since I mostly want to use this against hunters, I get bad results. They can often dodge a blast, and they come in groups. A single shell doesn't reliably kill, but a triple shot only kills 1. There are ways to use this effectively, but I prefer other pistols. Finally, the GP31 grenade pistol, a favorite of many players, and one I keep in mind. The grenade pistol is a very simple device. It has no magazine system, needing to be manually reloaded every shot. You slide the barrel forward, insert a grenade, and close it up again. Everything else on the pistol just gives you something to hold. This can allow you to launch a grenade farther than you can throw it. Against soft enough targets, the grenade will explode on impact. It isn't a true anti-tank option, so don't fire it into armor. The pistol is a great option for demolition, allowing you to close spawners. More importantly, it's independent of your grenade slot. That means you can take harmless grenades, smoke, stun, or thermite. If you have trouble with impact fuses, it will help there too. Of all the pistols in the game, this is the most uniquely useful. Every Helldiver is trained in the use of grenades. The standard issue model is the G12 High Explosive. There is a strong argument that these are still the best grenades available. Certainly, they are more versatile than any other option. No matter what you're doing, the standard HE grenade will be helpful. The fuse time is long enough for even the inexperienced user. Its damage is highly potent, able to wipe out many enemies. The explosion can penetrate up to light vehicle armor. For demolition, it slides easily into a vent shaft or bug tunnel. I guarantee that you never need any other kind of grenade. The first alternative grenade is the G6 Frag. This one appears to be a downgrade, and few people use it. Its damage is reduced, and so is the penetration. As a fragmentation grenade, it is specialized for anti-personnel use. The blast will go through medium infantry armor, but not light vehicle armor. It seems the only advantage of the frag is the explosion radius. If the radius is 1 meter more than the HE, the diameter is 2 meters. The only other change is that frag grenades have a shorter fuse time. That can be good, a shorter delay before it eliminates the threat. As a consequence, it's much easier for frag grenades to burst in the air. With servo-assisted armor, only a slight elevation is needed. Other grenades can airburst, but only when thrown straight up. Grenades are divided into two sections, standard and special. The last of the standards is the G10 Incendiary.
Fire in the hole.
In some ways, the incendiary grenade is a safe option. It still has direct damage, so it can demolish spawners. Compared to other grenades, this one is more forgiving. Survivors of the explosion can often be disregarded. Anything not destroyed by the explosion can be set alight. This is why the incendiary grenade is not safe at all. Like the flamethrower, it sets the ground on fire. You and your team need to walk on that ground as well. Keep these out of reach of children. It would also pay to let people know you're using the incendiary. One of the most popular grenades is the G16 Impact. This is the first of the special throwable section.
Fire in the hole!
Impact grenades are precisely identical to standard HE grenades. The only difference is the lack of a timed fuse. That makes the impact grenade easier to control. If you want it to explode against the wall, just throw it at the wall. There's no challenge of timing when it goes off. With other grenades, enemies can walk out of the blast radius. Impact grenades can be thrown directly at the target. On the other hand, impact grenades are bad at demolition. They cannot bounce into a vent or tunnel. Instead, you need exactly the right trajectory. Anything less won't go in, it just impacts on the surface. The G3 Smoke Grenade is probably the least popular. I don't believe I've seen a single Helldiver using it in the wild.
Fire in the hole.
Smoke grenades have the same short fuse time as a frag grenade. The smoke they deploy is very similar to other smoke sources. Enemies firing through it will lose accuracy. These grenades have a smaller radius than orbital smoke options. You may want to use multiple grenades for each smoke screen. For that, armor to increase grenade capacity might be wise. Smoke grenades deal precisely 0 damage. They cannot be used for demolition. Another harmless grenade is the G23 Stun. These are essentially flashbangs, a common grenade type.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
They have the largest radius of any grenade. Armor penetration is much higher than usual. Stun grenades also have the shortest timed fuse. These features are perfect for their role. You can throw one into a cluster of enemies. A better use would be to disable a single large opponent. Stun grenades are fantastic for dealing with charges and hulks. These foes are very dangerous and have a weak point on the back. Stunning them allows you to get close and take them out. As they have no damage, stun grenades cannot be used for demolition. However, they are useful enough to be worth taking anyway. Most grenades have a wide range of uses. There's almost no difference between frag and HE grenades, for example. The G123 Thermite grenade is specialized. Its damage is tiny, and its radius is even worse. If you throw one into a crowd, it may do nothing. Thermite grenades are designed for anti-armor use. They have the unique ability to stick to a target upon landing. After the fuse runs out, the thermite starts to burn. It will continue for about 5 seconds before finally exploding. The target can be set on fire by this before the explosion. Thermite grenades are not the best anti-tank option, but they work. With a penetration of 7, I don't think anything can resist thermite. Large enemies will take multiple grenades to kill. Thermite grenades can still be used for demolition. They aren't ideal for similar reasons to the impact grenades. If they hit the sides, the grenade will stick there. Due to the burning phase, they also take a long time to go off. The next one is a very simple concept. What if we replaced the fuse on another grenade? The G13 Incendiary Impact is exactly what it says. All of its stats are identical to the standard incendiary, except one. Like the impact grenade, the fuse time is not applicable. The trade-offs are pretty easy to infer from using other grenades. Incendiary grenades are more dangerous and deal less direct damage. They offer lingering fire damage, even setting the ground aflame. For the impact side of them, they have no timing challenges. Demolition is more difficult, but still possible. Incendiary impact is a very nice option to have. Sometimes I'm glad to have brought this instead of other types. It isn't necessarily better, but it isn't worse either. This category is technically not your grenade slot. All these weapons are in the throwable category. The K2 throwing knife is the first non-grenade option. For most players, the knife is a terrible downgrade. It causes a decent amount of damage and has medium penetration. You can throw this knife through a hive guard's faceplate. However, the Slugger shotgun has the same abilities. Identical damage and penetration with much more ammo. Throwing knives are completely useless at destroying spawners. They aren't explosive, so they can't demolish anything. Knives seem to be aimed exclusively at the stealth player. The crossbow isn't a true stealth weapon because it explodes. A throwing knife can silently take out that one sentry. Snowball, snowball, snowball. When climbing into a hell pod, you have several item slots: helmet, armor, and cape, rifle, pistol, and grenade. There are 4 slots dedicated to your chosen stratagems, and to the right of those, there's a strange little hexagon. This slot holds your boosters, a minor passive bonus. It's always best to have a booster for every team member. If you find yourself playing with someone low level, plan accordingly. He probably only has 1 or 2 boosters to choose from. Duplicate boosters are strictly forbidden. Either let the lower levels pick first, or take a booster they won't have yet. If the low level ones are taken, the newbies cannot bring any booster. In a pattern we aren't used to seeing, your first option is the best one. Going without Hellpod space optimization is always a mistake. Anytime you see that nobody has brought this, it is your duty to fix that. Without the HSO booster, your supplies are missing. You arrive with just over half your grenades, stims, and ammo. Getting back up to full strength needs a resupply pod. That would be fine, except this applies to every time you drop. After dying, you would arrive with low supplies. That's a good way to get killed again. Hellpod space optimization fixes this forever. The second booster in your normal progression is Vitality Enhancement. This is one of the better options, especially for how early it is. It makes your team a little bit more durable, especially in the limb area. I don't think there's any focus on the limbs, but that's what I notice. When running this one, I don't seem to get crippled as much. Vitality might not be the best choice, but it's never the wrong choice. Unless you gave up space optimization to get it. This deserves a place in your top 4 ranking. For your third booster, we have what I mentioned earlier. The UAV Recon booster is better than nothing. It might not be much better than nothing, but it beats an empty hexagon. Every Helldiver has the ability to detect nearby units. The Recon booster increases the range of that scan. This goes best with scout armor to give another radar source. Still, it's notable that this booster gives 0 combat benefits. It can help you to plan combat or avoid it, but that's all. Now for an option that doesn't directly help in combat. I complained about the last one fitting that description. However, more stamina and faster regen is huge. It has such a broad scope it's worth taking anyway. Besides, if you're in trouble, it helps you to run away. And if you aren't in trouble, you didn't need help. Anytime you go on a jaunt through low difficulties, it's even better. Except on the smallest maps, stamina is great. I'd never begrudge someone bringing this. I want to like muscle enhancement. It sounds a lot like stamina, something I'd enjoy. The problem is that so many other boosters are better. There just isn't room in my build to take this one. These muscles allow you to climb better rather than run faster. The benefits of this depend greatly on the terrain. It can allow you to take a more direct route over obstacles. Overall, this is a mid-tier booster. Good, but you can do better. Some boosters are quite similar to each other. None are quite so close as the two reinforcement budget options. The first one, increased budget, gives an extra life. That is to say, one more life for each team member. A significant help, especially if most of you don't need them. This can help to drag a new recruit through high difficulties, or to push a team past its limits. However, that still only gives an extra 4 deaths. If you burn through the first 20, will they be enough? The other reinforcement booster is Flexible Budget. This one gives you bonus lives as well. Where the other increases the starting counter, this comes in at the end. Flexible Budget reduces the timer before getting another life. That timer only starts once you've depleted all your other lives. To get the full benefit of this one, you need to die a lot early on. After that, you need to die much more slowly. The reinforcements only ever go back up to 1. You can't gain a surplus from this. Reinforcement budget boosters should rarely make a difference. If you do need them though, they're nice to have. When you expect resistance to be heavy, you have an option. Localization confusion interferes with enemy comms. All their messages are translated into groovy, funky modern slang. Those unhip squares won't know how to handle the youth of today. This results in longer delays between reinforcements. I believe this applies to patrols as well as breaches and dropships. No matter what mission type it is, this should be effective. Always a good option to reduce the intensity a bit. Localization confusion is one of the best boosters around. When you've completed a mission, one of two things will happen. Either it's just waiting around, or it's very exciting. You're often forced to defend the landing pad against a huge onslaught. The whole team is waiting for the extraction shuttle to arrive. Having an expert extraction pilot reduces the timer. This one is always applicable, because every mission has to end. It will have more of an effect if your extraction timer has been increased. Still, you're usually better with a different booster, something to help you in combat, not just at the end. Now for my favorite booster of them all. Motivational Shocks is a specific anti-bile option. Anytime you get slowed, by an enemy at least, this applies. It won't eliminate the slowing effect, but it reduces the duration. When facing bile bugs, this can have a huge effect on you. And right now, there is no way to tell if you get a bile army or not. If possible, I like to take this on every Terminid mission. Against robots, it isn't so useful. There can be synergies between different equipment. One of the best examples of this is Experimental Infusion. This affects your combat stims, turning the screen quite yellow. You will be able to run faster and take less damage from attacks. It's a really fun effect, even without the gameplay benefits. If possible, you should combine it with Medic Armor. This gives you more stims and makes each one last longer. Even out of combat, these are useful for getting around the battlefield. When you first join the Helldivers, you have few options. Several suits of armor with a few tiny visual differences. A set of helmets, again with the same variations. One pistol, one rifle, one type of grenade. You also have a limited set of stratagems. One medium machine gun and one orbital precision strike. These are what you were given during the tutorial. They will be what you drop into your first mission with. I should emphasize that this is perfectly adequate. Anytime you face a hard target, the precision strike can get rid of it. Against a horde of enemies, the machine gun is more than good enough. At first, only the very lowest difficulties are unlocked. I vaguely recall starting at difficulty 2, that the tutorial counted as 1. Either way, I guarantee that you won't fight a Bile Titan in your first mission. Many parts of the game are initially locked for that reason. The progression in Helldivers 2 is astonishingly well designed. You can choose to rush ahead, trying to unlock the highest difficulty. As you do, your mission rewards get much greater. On the other hand, if you take things slowly, that works too. You get rewarded for winning, which gives you the weapons to win more. The only way you can avoid progressing is to go too high in the difficulty scale. You don't get anything for losing, so don't do that. Every time you complete a mission, you get two main rewards: requisition slips and experience. For the early game, these are by far the most important. You can think of requisition as being your money. When you need to buy new weapons, they cost a few thousand requisition. Each stratagem also comes with a level requirement. That's where experience comes in. It unlocks these gates. You always gain both resources together in the same ratio. It isn't really possible to farm up one of them without the other. There do exist caches in missions, which may contain requisition slips, but the number you find is so tiny that it doesn't make a real difference. That container might hold 10 requisition, and there will only be a few on the map. Yet by completing the mission, you could get thousands of rec. The balance means that you will have more options than you do rec to spend. Another excellent bit of design: it prompts you to specialize. All Helldivers have to decide on their own priorities. If you rushed up to difficulties 4 and 5, you need anti-tank. Down in levels 1 and 2, your toughest foes are Devastators and Brood Commanders. At difficulty 3, you can encounter Hulks and Chargers. These are a challenge, but you can defeat them without special equipment. Difficulty 4 introduces Bile Titans and Factory Striders. Fighting these without anti-tank weapons is virtually impossible, but if you do tackle those higher difficulties, you'll quickly get appropriate war gear. Heavy armor isn't the only obstacle you might encounter. Let's assume you do end up advancing to the intermediate difficulties. You can't buy every stratagem, not until you're about level 30. Suppose you reach level 5 and you have some rec saved up. Your largest increase in power will be from getting your first 2 stratagems. Those will fill out the empty slots in your build. Bringing a full set of stratagems is always a good idea, even if you don't use them all. For your first pair, it would be possible to make a suboptimal choice. Perhaps you take 3 support weapons when you can only carry 1. If you communicate with your team, that's not actually a bad thing. If they know you can supply their support weapons, they can bring extra orbital strikes. Which brings me to deciding your build. Helldivers 2 does not support a class system of any kind, yet it is an undeniable fact that players will create them. From personal experience, the circus naturally developed into a pair of specialists. One to focus on crowd control, clearing large hordes. The other would focus on heavy weapons, the anti-tank role. Even with our starting weapons, we ended up playing this way. Your team is constantly trying to keep threats away from each other. That quasar cannon is no use when the soldier holding it is bogged down. The man on crowd control can't do much with a Hulk chasing him. The better you do your job, the more time your team has to get on with theirs. Suppose you were to opt for the crowd control role. Your first choice of stratagem might be the stalwart machine gun, perhaps a machine gun turret as well. Later on, the grenade launcher, demolition and crowd control at the same time. From there, you could pick up the flamethrower and a minefield, the orbital gatling and gas strikes, or the Eagle cluster bomb. If you chose the heavy weapons, you might start with an AMR. Then you proceed to the recoilless and the EAT. Eventually, you'll try the quasar cannon and the railgun. No matter what you specialize in, the exosuits will be tempting. There are more options than just heavy and light, of course. You could take a bit of everything, so you can be a lone wolf. You could take only artillery barrages, but please don't. Maybe you want to be the guy with all the lasers. You can build around Starship Troopers, Predator, Terminator, and much more. Even something inspired by Jango Fett would be possible. All of these are valid paths of progression. You will need to pass up some options until much later. Every permutation will work, and with similar power levels. Very few are mutually exclusive, so you'll get to use any set you like. It would be exceptionally difficult to unlock a set that makes you weak. Even if such a thing was possible, you'll be able to fix it after just a few more missions. You might want to unlock the lowest level stratagems first. Maybe you'll save up for a few really appealing things. Or maybe you just want every turret and every orbital strike. rank. Whatever your priorities, the last options will come much later. Usually, that will mean going back through the list at a high level. Any options you skipped over will likely be cheap. Once you have nothing better to spend requisition on, why not grab them? That's how the stratagem and level progression works. Do missions, get resources, level up, buy new tools. The level system also comes with an entirely useless detail. Every 5 levels, you gain a new rank and title. You can equip this in the character customizer. Each title comes with its own unique heraldic crest. If you buy the expensive edition, you can have a special yellow title. We also have war bonds that offer a new title and its badge. But war bonds are for our next section. These titles don't really mean anything. You can keep a lower rank. It's a very common thing to see a level that doesn't match the title. Most people select the newest title, but they don't mean anything. The rate of titles drops off beyond level 50. Instead of every 5 levels, you get one every 10. That's because the level cap was raised from 50 to 150 a few months after launch. If you happen to find any requisition slips in the world, you can keep them. The moment you pick them up, the number is added to your current balance. Actually, that requisition is instantly granted to every Helldiver in your team. No matter what happens, you get to keep it. The same applies to medals and super credits, which we'll cover soon. As for your mission rewards, you only get those if you win. Note that Super Earth defines winning as completion of mission objectives. As soon as your primary objectives are complete, you've won. It doesn't matter if your entire team is slaughtered a moment later. You still get the XP and requisition from the mission. You miss out on some bonus XP and rec if someone doesn't survive. Victory is more important than staying alive.
There is no greater honor than defending our way of life. Remember, winning is more important than living.
To me, that system has a massive gap in it. Surely there should be something to reward you for living to fight another day, even if it's just for recovering your heavy weapons at the end of a mission. Helldivers 2 already has just such a system. One of the bits of equipment visible on every Helldiver is called the sample container. There is no customization, it's a standardized component. This is what allows you to recover certain items from around the map. Samples can be placed randomly around interesting bits of terrain. You'll often find some around an enemy base, especially after you clear it. There are 3 different grades of sample. Common samples are indicated in green, and they are quite common. Rare samples have an orange icon in the menus. The last one, super samples, are associated with pink. You can find common samples anywhere. All the others require you to be on higher difficulties. At least difficulty 4 to get rare samples, and 6 for super samples. That last one used to be at 7, but they were moved down to a lower rating. Not everyone is comfortable on difficulty 7, and samples are necessary. When you want to farm for any kind of them, go for the highest difficulty you can manage. There are more of each type on a more challenging map. What makes samples different from every other resource is where they live. Each time you pick up a sample, it goes in your sample container. What happens to those samples when a Helldiver dies and gets replaced? The container drops on the ground, just like everything else the Helldiver had on him. If you want to have those samples, someone needs to walk over and pick them up again. Luckily, they're in a box, and the container is very hard to lose. About once a second, dropped containers will beep and flash a yellow light. They also show up on the map. Slight problem. Anywhere you die, something will have killed you. Chances are, it'll still be hanging around that location. If you really want to retrieve those samples, you probably need your team to help. This is the challenge of sample collection. To get any, you need to survive and board the extraction shuttle. When it takes off, any samples are given out to the team. Not divided up, and not to the survivors either. If I collect 10 green samples and you have 1, we both get 11 at the end. Sometimes it's worth sacrificing yourself, if that'll keep those samples safe. Before you do anything exceptionally foolish, it may pay to drop your samples. By holding X, you get a menu that allows you to drop your items. Since it doesn't matter who takes them, this is usually a good thing. If everyone does this, then all your samples can be combined into a single container. Super samples are a little different from the others. They only appear in a single location on the map, as far as I've ever seen. Most of the time, you can find these by looking for an ovoid rock. Conveniently, there's one present in the orbital rail cannon example video. These don't always have super uranium, but they are your best chance. Tag one if you see it. Maybe fight your way to it and pick up the super samples. If possible, track which player picked up the pink ones. You may need to recover those if he dies. Hunting the super samples is a big part of playing on higher difficulties. What can you even do with these samples? So far, they have exactly one purpose. Samples are needed to install upgrade modules for your super destroyer. You can finish the grind to unlock stratagems very easily. Ship modules form the long-term progression system. Each module offers a relatively minor buff to your combat performance. Any single one of them might not make much difference, but 30 of them will. Modules are also a useful way to provide additional flavor text. Some of these are quite funny, and others provide insight into the setting. The 0G breach loading upgrade has to be a joke. Otherwise, the orbital laser and the Gatling guns would be manually muzzle loaded. Some are funny but reasonable, like the polystyrene peanuts being used for sentry armor. It sounds ludicrous on its face, but could actually work. This is a lightweight material that might offer some blast absorption. Other modules have stealth jokes. Advanced Construction mentions cyanoacrylate adhesives to reinforce turrets. We would call that material superglue, but Super Earth does not. The nuclear radar uses a plutonium-210 battery. As far as I can tell, that isn't an isotope we've ever made. Plutonium-210 may not even be physically possible. Like uranium, most of its isotopes are closer to 240. Either this is a very subtle joke, or Super Earth has atomic mastery. Other modules tell us things we can believe entirely. The first upgrade to Eagle aircraft floods the cockpit with liquid. It mentions perfluorocarbons, which is the right liquid for this. Liquid breathing is a classic bit of sci-fi and science.
So there's a bit of anxiety here. Now he's starting to relax. He's breathing fine.
The idea is that this liquid has a density much closer to that of your body. For our purposes, that means the pilot can handle more G-forces. The Eagle can make tighter turns and return to you faster. That means less delay between each strafing run. Ship modules also allow you to show off. Anytime a team is aboard your super destroyer, they can see the interior. After every mission, people can see your Eagle upgrades. Before every mission, they can see how many orbital guns you've added. Other modules are visible too, but not as obvious. Some modules give more useful benefits than others. If you don't use turrets, then sentry upgrades lack appeal. You should prioritize the bonuses that will be most useful to you. However, the costs escalate as you add more per category. The first bridge module might be less than 100 common samples. By the third or fourth, you'll need rare samples too. The fourth and fifth will take super samples and requisition as well. It takes so long to collect these that you might as well branch out. Getting the first 2 modules in each section is easier than getting 5 of one type. That covers the main progression systems, levels and requisition to get more stratagems, returning with samples to upgrade your ship modules. No matter how many of these systems you engage with, you won't get new equipment. You'll be wearing the default armor, using the default Liberator rifle, default pistol, standard issue grenades. Requisition cannot help you to replace any of that. Now comes the time where we need to talk about monetization. This is the part where I have some mildly negative things to say. Monetization has become quite a dirty word in the gaming community, or at least I thought it had. Maybe not anymore. When I were a lad, a good game would get an expansion pack. This meant enough content to justify putting a new box on physical shelves. You would be expected to fill at least one CD-ROM with new data. Kids these days will classify an expansion as being DLC. They can hear the words horse armor and think nothing of it. Spending $100 inside a game is called a microtransaction. Someone will argue that it's not pay to win unless you can't lose. Loot boxes fill people with a sense of pride and accomplishment. Grindy mechanics are added to games so you can pay to bypass them. None of that is directly relevant to Helldivers 2. I just wanted to set the scene to remind everyone of the environment. Games used to be a product contained within the box you paid for. If your modem was unplugged, that was none of the game's business. Having a shop inside your game client would have been abhorrent. If you wanted to update your game, you would download the precise patch you wanted. Helldivers 2 is not one of those good old games, but it kind of feels like it could have been. A game that is more interested in gameplay than selling you things. To be fair, H2 does include an in-game shop. You can pay real money to get super credits. Those credits are used in the Superstore to buy armor and helmets. But that is all you can buy. Only armor and helmets, never anything else. Helmets are completely useless, by the way. There does not exist a helmet that's any better or worse than the standard. You can't take helmets off, and you can't find one that has any effect whatsoever. Nor is the Superstore the only way to get new helmets. These are just an optional extra to go with the armor sets. I can't see anything objectionable about the helmet shop. Now the armor, that's a slightly different story. These do have stats that affect your gameplay. There are also passive effects on every suit of armor. The value of armor is mostly tied to the combination of stats and passive trait. Take medic armor, for example. You can get this passive for free. However, it only comes on medium armor. The Superstore can offer you heavy medic and light medic armor. You can get heavy armor with extra armor added. You can get light armor with extra armor. These aren't necessarily better than the rest, but you might think they are. You never need to pay for new armor, even if you might want to. There are two other things you need to know about the Superstore. First, you don't have to buy super credits. Just by playing the game normally, you'll find them in the world. It genuinely doesn't take too long to save up for armor. If you want one suit in particular, you can eventually get it. A finite amount can gradually come from the War Bond system. When you find caches during a mission, you can do that as much as you like. I don't remember seeing anything in the shop for more than 400 credits. Given that each cache holds 10 super creds, that takes 40 of them. Assuming you find one cache per day, that's just over a month. If you play for more than an hour each day, much faster. Very reasonable indeed. That brings me to the only part of Helldivers that feels slimy. The Superstore has exactly 2 suits of armor in it. You buy the helmets independently from the rest of the suit, but there are more than 2 suits of armor in the game. The Superstore has a timer constantly counting down. After that hits 0, the armor is swapped out for another 2 sets. There is no indication of when a given armor will show up again. Those 2 are your only options. You can't spend credits on anything else. I've only seen this system in Dead by Daylight before. Why it exists is obvious, to exploit your brain patterns. Time pressure is a known technique for haggling. You don't have time to think about the deal for long. If you delay, the item will be gone, potentially forever. Eventually it might come back, but you don't know that. Why not just put in your credit card right now? Clearly, this is effective or they wouldn't do it that way, but it is blatantly manipulative, and I don't enjoy seeing it. The final system of progression is the War Bond. I've alluded to these a few times before, they're very important. Every rifle, grenade, pistol, and booster will come from these. Unless you spend a lot of real money, the same goes for armor and helmets. It would be fair to say War Bonds are the primary system of progression. Everything else exists to support them. While you could fight without them, it wouldn't be nearly as fun. War Bonds also give you capes, creds, boosters, cards, and animations. They are a great bit of the game, arguably one of its better choices. However, the War Bond system may seem familiar. There exists a term in modern games, Season Pass. I believe this is derived from the world of sports. One could buy a season ticket in order to watch the London Jets play football. For Borderlands 2, a season pass meant selling you DLC that didn't exist yet. This lines up perfectly with the season ticket, paying in advance. You get a specific number of items, even though you can't access them all at once. There's nothing wrong with this concept. It's a valid way to sell software. SnowRunner does the same thing, packaging a group of DLCs together. In that case, they are called year passes instead of season. That is not the current meaning of Season Pass. I can't tell you the precise origin of this new devilry. It appeared in World of Tanks, but surely not for the first time. The idea of a monetization Season Pass is quite simple. Take your money and give nothing back, then ask for more money. You are required to buy in, paying significant premium currency. This gets you nothing directly, only the chance to unlock it. Participating in the standard gameplay will earn season points. These go into a linear chain of rewards. You automatically unlock new items with these points, then start on the next tier. Often there will be a free track, with a few lesser rewards. That exists to put everyone into the Season Pass system. Season passes exist on a timer, lasting weeks or months. When the timer runs out, you get to keep all the items you unlocked. And that's it. Those items are now gone forever. No new supply of them will ever enter the game. You will have to wait for the next cool thing. Unless you could pay money to unlock those later rewards right now. Then you could get them before they are taken away. You really ought to pay more money, otherwise you've just wasted the other money. These are key aspects of the Season Pass system: time-limited, linear, grindy, and with paid cheats. Now that we know our enemy, let's get back to Helldivers 2. War bonds are suspiciously similar to Season Passes. They walk like a Season Pass and quack like a Season Pass. You can find the war bonds in the acquisition menu anytime you're not in a mission. This is exactly the same place they keep the Superstore and Super Credits. There is a linear progression through tiers. A free track exists, and it's smaller than the paid one. Despite how it looks, this is not actually a Season Pass system. I thought they were at first, but war bonds are something better. At the very top of the Warbond list, there is a free option. Its title is Helldivers Mobilize. Interestingly, the cover art has the name written in American. The title text in the game itself is translated into English. It's listed as a standard warbond, contrasted with premium warbonds. This implies there may be another standard one in future. Until that one comes out, start with Helldivers Mobilize. That is the intended pace of the game, with costs escalating as you go deeper. The weapons and armor provided have been carefully placed. You can pay to bypass that, but it may not improve your experience. There is certainly a grind involved in unlocking a warbond. Each one is partially linear, but with room for choice. What sets warbonds apart is that they are not limited by time. Every warbond that has existed is still available in the game, sitting there waiting for you whenever you're ready. Without the aspect of time pressure, there's no incentive to skip through. You can't pay anything to get to the end of a warbond faster. All you can do to speed it up is to play on higher difficulties. Those give more rewards, unless you fail missions often enough to offset that. The currency used to unlock warbond items is called medals. These are awarded mostly for completing missions and orders. The more missions in an operation, the more those medals escalate. At difficulty 7, you get 6 medals for the first mission completion. The second gives 8 medals, and the third gives 10. Nowhere in the game will tell you so, but this encourages cooperation. You have an incentive to jump into someone else's game and make sure they succeed. Every game you enter has a chance of being the last one of the operation. That means you do the same mission, but you could get extra rewards for it. Medals can come from 2 other sources. Like super credits, you can find them in the world during missions. This is a very minor supplement to your normal medal income, nice for a few bonus ones here and there. It would be almost impossible to match the medals for mission completion. The other source is following optional objectives. At any given time, there will be a major order and a personal order. Major orders give you an incentive to fight on specific worlds. If those go well, everyone who participated will get medals. These are a lump sum of about 50 medals after a week. Personal orders are usually kill X number of this enemy. Completing these will give 15 medals, and they refresh daily. To spend the medals, you must select a warbond. Every warbond is divided into a certain number of pages. The standard warbond has 10, and premium warbonds each have 3. A page consists of a 5x3 grid filled with various items. In almost every case, a page has exactly 8 items. So far, the exceptions go as high as 9 and as low as 6. Armor always gets a 2x2 cell to itself. Helmets and capes have a 1x1 slot. Primary weapons get a 2x1 cell. Pistols and grenades are 1x2. The largest item in the grid is a 2x3 exosuit skin. Every item has its medal price clearly displayed. These pages are what make a warbond partially linear. They do provide a set of tiers that you have to progress through in order. Your next page is always locked by the number of medals spent in the warbond. A player may unlock any combination of items in any order. The most expensive unlocks are usually weapons and armor. If you want to progress quickly to the next page, focus on these. On the other hand, if you want to gain power, also focus on those. Typically, it will take 5 items purchased before the next page unlocks. If you went for the cheapest items, it would take more. I haven't run the numbers, but you may need one of the most expensive ones. Even if you have no use for them, the next page requires spent medals. Most players will rush ahead to the next page to get new equipment. That comes at a cost. Items on each page are more expensive than the last. Some players will prefer to exhaust page 1 before moving on. That seems to be a suboptimal decision, since some items are cosmetic. By upgrading your weapons and armor, you can tackle harder missions. These give more medals as a reward, letting you progress faster. Going back to the early pages will be a quick process by the end. Expensive items on the late pages can cost over 100 medals. Cheap items on early pages cost 1 to 10. For the same amount as one item, you could get a dozen. The standard warbond, Helldivers Mobilize, provides everything you need. All 3 weights of armor with various passive effects, a set of grenades, and multiple types of pistol. Enough primary weapons to suit any playstyle. Shotguns, assault rifles, marksman rifles, submachine guns. Naturally, they even have the most important part, cosmetic options. Visual variety that has no effect whatsoever in battle. Still, these allow you to judge other players based on more than their levels. Showing off your cool stuff is an important part of any multiplayer game. The natural impulse is to put your most prestigious gear on. However, it often looks better to use lower tier equipment. One of my favorite helmets is from page 2, and the armor is page 5. Now it's time to talk about the premium warbonds. These cost 1,000 super credits each to access. They have only 3 pages instead of 10, with faster scaling. Page 3 of a premium warbond consumes more medals than the standard one. Personally, I appreciate this. It sends you back to the standard warbond. You don't lose access to that by selecting a premium warbond. In theory, you could buy all the warbonds before playing a single mission. Even in that case, you would have an incentive to use the standard bond. If you're spending medals to gain the most utility, premium warbonds would lag behind. There is something we should bring up here. You can buy warbonds with money, which gives you arms and armor. Some of these are mediocre and others are great. Premium warbonds are needed to get what are arguably the best pistols in the game. The same goes for the best primary weapon and best grenades. It would be harder to make a case for the best armor, especially given the superstore. Still, you could claim that premium warbond armor is the best. Does that mean Helldivers 2 is pay to win?
Spend your extra cash today.
Let's start with the standard excuse. It doesn't matter if it's pay to win, because you don't need to pay. Every warbond offers super credits, even the free one. At the end of Helldivers Mobilize, you'll have 750 credits. Completing that will take a long time, in which you'll find credits. If you want just one premium warbond, saving up for 1,000 is not difficult. Getting a second premium warbond will take real money though. By the time you've played enough to accumulate those credits, you might as well buy them. Most games are not this generous. Looking at it from another angle, the paid weapons really aren't that much better. Granted, some are very useful and unique. There are no free concussive weapons or explosive ones, but concussive weapons are weaker than their standard versions. The grenade pistol is great for demolition, but you can get support weapons to do the same things. After the Adjudicator was reworked, there are no premium marksman rifles. The standard warbond offers you a great set of shotguns. If you want a one-handed weapon, there's a free SMG, 2 of them if you count the machine pistol. On page 10, you even find the Scorcher, one of the best weapons in the game. If you find yourself struggling in the game, I guarantee it isn't for lack of money. A sufficiently skilled player can do well with the default rifle and pistol. No matter how high you set the difficulty, that loadout is viable. By the time you bring in the complete free warbond, you have enough. While a paying player might have more variety, those are all side grades. I do not consider Helldivers to be a pay-to-win game. The monetization does set off all kinds of alarm bells. At first glance, these systems look bad. However, upon closer inspection, I see nothing wrong. The things that look like season passes are actually quite good. Even the time pressure of the Superstore isn't that bad. Overall, I'm very happy with the game's design. Everything seems to have a positive outcome for the players and the devs. Every time you launch the game, what are the first words you see? What are the first words you hear?
Super Earth, our home.
Super Earth. I'll give you a moment to finish thinking about Superman. This is a phenomenal bit of world building. It concisely implies planetary unification. This is obviously necessary if you're running an interstellar empire. You can't deal with Asia Pass when you have Canada and Persia to worry about. It isn't clear exactly when this happened, which is fine. The only question is where it was in relation to the development of space travel. I've seen no mention of generation ships, a traditional first step, nor of sleeper ships or anything else of the sort. It's possible that automatons are descended from unmanned colonies. As far as we can see, all human colonies belong to Super Earth. Somewhere in the timeline, humanity developed FTL technology. Every once in a while, your super destroyer will broadcast a message. Alcubierre drive calibration complete. Some of you may be as familiar with this term as the name Jean-Luc. Despite sounding suspiciously French, this is a sensible choice. The rest of you may know it as the warp drive from Star Trek. The basic idea is that the drive distorts space to create a warp bubble. This lets you bypass the speed limit by virtue of being annoying.
Initiating FTL jump to the Hellmeyer system. Jump complete.
Actually, you say, my vessel is not moving faster than light. It's standing perfectly still inside a bubble of space. And since that bubble has no ship registry, you can't stop me. This may or may not have coincided with reaching a certain sector. I'm going to assume they got this far by using dilithium. Eventually, they arrived at the planet Termin. It looked like a bit of a hellhole, but still worth investigating. They swiftly made two discoveries, one after the other. First, that this planet is swarming with giant bug monsters. Second, that when you kill them, these monsters decay into black sludge. After the first battle of Termin, it got rather sticky underfoot. These vile beasts were named the Terminids, after the planet. When the black bug goop was analyzed, it got its own name. This element 710 would be of critical importance in future. It turns out that E710 has an application as hyperdrive fuel. Specimens of Terminid were captured and shipped off-world. Before long, farms had been established to breed these monsters. This led to a system of raising, slaughtering, and harvesting the bugs. More importantly, doing it on an industrial scale. This was an efficient way to produce countless barrels of E710. However, that is not the situation right now. At some point, we are told that the bugs escaped the farms. Perhaps they mutated, or the herds got too big. For all we know, Titans will appear above a certain population size. It isn't clear if there was a farm on every world, or just Super Earth. We also aren't certain how the bugs managed to infest other worlds. Nevertheless, they have started to spread across the galaxy. In our current landscape, they have claimed a large region. This has shifted Super Earth's approach. Bugs, as essential as they are vile. Never forget, element 710 extraction is as important as eradication. We Helldivers are out here, bringing liberty to the worlds. In the process, we cull the bugs with surgical precision. You might not think so, but compare a grenade to an orbital barrage. I think we can agree that one of these is less untidy. This can continue as long as Super Earth can liberate worlds from the bugs. Hopefully, we'll develop more secure farms, but that won't be needed until the galaxy itself is secure. It's also worth noting that Super Earth describes the bugs as fascist.
They murdered good citizens of Super Earth. Now, they're coming for you.
That doesn't even sound remotely possible. Those aren't people, they're Terminids. They don't have the capacity for abstract thought or ideology. The word is just being used to mean, that faction I don't like. More than that, it's the kettle calling the fridge black. I can think of one society that Benito might have approved of. One in a state of total war, where companies get too cozy with the government. Those who live in nice houses shouldn't throw mini-nukes. They might land on your own front lawn. But I think that's quite enough treason for one day. Please rise for the Super Earth Anthem. we have an interesting detail about how Super Earth is organized. Thanks to the mandatory Freedom of Assignment program, every citizen gets to decide which government-provided career best suits their dreams. That is certainly a nice idea on the surface. There may be details we aren't aware of. For example, can you change your mind? Are you permitted to reassign yourself once every 3 years? Another question is where you might be assigned. Perhaps you chose a career that isn't in demand on your homeworld. If the government has to go along with that, you obviously can't stay there. On the other hand, based on the recruitment ads, it seems clear that one change is an option. You are always permitted to join the Helldivers. If this counts as freedom of assignment, they cannot turn you away. On the other hand, you do need a certain aptitude. If you can't figure out how to duck, you won't survive training. Likewise, if you bleed out during the stims section. Once you pass your training, you are put into a cryopod. Anytime you return from another ship, it's in a cryopod. When visiting another super destroyer, you come out of a cryopod. If you're just traveling a few hundred meters, it hardly seems worthwhile. Why freeze you for something so minor? We'll come back to the question of cold storage in a moment. Last time I looked at the galaxy map, almost 2 billion Helldivers had died. When your teammate dies, you call for reinforcements.
Reinforcing!
But the guy who comes out looks just the same as the last one. He has the same equipment, same stratagems, same name. And if he was the leader, he takes you back to the same super destroyer. It's almost like there exist multiple instances of the same person. This would make a certain amount of sense. There may be only a few 100,000 templates. When you die, a new cryopod comes off the rack. He gets defrosted and hurried straight into the Hellpod. This explains how duplicates work, and the limited reinforcements. It takes a long time to instantiate a new clone. If you die too fast, they just run out of spares. It also explains why there are so many Liberator rifles lying around. Each clone needs a new one for his drop. Of course, if this is just a clone, then how can you remember dying? There would need to be some mental process involved as well. As each Helldiver comes out of cryo, his memories are updated, most likely with a differential backup, so you aren't overwriting good synapses. The more I think about it, the more Super Earth would benefit. As long as the original template was loyal, every instance of him will be. None of them should live long enough to diverge much anyway. And if something does go wrong, you can just roll back to a previous version. Now here's the really crazy idea. If we accept all of that, there's no reason your super destroyer has to be your ship. You might share that ship with a dozen different Helldivers. All of them think the ship is their personal destroyer. The only evidence to the contrary would be the name painted on the side. But if we have energy shields, we can figure out a way to update that. Think about it, we don't see Helldivers getting time off. When you open the game client, it says Defrosting Helldiver. What is your ship doing for the other 23 hours of the day? I have nothing to support this idea, but it is consistent with the evidence. Actually, there is one implication here. Try heading over to Service Technician Sandberg. There isn't a lot of choice, but this is one of our favorite NPCs.
Nobody back home can believe I get to talk to Helldivers every day. I mean, I don't blame them. All of us had Helldiver posters all over our bedrooms growing up. I still have to pinch myself sometimes.
She mentions renting the tools she needs for her job from Super Earth. At a fair rate, too, so that's very nice to hear. Look over at the crate next to her. The cordless drill is actually a welder, one of those tools she mentioned. The other items are stuff used by Helldivers, not technicians. One of those items is a stratagem beacon. There are 3 Liberator frames lying around, a data pad, an ammo box for the MG-43 machine gun. All of those are to be expected from anybody's super destroyer. However, there are some others. An incendiary mine, which appears to be active. Good thing you can't stand on top of those crates, or we might have a problem. There are also 2 stun grenades and 1 thermite grenade. Those are present even if you haven't unlocked the mines or grenades. Clearly, those are for the other Helldiver shifts. Then again, maybe they don't mean anything. This crate table has a drum magazine on it. That would be no big deal if it was a drum mag for a breaker variant. However, this one doesn't hold shotgun shells. There are clearly bullets inside, and it looks the right size to fit a Liberator magwell. We don't have a Liberator that feeds from a drum magazine. There is no attachment system for customizing those things. There's also a grenade lying on the floor behind the technician. That doesn't match any known pattern of grenade issued by Super Earth. There are 2 other people aboard ship that are worth mentioning. It would be more, but I can't tell where our brave pilots hang out. The first one you see is Shipmaster Vander Hyder.
You know, this destroyer has enough ordnance to level a small moon. I've done the calculations myself.
Her job is to keep the super destroyer running. If the ship is low on food, fuel, or hand grenades, she needs to order more. In any other universe, she would probably be the ship's captain. Despite her critical position, Shipmaster is the third most important. Where the other two fit in is open for speculation. We are told that the super destroyer belongs to its Helldiver. Borrowed from Super Earth, yes, and not transferable. Still, it's supposed to operate by your command. As far as we can see, that's exactly how it does work. The ship flies anywhere you tell it with no interference. Nobody ever interrupts your commands. You can go to any fight in the known universe. All of these are perfectly valid, even the futile ones. The person I'm putting second in the hierarchy is on the bridge. His title is the Democracy Officer.
Choose an operation and free this world from tyranny.
Mostly, he tells you things you already know. Sometimes he will contact you on the surface.
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more.
His entire purpose is to boost your morale by reading out inspirational lines from his pre-approved list. Or rather, his purpose is to monitor and maintain morale. Democracy Officer sounds a bit like Political Officer.
Are toilet stalls dissident hideouts?
Or in other words, he is a commissar. I only regret that I have but one ship's worth of lives to give to our cause. In the event of a rogue Helldiver, the commissar would find out.
There is but one sentence commensurate to the crime of treason.
It would then be his duty to execute and replace you. In a best-case scenario, that means instantiating a new cryopod. On the other hand, if Helldivers are mortal, he requests a fresh recruit. Technically, this might put him at a higher rank. However, I don't think that's accurate. Rather, a disloyal soldier is unfit for duty. That would mean even a technician outranks you. The presence of the Democracy Officer explains something else. Why can't you visit all those peaceful worlds? Because that would be a waste of fuel. You may not try to send the ship away from the front lines. If you did, the Commissar would be forced to replace you, and we can't have that, so you will not try. He will let you visit any world you have justification for, and that's all. Now, here's one last detail to end on. The Democracy Officer has a room that's off-limits to crew. That would be his personal sauna.
Reminder, the Democracy Officer's personal sauna is off-limits to crew.
This message gives the impression of wasteful luxury. I don't think that's necessarily the case, though. For all we know, this is a tiny room with a few steam vents. There is only room for one person inside at a time. It would hardly be his personal sauna if it's always in use. Perhaps the crew have their own version as well. There's something else to consider about these various ships. What altitudes do they each operate at? Helldivers clearly has slightly harder sci-fi than the full Magic version. Super Destroyers and Star Destroyers are incapable of hovering. In fact, the Super Destroyer seems very similar to the Victory class. Both ships are capable of entering the atmosphere for a short time. That means the high atmosphere, in a low and unstable orbit, one that you have to boost back out of before long. That is the origin of the mission timer. When that runs low, your Super Destroyer reports in.
Weaponry!
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
The message says that they can't stay this low for much longer. Eventually, the destroyer is forced to return to a stable orbit, something above the atmosphere, where it won't fall out of the sky. This will also be related to holding position above the battle. Your ships seem to stay in the same location relative to the ground. That just makes the existing challenges even harder. We see some screens aboard ship with this information, icons of super destroyers in various orbits. Some are much closer to the surface than others. Of course, this doesn't just apply to the destroyer. Your Eagle aircraft are flying around up there. When the destroyer is low in the atmosphere, that's just fine. The Eagle can fly up to it using aerodynamics and air-breathing engines. Clearly, the Eagle docks before the destroyer returns to space. That isn't the case for the Pelican. My initial assumption was that it behaves like a Lat Eye. Those fill a similar role in Star Wars, with one notable feature. They can be deployed from space, but can't return to orbit. For the Pelican, it still works after the destroyer leaves. I still believe that it's mostly an XCOM Skyranger. Those are air-breathing jet engines which don't work in space. However, the Pelican has a tank full of oxidizer. As long as you fill that, it can switch to closed cycle mode. That gives it just enough thrust to kick it back up into orbit. Somewhere the Super Destroyer can pick it up to dock. We don't have explicit confirmation of these limits. It's unclear how much of this is normal and how specialized our tools are. For example, the Super Destroyer is for ground assault. Its weaponry is all designed around supporting elite infantry. We also know of a Liberty-class cruiser. It seems likely these would have a different set of features. There would be no need for them to operate in the atmosphere. Presumably, the Liberty is a naval vessel. It's built to fight other capital ships in deep space or high orbit.
My life!
Helldiver KIA deploying replacement.
One of the most unusual features in Helldivers 2 is the stratagem menu. This is how you communicate with the Super Destroyer in orbit. There are two major components required for a Helldiver to use stratagems. The first is a tablet strapped to the inside of your left forearm. It acts as a menu system, allowing you to select the type of orbital support. The other half is what I call the beacon, or stratagem orb. This is a small metal object a little larger than a fist or grenade. When thrown, it may or may not bounce before coming to a stop. A column of light spills upward from its final resting place. And I do mean final, because that beacon is the target. Something will come down on it, and the ball is not likely to survive most choices. I have, of course, left out the most remarkable part. To select a specific stratagem, one does not scroll through a list. Helldivers enter a series of inputs by swiping the tablet in 4 directions. To the player, this means holding down Control and pressing the movement keys. Right 3 times, for example, will call down an orbital airburst strike. I can't tell you the codes for other stratagems, because my brain doesn't know them. The knowledge is in my fingers, and I can enter them very quickly. Not all of them, but I can do a reinforce or resupply very easily. When first seeing this system, there is an obvious comparison. People will say Dance Dance Revolution, a famous rhythm game. That is the point of comparison because DDR uses arrow keys. Well, in theory it uses pressure sensors on the floor. Helldivers is not a rhythm game, though. It has one critical difference. Rhythm is about timing. You can make a functional rhythm game with only one button. Helldivers has no timing to it. You can enter a code at any speed. In theory, you could wait 10 minutes between each input. If you rebind the input keys, you could do this while running around the map. Doing it faster is better, but it absolutely is not a requirement. From a game design perspective, this is a good way to overload your controls. For example, in Fallout New Vegas, you have a torch. It took me tens of hours to find that out because of control overloading. The limited buttons on a controller meant they couldn't have a torch button. They solved this by attaching it to B, the menu button. Press B to bring up the inventory, hold B to toggle your torch. For the keyboard control, we would expect it to be on F. The American word for torch is flashlight, so this makes a certain amount of sense. It's a convenient key, and it isn't being used for anything else. Instead, New Vegas has you hold the tab key. This is overloading, attaching 2 functions to a single key. Overloading in Helldivers is much more subtle and effective. For a start, it uses the movement keys, WASD by default. You can also rebind it to IJKL or the cursor keys. If you have a gamer mouse aimed at Dota or MMOs, you could use those thumb buttons, or any other combination you like. Personally, I have no desire to rebind these controls. Reusing the movement keys would be painful, if not for the modifier. You need to hold down Control to change mode, so it doesn't happen by accident. The other key advantage is that there is no timing aspect. Standard overloading usually involves some kind of long press. You see this a lot on touchscreen devices, where there is no right click. The problem with this approach is the delay. To use a given function, you press the button and wait. There is nothing you can do to speed it up. Waiting is all you can do. In Helldivers, you have a set of inputs that work instantly. As long as you hit the buttons in the right order, it works. The only limitation is how fast your fingers can dance across the keyboard. You never need to wait, but you always have the option to wait. Sometimes you enter most of a combination, then avoid the last key. Maybe that Bile Titan is about to die, and you can save your orbital strike. Alternatively, you could finish entering the stratagem code. To delay the call-in, just hold on to the ball instead of throwing it. That's a fine idea, one that I use quite often myself. However, you need to remember that this is technology, not magic. The beacon orb is designed to be thrown and to activate upon landing. It doesn't know that you were hit by a rocket and dropped the ball at your feet. The super destroyer in orbit doesn't know that either. They are going to do exactly what you asked them to. Open fire on the beacon, the one that just landed on the ground next to you. You'd better start running and be more careful in future. The first stratagem you ever use is the orbital precision strike.
Firing orbital strike. Automaton outpost destroyed.
A very powerful shot when used in the right context. Originally, its main purpose was for demolition, stationary targets. This was enforced by a 4-second delay before the shot lands. At almost any speed, an enemy would move out of the blast radius. You could try to throw it ahead, but enemies don't cooperate. The precision strike was vastly improved in patch 1.000.400. Documentation says it was reduced from 4 seconds to 2 seconds. However, the game menu lists it as 1 second. Whatever the delay, the updated version works far better. Against many targets, the old version was impractical. It was often faster and safer to use another weapon. With its much faster call-in, the precision strike is entirely viable. Its cooldown is low enough that it'll be available when you need it. Smaller buildings can be destroyed rapidly, even from a bad angle. Large enemies are often slow enough to be hit, at least by the explosion. It can also be used against a cluster of small monsters. Generally speaking, the precision strike is not the best tool for the job. Against buildings, you can often use a man-portable weapon. For tanks and titans, there are lasers and railguns. Swarms of monsters have their own dedicated solutions, like grenades. What matters is that the orbital precision strike is always decent. It will be fairly good in any scenario, and it will be ready again soon. The perfect is the enemy of the good, and this is very good indeed. Most Helldivers will put it aside after unlocking other options. After the Atlas cannon was upgraded, it became one of my favorite stratagems. Often displaced by specialized options, but never a bad idea. The orbital Gatling barrage is another low-level option. Personally, I skipped over this to focus on other stratagems. This used to be a distinctly lackluster stratagem. The barrage doesn't use ordinary bullets, these are autocannon shells. That means they have a small explosive radius and are not anti-tank caliber. Autocannon rounds will ping harmlessly off any kind of heavy armor. The original Gatling barrage was strictly for use against small targets with light armor. This is a problem. You know what else is good at the same job? The standard issue Liberator assault rifle, or nearly any other weapon. Orbital Gatling was a solution to a problem nobody had. After the rotary autocannons were upgraded, this became more attractive. The Gatling barrage could now pierce heavy armor. There were several other changes made. More rounds, fired faster, more often. Suddenly, the orbital Gatling stopped being what we call a noob trap. It was no longer a waste of currency or a waste of stratagem slots. This is still a specialized barrage for the small fry. You won't be killing tanks and chargers effectively with the Gatling. Anytime you see a cluster of enemies and a choke point, well, that's perfect. The perfect scenario to use this is on a bug breach, where enemies spawn in a known location. When trying to escape on the landing pad, this can cover one flank. Once upon a time, the orbital airburst was similar to the orbital Gatling. Both included the warning about heavy armor. Their roles were similar, clearing out light and medium enemies. The main difference is the shot pattern. The airburst is simultaneous. When the shell explodes, its shrapnel hits all at once. This sounds like a strict downgrade from the Gatling barrage, and it would be. What the description doesn't tell you is that the airburst strike is a salvo. The first shell explodes, then a second, and a third. It lasts almost as long as the Gatling barrage. The best way to use the airburst is to drop it on a target-rich environment. Like with the Gatling strike, this most commonly means either a bug breach or an enemy camp. The main difference is that the airburst is completely helpless against armored enemies. Those tend to be large and can often shield smaller foes from the blast. On the other hand, if you brought anti-tank, you can deal with a hard target or two. Given that, the airburst is perfectly capable of dealing with a patrol or nest. Another advantage of the airburst is that it has a particularly easy stratagem code. Write 3 times and then throw the ball. Along with its fast call-in time, this makes for the fastest response in the game. Now we come to the dangerous options. The orbital airburst and Gatling are perfectly lethal, of course. However, they are also predictable. As long as you stay 10 or 20 meters from the beacon, you should be entirely safe. The danger zone is quite clearly defined by all the impacts happening within it. Not so for the orbital high explosive barrages. There are 3 things to say about them: powerful, random, and long. Powerful, in that anything they hit will be seriously damaged, at least. For a human, 120mm high explosive shells are painful, by which I mean they can send your lifeless body flying across the map. Random, in that it's hard to find the safe radius. However far away you think is safe, run 2 or 3 times that far. The only person who can safely use these is one who knows they are never safe. Finally, long means that the shelling continues for the better part of a minute. From a certain point of view, this is a good thing. More shells means more damage, and more bugs exterminated. When you're trying to get things done, though, it's counterproductive. The barrage puts an area off limits for the duration. It can be the best possible option if you know what you're doing. More often than not, though, it marks someone as being a liability. Calling down an HE barrage needs both awareness and communication. This means they're either used by veterans or newbies, and not much in between. Perhaps the previous barrage was too safe for you. Its area is confined to roughly the size of an enemy camp. What if there was an option that was worse in every way? Larger shells, so that any Helldivers are less likely to survive. A longer call-in delay before the damage starts. Wider dispersion, so that nowhere is safe to stand. A longer duration, so that nobody can move into the target area. What you need is the orbital 380mm HE barrage. Everything good and bad about the 120mm, but even more so. The splash radius doesn't scale as fast as the dispersion. That means it's possible for a target to survive in the middle of the barrage. The 380mm barrage isn't all bad. Normally it is a bad choice, but there are ways to use it well. The hardest aspect is finding a concentration of enemies to justify it. For some of the largest automaton bases, they have enough sprawl. On the Terminid side, sometimes there are clusters of nests. For anything less, the 380mm is usually a bad option. You may notice that the in-game description mentions communication. This is imperative if you want to be part of the team. Bringing an orbital HE barrage is usually the sign of a new player. For that reason, we usually forgive 1 or 2 bad decisions with it. However, persistent mistakes are a bad sign. Those indicate a reckless disregard for your fellow soldier at best. Unrepentant misuse of barrages will be interpreted as malice. Orbital artillery can be powerful, but dangerous. Most of that is down to unpredictability. You know where the beacon landed, but it's hard to gauge the safe area. Worse still, the barrage is called down in a key location. That's where the enemies are, and usually it's where you want to be. Super Earth has come up with a solution to these problems. The orbital walking barrage is the only one to get out of your way. At first, this acts like any other HE barrage. A few shots land next to the beacon, in a slightly tighter group. What makes it unique is that the next salvo lands farther away. The direction is determined by drawing a line from the Helldiver to the beacon. Each volley will land somewhere on this imaginary line. This makes it predictable and reduces the time before you can move into the area. Generally speaking, this makes the walking barrage a superior option. Another advantage is the call-in time, only 2 seconds instead of 4 or 5. Faster, more precise, and allows the territory to be captured sooner. All 3 artillery barrages have the same cooldown between use. Unless you need the sustained bombardment, walking makes sense. And now for something completely different.
Firing orbital laser.
We have left the realm of high-explosive artillery shells. The Super Destroyer is also armed with a continuous laser cannon. This is one of the most popular and most powerful orbital weapons in the entire game. Almost any foe can be destroyed by a single shot from the laser cannon. Shot is a little misleading, since it uses a sustained beam. A very large enemy can soak up all 20 to 30 seconds of the beam before dying. In the absence of hard targets, the laser scythes through everything nearby. This makes the laser perfect for either heavy armor or large swarms. In order to balance the laser, it has a unique limitation among orbitals. After using it 3 times in a mission, you're out of luck. No matter how long you wait, the laser will refuse to fire again. Every other orbital strike can be used as many times as you can wait out the cooldown timer. Given that missions have a limited duration, that still gives them a maximum number of uses. In addition to the limited uses, the orbital laser also has the longest cooldown of its type. With a full 5 minutes between shots, short missions only get 2 uses. It takes 15 minutes to use your allocation, and a blitz is 12. With upgrades, eradicate missions could fit all 3. However, you're likely to win or lose before the 3rd usage. Picking the ideal moment is always the wise move. For the orbital laser, it's even more important. Save one for the final stand at extraction time if you can. For the other 2 call-ins, I suggest major objectives. Another option is to use them reactively on large enemies. Since the orbital laser has a call-in time of 1 second, it will take the pressure off. Though an orbital barrage has the potential to deal more damage, it can also miss. Nothing quite matches the orbital laser for power and flexibility. Its popularity is well deserved. A good stratagem. If the orbital laser is one of the most popular, this is the champion. Of all the strikes, nothing is so ubiquitous as the orbital rail cannon. Like the laser, the rail cannon is aimed automatically. You drop the beacon, and the ship aims for what it sees as most important. Where the laser could take 20 seconds to kill a Titan, the rail cannon is a single shot. It is listed as having 0 seconds of call-in delay. The shot still takes a second to aim and fire, so it isn't fully instant. Against small, medium, and large enemies, the rail cannon is an instant kill. You'll rarely use it against anything smaller than a Hulk or Charger, though. It does work excellently against these heavily armored enemies. The ideal target, though, is the largest possible type: Bile Titans, Factory Striders, and maybe tanks. The Bile Titans are the most unpredictable in terms of effect. Sometimes, a rail cannon may instantly destroy a full-health Titan. Other times, the Titan will just lose a chunk of armor. It's still valuable, but the kill isn't guaranteed. As for the Factory Strider, it would take several rail cannons to destroy. You still need anti-tank weaponry to finish the job, just in case. Now we come to a series of crowd control options. The orbital gas strike is all but useless against heavy armor. It will cause damage, of course, but not enough to be worthwhile. Its true purpose is to act as area denial for small and medium enemies. Like the airburst and Gatling strikes in most respects, the orbital gas strike delivers a single shell that explodes on impact. From there, it creates a cloud that spreads out to cover quite a respectable area. The gas is corrosive, which many people overlook. It eats away at metal and flesh. Despite a clear explanation, many Helldivers assume gas is only effective against bugs. As with every weapon, the gas is capable of causing friendly fire damage. You and your teammates are just as vulnerable to the gas, though you have options. Using a few healing stims should get you through the worst, similar to fire damage. It won't be a fatal mistake, like standing too close to an explosion. Most players will live through the experience, so long as they don't stay in the cloud. If you expect to spend a lot of time inside these gas clouds, you need an exosuit. These walking tanks do not make you invulnerable to claws and explosives. Against gas, the Emancipator and Patriot seem to be completely immune. The same also seems to be true of fire, but that's a story for another stratagem. The orbital gas strike is not useful for its sheer power. What matters most is that it's there when you need it. The gas strike has a cooldown of just over a minute, and the cloud lingers. That means you can have gas dealing damage a large fraction of the time. It also has a very short call-in time of just 1 second. Anytime you see a patrol, there's a good chance gas will be available. Finally, we reach the non-lethal orbital weapons. The EMS strike is quite unlike any previous stratagem. Its largest similarity is to the gas strike, but with a different warhead. Both fire a single shell directly at the beacon and affect an area nearby. All the other properties are the same as well: cooldown and call-in time. The area of effect even seems to have a similar radius. However, the electromagnetic stun strike deals 0 damage. Instead, it causes a field of electric arcs to appear nearby. To a Helldiver, this is quite inconvenient. It slows you to almost 0. In some cases, that can be as dangerous as directly taking damage. One of your key advantages is the ability to keep moving, using the terrain. The description claims that it stuns all targets within radius. I haven't tested that to know how true it is of the largest enemies. It seems likely that larger enemies might withstand the EMS better. On the other hand, the demonstration video shows a charging charger stopped in its tracks. As long as the stun field lasts, any target will probably be disabled. This is only a short-term solution, but it can make a big difference, if only by combining it with a slower, more lethal stratagem. Finally, we have the last non-lethal orbital strike.
Launching smokescreen.
Unlike the gas strike, this one has multiple projectiles. Several shells drop around the beacon, creating a dense smoke screen. Visibility through the smoke is only a meter or two. That works excellently for controlling the vision of your enemies. Drop a smoke strike to hide yourselves from a patrol, and you can avoid a fight. If you're already in a firefight, the smoke will reduce incoming damage. However, it's important to remember that enemies have memory. They know where you were standing and will act accordingly. Automatons will continue aiming in that direction. Terminids will keep walking through the smoke until they find you again. The smoke is of limited use in combat. You will get the most value from using it to avoid combat entirely. For enemies that are aware of you, it is possible to lose them. You can do that even by just running away, but it's not the easiest. Even if so, smoke would help, ideally multiple sources. Smoke grenades, orbital smoke strikes, eagle smoke, and puffballs. That last option is an environmental hazard, so to speak. Some worlds have clusters of beige fungus balls scattered across the ground. Stepping on or shooting one of these creates a spore cloud. This is a naturally occurring smoke screen, centered on a single point. Less useful than other smoke, but a handy supplement. When using the orbital smoke strike for stealth, be sure not to call it in on an enemy. That is counterproductive. It alerts the enemies instead of hiding your presence. The first support weapon used by every Helldiver. Though its official designation is the MG43, you will never hear that in the field. Everyone just calls it the machine gun. As happens in most games, this weapon is soon replaced and forgotten. The reasoning is that surely you would never be given good equipment to start with. However, moderately experienced Helldivers often rediscover how good the MG is. It doesn't scale to higher difficulties on its own, where you need anti-tank. Still, there are 3 more stratagem slots per player. Someone should be bringing the anti-tank gear at all times. This can allow you to focus on the small and medium targets. Compared to your pistol and rifle, the machine gun is heavy. It takes a noticeable amount of time to aim at a given target. Firing this on the move will usually cause you to miss. It isn't the easiest weapon to use effectively. There are multiple settings for the rate of fire, starting at 760 RPM. You can turn it up to 900 or down to 630 rounds per minute. For the most part, these don't make a big difference. All of this is made up for by 2 advantages. First, the magazine size is really quite large. If you're careful about how you use it, it lasts for a long time. Second, the machine gun is the first weapon to have medium armor penetration. If your rifle and pistol are bouncing off, try the machine gun. This little beauty can punch through anything short of vehicle armor. Even on the highest difficulties, that's enough to work just fine. The machine gun serves as a perfect introduction to support weapons. Its greatest shortcoming is not the weight, but the reload time. Swapping in a new ammo belt takes several seconds, and you only get 3 spares. Worst of all, you have to be stationary for the entire reload. It is possible to interrupt that at the cost of wasting time. It may keep you alive, but the gun is still empty. That's what the machine gun teaches: maintaining space, picking the right moment, reloading early enough to be useful without wasting too much ammo. Many players don't like this, but it applies to many support weapons.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Useful as the machine gun is, it only has medium penetration. That's enough for all infantry, but not much else. The first in the line of anti-tank weapons is the APW-1. Again, nobody playing the game will recognize that name. Helldivers exclusively call it the AMR, or Anti-Materiel Rifle. Actually, you're more likely to hear material than materiel. In layman's terms, this is a big sniper rifle designed to go through metal. Unlike the machine gun, you can reload this rifle while running. As always, it's better to be still and crouched when firing. The AMR is a versatile weapon, effective against most targets. It can only penetrate light vehicle armor, so you still need to learn weak points. Against a charger, for example, the armor is too thick. Where this rifle shines is against the automaton equivalent. Like a dreadnought from 40k, hulks have a vision slit at the front. That happens to be made of light vehicle armor. You will need to aim, but 2 bullets will do the trick. If you are fighting a lot of hulks, the AMR happens to be the perfect weapon. True anti-tank options take only 1 hit, but have longer reload times. An anti-materiel rifle can just keep landing shots, reloading while running away. Missing a few is not a big deal. This also means you can use the AMR against infantry if needed. For targets stronger than a hulk, you will definitely need to aim for weak points. Speaking of aiming, the description is incorrect. It claims the rifle must be aimed down scope, but that isn't the case. As far as I can tell, it has never been true. Aiming without the scope is hard, but very possible. You might waste a few rounds to get your eye in, especially after shifting targets. Still, up to 100 meters, you'll land all but a few shots per magazine. Except at long ranges, that is more than enough accuracy. When it comes to distant targets, you really should use the scope. It limits your situational awareness, like scopes do in any game. Yet we always keep using them because they're entirely practical. In Helldivers 2, there are currently 3 different machine guns. The American government might tell you otherwise, but I'm with Super Earth. You start with the middle one, branching out later in your career. The M105 Stalwart is the lighter equivalent. Unlike the MG43, the Stalwart uses an intermediate cartridge. That means it shares a lot of features with the Liberator assault rifle. The difference is that the Stalwart has a larger capacity before reloading.
Get some! Get some! Have a taste of democracy!
Effectively, the Stalwart is a primary weapon that goes in your support weapon slot. That means you can take a completely impractical primary weapon. One of the huge advantages over the MG43 is the reload process. The Stalwart is ideal for mowing down a horde of lightly armored opponents. When does your ammo belt run dry and need to be reloaded? Why, when you've just slaughtered a lot of small enemies. Supposing they're all dead, you can safely kneel and reload. But now imagine the opposite. There are still bugs or bots coming after you. In a scenario like that, it would be really nice to reload while running away. Well, the Stalwart can do that for you. Against those soft targets, it's a fantastic upgrade. Like the starter machine gun, the Stalwart has a variable rate of fire. You can safely leave it on the default setting, 850 RPM. Lowering the rate to 700 makes it more controllable in sustained fire. Crank it up to 1150 RPM and you need short controlled bursts. Obviously, there's more damage per second if you can land those shots. Now we come to the main disadvantage, penetration. Unlike the MG43, the Stalwart has only light penetration. Even against very common enemies, you might need weak points. That means it pairs very well with a strong, slow primary. If you come across a lot of medium armor, switch weapon. One of the first true anti-tank weapons is arguably the best of them. The expendable anti-tank launcher is extremely powerful. No anti-tank weapon is actually stronger, they're all about the same.
I'm out!
Technically, there may be some armor that can withstand the EAT. If you shoot the wrong place on an automaton tank, it might do nothing. Likewise, there are probably some strong parts of the factory Strider. Only one weapon has superior penetration, and you don't need it. Standard rockets are perfectly adequate with the slightest bit of aim. If you know the critical areas, you can get an instant kill on most creatures. Against many bugs, the rocket will strip the armored carapace off. That way, even a miss gives a useful result. The expendable anti-tank is uniquely different from all other options. Because it's expendable, that demands a few tweaks. The call-in time is reduced from 5 seconds to only 2. Cooldown between requests is 70 seconds, down from 480. Every Hellpod contains a pair of EATs instead of just one. All of this means that the EAT can be called down often and used freely. Chances are you'll have a replacement ready before you use both rockets. One of the most common ways to use the EAT is to call them down the moment they're off cooldown. This leaves a trail of rocket launchers across the map, in case you need them. Any Helldiver who loses his support weapon will be glad to pick up an EAT. In theory, 2 players bringing EATs can supply the whole team. The EAT has a slight amount of projectile drop at long range. When trying to snipe targets, you will need to aim slightly higher. The launcher is, well, expendable, automatically dropped after firing. That means you immediately get the benefit of lighter weight, having no support weapon. The EAT is quite a safe weapon. There seems to be no backblast at all. In front is the only dangerous place to stand, for obvious reasons. Even if there's an obstruction, the blast radius of the rocket is not too large. 3 meters from the impact, you will certainly survive. At 2 meters, you take moderate damage, and at 1 meter, you barely survive.
I'm out! I'm out! I'm out! I'm out!
At first glance, the recoilless rifle appears to be a rocket launcher. It's a big tube with an opening at each end, and it fires explosives. To the uninitiated, that's exactly the definition of a rocket launcher. In actual fact, the GR8 is more like a sawn-off tank cannon. Of course, that would produce far too much recoil to be man-portable. A recoilless rifle solves that by letting some of the gas escape out the back. That reduces muzzle velocity, but stops it from tearing your shoulder off. Despite the fundamentally different operating principle, it's very simple. You can, in fact, just treat it exactly like an EAT that you can reload. The drop over distance is either similar or identical. Effect on target is, as far as I can tell, indistinguishable. So long as you're using a weapon in this family, they all do the same thing. What makes the recoilless rifle different is the reloading. Obviously, the EAT cannot be reloaded at all. The recoilless comes with 1 round in the tube already. After that 1 shot, you need the ammunition backpack. It gets dropped in the same Hellpods as the rifle, so that's no problem. Taking up a backpack slot is a downside, but is usually worth it. As for reloading, that is a little complicated. Remember that this is essentially a breech-loading tank cannon. Like the starter machine gun, you cannot reload while walking. The first step is to pivot open the exhaust nozzle and extract the empty case. It makes a nice ringing sound as it comes out. This is the first point where the reload can be interrupted without losing progress. As soon as you get that case out, you can stand up again. The second step is to load a new shell from the backpack. I believe both stages take the same amount of time, or near enough. It is possible to interrupt the loading step a little early. That sounds a bit like a game exploit, but it does make sense. The blast nozzle is on a pivot, closing it is the final step. It also happens to be made of a substantial amount of metal. When you stand up near the end, it can swing closed under its own weight. That isn't the sort of thing that one should trust, but it's understandable. When you have 60 tons of steel in your face, you might get a bit lax. Maybe you don't close the breach all the way, saving the half second you need. Doing it this way, the reload cycle is much more convenient. You can keep running until you find a moment to half reload. Then stand back up and do it again, and you're ready to fire. I've mentioned that the recoilless is largely similar to the other anti-tank weapons. One of its key advantages is that you can fire at will. The EAT is the same, but other weapons have a significant delay before firing. Reloading can be done in 2 short stages, or one fast one. Once a Hellpod has been called in, anyone can pick up its contents. Now, suppose someone else runs off with your ammo backpack. That's a good thing. It means he can reload the rifle on your behalf.
Performing assisted reload.
That process is much quicker, less than even a half reload. With a reliable teammate, this is by far the most effective way to use these weapons. It does mean taking a player out of the fight, but this is an anti-tank weapon. When that needs reloading, it's probably important.
Heavy, south, 50 meters.
Now it's time for a support weapon that isn't anti-tank. The GL-21 is a fully automatic, belt-fed grenade launcher. You can put it into semi-auto, but there's really no need to. The rate of fire is slow enough that single shots are easy. Each grenade seems to be 20mm to 25mm in caliber. That is very small as grenade launchers go. They seem to have an impact fuse, but that isn't always reliable. As far as I can tell, it depends on the target. Against strong armor, the grenades can bounce wildly. When fired into weak armor, and most terrain, grenades explode on impact. Using this weapon effectively takes considerable skill and caution. At 8 meters from the blast, you survive unharmed. Move to 7 meters, and your torso will have its extremities blown off.
KIA deploying replacement.
Each ammo belt holds 10 shots, and is fairly quick to reload. Like the Stalwart, it can be done on the move. Many weapons in Helldivers 2 track the chamber state, such as the grenade launcher. When the very last shot has been fired, an extra step is added to the reload process. Reloading one shot earlier saves time, since the first round doesn't need to be chambered. As the launcher only carries 2 spare ammo belts, it should be used carefully. Against swarms of small bugs, the grenade launcher is one of the most efficient weapons. The explosions will deal damage through medium armor. Its only real weakness is against vehicles. This is not an anti-tank solution. The grenade launcher has a considerable arc to its projectiles. When learning to use it, that can be a considerable disadvantage. With more practice, one can fire over cover without having a direct line of sight. Aside from having obvious utility in crowd control, it has another use. Remember your training. Grenades are used to close bug holes and fabricators. The description says the grenades don't work against fortified buildings. Luckily, enemy spawners don't count as fortified, mostly. When trying to clear an enemy base from a distance, the grenade launcher is one of the best weapons. Its relatively high ammo capacity and its demolition force are convenient. Most anti-tank weapons have limited shots and long reload times. Closing spawners with those is a waste. Later, I'll tell you what weapon outshines the grenade launcher against spawners.
That's called democracy!
In the category of crowd control weapons with medium penetration, we had 2 examples, the standard machine gun and the grenade launcher. It's time for a third one with its own unique properties. Of all the support weapons in the game, the laser cannon is perhaps my favorite. In Helldivers 2, most laser weapons fire a sustained beam. There are pulse lasers and laser rockets, but we'll get to those later. To the wielder, a laser cannon acts very much like a machine gun. You aim at the naughty robot and hold down the trigger until it falls over. Beyond the basics of front towards enemy, we start to see differences. A laser cannon takes a moment to charge before firing. Kinetic weapons don't have that problem. They launch the moment you pull the trigger. Most of the time, this is such a minor detail that you won't notice it. On the other hand, when you're under attack, that fraction of a second makes all the difference. Every laser weapon suffers from this flaw. It's one of their balancing factors. What advantages could demand such a sacrifice? Put it this way, the laser cannon comes with only one reload. If you use it right, you may never need to reload at all. Laser weapons work on an overheating system instead of ammunition. When used too much in a short span of time, the heatsink burns out. This is a permanent and one-way change. A spent heatsink can never be used again, no matter how long you wait. Laser rifles come with several heatsinks, but not the laser cannon. Like most of the heavier weapons, you can't walk while changing the cannon's heatsink.
Last reload!
To use the laser cannon most effectively, you need to give it time. Melt a few faces, then put it away and go back to using your rifle. Supposing you have a laser rifle as well, you never need ammunition. That could be a very convenient feature if you split up to run off alone. The rest of the team needs priority on resupply pods, so you must go without. As for how to aim the cannon, think of it much like the machine gun. The ideal target is a large group of enemies, or a few that really matter. Aiming for the head or other weak points is strongly advised. That will get the most benefit from your limited heat capacity. Though it isn't an anti-tank weapon, the laser cannon can still be of some use. All vehicle-class enemies have some kind of vulnerability, usually on the back. At this point, it's time to introduce the most dangerous weapon in the entire game. Not the most deadly, that's something else entirely. Like the 380mm barrage, there is a warning attached. Also like that barrage, the warning will be completely ignored. The flamethrower has the potential to be one of the best anti-swarm weapons, usually considered to be better against Terminids than automatons. Despite that, the flamethrower is fully capable of burning many robots.
Get some! Get some!
Though it works against charges, it should not be considered anti-tank. This weapon seems to launch a short-range stream of burning fuel. Any target directly hit will be set on fire and take direct damage. That isn't a fuel-efficient way to use it, but it will kill things quicker. Alternatively, you can rely on burn damage over time. Eventually, a target will go out, needing to be relit. The third way one can use the flamethrower is to burn the ground. This creates a lingering patch of fire for enemies to walk through. In fact, this particular feature is what makes the flamethrower so dangerous. Helldivers will be set on fire just as easily if they walk through the area. Fire tornadoes cause the same problems. When used skillfully, a flamethrower is extremely useful. It comes with 4 reserve tanks, can be reloaded on the move, and doesn't need a backpack. One good man with a flamethrower can do the work of several machine guns. Or on the other hand, it's also one of the fastest ways to kill your teammates, regardless of how accidental every death was or wasn't. If you happen to be near a maniac with a flamethrower, your only option is to dive. That should put out the fire for long enough to use a healing stim. Following that incident, you may want to rebuke, kick, or block the player.
Kill 'em all! You will never destroy our way of life! Canister's empty!
Our next weapon is one of the most interesting that exists in the game. Perhaps I'm biased from having used it so much, but that was for a reason. There are scenarios where the AC-8 autocannon is the best possible choice. Many times, when carrying a stronger weapon, I wished for the autocannon. Its strength is in the middle ground, like the AMR. Not an anti-tank weapon, but it can penetrate light vehicle armor. That means the plate of a Scout Walker or the vision slit on a Hulk. Against the armored sections of a Charger, cannon rounds ricochet off. Nothing quite matches the autocannon's characteristics. In many ways, it has the best features of several other weapons. Like the anti-materiel rifle, it has high pen and a flat trajectory. It has the scope from a recoilless rifle and a similar explosion radius. Unlike the grenade launcher, it isn't possible to self-terminate from full health. The explosion has considerable fall-off, entirely harmless at 5 meters. However, it has the same ammo capacity, 10 rounds. Though the autocannon defaults to semi-auto, it can be set to fully automatic. Doing so is safe because the rate of fire is reasonable. I leave it on full auto and almost never take advantage of it. The recoil is substantial, so you'd want a target to be large and close. From what I can tell, the autocannon fires 20mm shells. To qualify as an autocannon, they must be at least 12 to 13mm. These are carried in a support backpack, allowing for a team reload. The cannon's internal magazine is loaded from 5-round stripper clips. Since it holds 10 shots, a complete refill takes 2 clips per magazine. You can tell these are stripper clips in 2 ways. First, the magazine shape. This starts with a curve that couldn't possibly accommodate a clip. Second, you can see the empty clip go flying as soon as the rounds are loaded. All of this makes for a very simple and discreet reload process. Like most of the heavier weapons, you need to stop walking to reload the autocannon. To the skilled wielder, it behaves most like the recoilless rifle. That is to say, you can perform a half reload instead of a full one. Remember, each stripper clip only fills half the magazine. After 5 shots have been fired, you can quickly drop a clip into the cannon. This refuses to work until a full clip will fit without leftovers. Sometimes you need to fire an extra round or few to make room. The other concern is an empty chamber. When the last round in the cannon has been fired, you can fit 2 whole clips in. If left to run its course, that's what the reload will do. However, after the first clip is loaded, you must chamber a new round. At this point, you can interrupt the reload and have a working weapon. Because of the extra charging step, this makes it take longer. If at all possible, you should strive for loading only 1 clip at a time. Only fire the last round if that's more important than the faster reload you would have had. As for the applicable targets, the autocannon can take on almost anything. Against a single small enemy, it is overkill. The splash radius means you can take out several at the same time, though. For medium ones, the cannon is a quick way to dispatch them. The difficulties only start with vehicle class armor. A Hulk or Charger requires careful aim into weak points. While any weapon can hurt those from the back, it would take a while. The autocannon uses roughly 1 clip, and that can happen quickly. Larger enemies are more inconvenient, needing to aim for a thermal exhaust port. Stationary turrets can be destroyed in only 2 or 3 shots. As for the Factory Strider, there are specific areas you can damage one. Surprisingly, the Bile Titan can be a bigger threat. There are 2 aspects where the autocannon shines above all others: demolition and anti-aircraft fire. We'll start with the latter, automaton gunships. These are a real threat, despite their relatively small size. Anytime there are gunships, they are my personal highest priority. No other weapon is quite as effective at dealing with them. True anti-tank weapons are too slow and limited on ammunition. Only the heavy machine gun offers a combination of ammunition capacity and penetration. Either the man-portable HMG or the turret emplacement will do. Another alternative would be the AMR, for its convenient reloads. The autocannon needs to land only 2 shots on a single thrust nacelle. Even without a team reload, the cannon can do well against a gunship fabricator. It isn't the only viable option, it's just the best option that exists. An autocannon is not just an exceptionally lethal weapon. It also has extreme utility when demolishing structures. Fortified buildings are too tough for it, but anything less is fine. Terminid spore spewers or shrieker nests can be easily destroyed. They do take most of a magazine, but it's faster than anti-tank weapons are. Objectives to destroy a broadcast tower can be done with a single shot. For a super Earth building, you'll need a hell bomb to demolish those. The most numerous structures are the bot fabricators and bug holes. As an explosive weapon, the autocannon can destroy these like a grenade. All it takes is the correct angle for a shot to ricochet inside, through the opening. There is no other weapon that can destroy as many holes in quick succession. For all these reasons, I will always love the autocannon. The previous two machine guns have been fairly easy to manage. They come with a good supply of ammunition, and they're not all that unwieldy. However, they also have infantry levels of penetration. If you want to go through light vehicle armor, you need an HMG. This has the same penetration as the autocannon and AMR. Extremely powerful once you get the hang of using it. Unlike the other weapons, you probably won't be sniping a Hulk through its visor. The heavy machine gun is in an awkward place, too good to use against light targets, below anti-tank levels of penetration, and without much ammo. Much like the autocannon, it is very effective against weak targets. The heavy machine gun lacks the explosive damage and ammo capacity of other weapons. It also has a stationary reload, as with most large guns. The rates of fire on the HMG are relatively low. Even so, it has enough recoil to make aiming very inconvenient indeed. If at all possible, you want to be crouched or prone while using the MG206. When tackling automaton gunships, the HMG needs to land several shots. As for anti-tank duty, it will be effective when aimed into a weak point.
Pain. This is why I fight. This is my normal.
Until recently, the airburst rocket launcher was our newest support weapon. Won during the war against automaton forces at great cost. The RL-77 is the closest thing to the RPG-7 in the game, visually at least, though the warhead is a bit specialized. It behaves similarly to the orbital airburst strike, for obvious reasons. In both cases, a cluster of dangerous fragments spread out from a point. Neither one is entirely under your control, though you can make a guess. The rocket will decide for itself when to go off. There have been attempts to reduce this unpredictability. For one thing, we have been issued with upgraded rocket ammunition. These will no longer detonate from detecting a Helldiver within range. Still, one should avoid firing these anywhere near another player. They developed a reputation as the optimal weapon for team killing. The flamethrower and orbital barrages are probably still in the lead, all things considered. Airburst rocket launchers are one of the least popular weapons. Despite the name, they don't seem to be particularly effective against airborne units. Automaton gunships and Terminid shriekers are better fought with other weapons. When the rocket goes off, it spreads a shower of tiny explosives. Each one seems to have similar power to an autocannon shell, perhaps stronger. Instead of using these for aerial units, it's better to aim for ground targets. Just point the launcher over the cluster of enemies and hope it works. It would be wise to make sure there are no targets along the flight path. Any strays are likely to cause premature detonation. The rocket itself qualifies as explosive, which means it can be fired into enemy spawners. As for the reload, it comes with a large backpack. Unlike most similar launchers, there is no need to extract a spent round. The disadvantage is that its reload is a single step, which cannot be interrupted. The arc thrower is best described as a lightning flamethrower. That is to say, it does a great deal of damage at close range. Beyond a certain distance, the arc thrower will refuse to touch anything. Like a flamethrower or shotgun, it can hit multiple targets per shot. What sets the arc thrower apart is exactly how you fire the thing. You need to hold down the trigger for about 1 second for absolutely every shot. On the other hand, you have completely unlimited ammunition. The only thing limiting how many times you can fire is the mission timer. The arc thrower isn't the best weapon for crowd control, despite what you might think. Even though the lightning can chain to multiple targets, it has a limit. More importantly, because of its short range and long charge-up time. The main usage of the arc thrower is to stun a small number of dangerous targets. A Hulk, Charger, Devastator, or maybe a few other kinds. Assuming you can get into range and fire, they will be neutralized. It might take some time. Arcs seem to ignore armor, but don't have great damage. The stun effect isn't entirely reliable, so be prepared to dodge. This is one weapon where you will definitely need to pick your battles. Against bile spitters or most automatons, it can be hard to get close. Obviously, airborne units will be immune unless they get foolishly close. The arc thrower is a weapon that likes to misbehave. Lightning wants to be earthed and will cheat if you let it. Be careful when firing while raised terrain is nearby. Arcs tend to prioritize a rock over the enemy standing behind it. This weapon also causes a lot of friendly fire. When standing near a teammate, you have a 50-50 chance of instantly killing him. If you know someone on your team will use an arc thrower, plan accordingly. There are sets of armor you can use to reduce lightning damage. Failing that, just stay well away from the electric man. Once the arc thrower is charged, there is no way to abort that shot. All you can do is fire in a safe direction. Discharging straight down into the ground is the ideal way. You could just let it arc in front, but that's irresponsible. You never know where a player might walk, or maybe you missed an explosive barrel.
Not today!
Now it's time for another of the best anti-tank options in the game. What if you had an expendable anti-tank that wasn't expended? The Quasar Cannon is essentially a laser rocket launcher. For most purposes, the EAT, Recoilless, and Quasar are equivalent. All that really changes is the details of how you fire them. With the Recoilless rifle, your advantage is speed. It takes only 2 or 3 seconds to perform a half reload. Nothing else can be ready for a third shot as quickly. Its disadvantage is the backpack, but that allows a team reload. An EAT gives you 1 shot at any time, but just the one. The Quasar Cannon gives a different trade-off of factors. One key advantage is that it doesn't take up a backpack slot. Another is that it has completely, truly infinite ammunition. That means you can carry a shield, jetpack, or extra supplies. It also allows you to offer team reloads to someone with a different weapon. The limiting factor of the Quasar is time, in 2 different ways. First, the reload time, about 15 seconds after each shot. That's a long time, but it's also purely passive. You never need to stop. After firing your Quasar, sling it on your back and keep running. It will cool down on its own with no intervention needed from you. You can't stop a Quasar cannon from being ready to fire. Its heatsink is not disposable. This is a tremendous advantage. You can be in active combat for the entire cooldown, then get a free anti-tank shot. That passive cooldown opens another possibility, in the right scenario. The Quasar cannon reloads just as well on the ground as on your back. What if you had 2 or 3 Quasars, constantly dropping one and grabbing the next? That allows for a near-constant barrage of anti-tank laser pulses. This is fully intended, and rarely a practical thing to do. Setting it up yourself would take 1/4 of an hour to call in 3 Quasars. Your teammates could make it happen instantly, but it costs a stratagem slot for each one. The trick also fails in any scenario where you aren't defending a fixed location. There's no good way to transport multiple Quasars, unless your team gives up their support weapons. Now for what might be the most significant disadvantage of the Quasar. Before every single shot, you need to hold the trigger for 3 seconds. In some cases, that is perfectly fine. No big deal. A fair price to pay. Other times, it takes long enough for the target to turn away. What was once a clean one-hit kill could take several shots. Those are the times the delay is a minor detail. The remaining scenarios are when the Quasar takes too long to charge. You can either try and fail to fire, or run for your life. You can mitigate those situations, but you can't be sure they won't happen. For all its advantages, bringing the Quasar cannon is still a risk. Like all laser weapons, bringing it to a hot planet makes the Quasar less effective. I believe the change is an extra 2.5 seconds added to the cooldown time. On cold worlds, that same amount is subtracted from the timer. This means you may want to change your anti-tank solution based on the battlefield. The quasar is considered explosive, so it can demolish structures. Enemy spawners, spore towers, and a few other things are easily dismantled. Being a laser weapon, the projectile travels in an exactly straight line. No need to aim above a distant target, like the other launchers. Generally, using it against fabricators or bug holes is a bad idea, but it isn't a waste of ammunition, so go for it if you can. At the time of writing, our newest support weapon is the Commando. A cluster of 4 missile launch tubes, giving 4 shots. For comparison, the closest is the expendable anti-tank. Neither launcher can be reloaded, so neither one uses a backpack. The Commando gives you 4 shots every 2 minutes. That's in a single launcher, which can be fired at any rate. The EATs let you have 2 shots every 70 seconds. To access the second shot, you need to pick up another launcher. All else being equal, that would make the Commando slightly better. You get more rockets per minute, and they're more convenient. What makes a difference is the exact properties of the projectile. The EAT is your standard anti-tank rocket launcher. A Commando is still anti-tank, but not nearly as powerful. Many targets that the EAT can destroy in one shot, the Commando takes several. For purely anti-tank work, the EAT is still one of the best options. Any kind of true anti-tank rocket can take out a Hulk or Charger from the front.
I'm out!
The Commando might be able to, but you could expend all 4 without a kill. Worse still, the example of an EAT shows it killing an armored bile spewer. The Commando needs 2 shots to get the same effect on the same target. What really sets the Commando apart is the guidance system. After pulling the trigger, you need to keep aiming at the target. The launcher has a laser target designator built in. Each missile you launch will home in on that laser. The good news is that it lets you correct and refine your aim. Suppose you aimed at a charger's head, but it turns around after you fire. Point the laser at the abdomen, leg, or anywhere you like. That's the positive side, but it also requires line of sight. You can't take cover until the last missile lands on target. Even looking away will send the missiles off course. When using the laser-guided mode, you absolutely have to stand there and watch. Luckily, the Commando comes with a switch for the laser. Turn it off, and it turns into a normal dumbfire launcher. You can turn and run the moment each missile leaves the tube. This will mostly be a matter of personal taste and playstyle. Personally, I have no problem leaving the laser on. It's a very practical weapon with a fast cooldown. In fact, you might say using it as an anti-tank launcher is a waste. The Commando excels at demolition. Against bug holes, you can easily close most nests, especially when combined with a jump pack and your own grenades. Fighting the automatons, it gets even better. You no longer need to aim for vents. The Commando lets you hit the outside of a fabricator from any angle. That is sufficient to destroy it in a single hit. Normally, to accomplish that, you need orbital weapons. This is the true strength of the Commando.
Hard outpost!
The RS-422 railgun is a completely unique weapon. As far as I can tell, it has the highest armor penetration in the game. When you fire a railgun, regardless of target, it goes straight through. Just as important, it goes all the way through and comes out the other side. Railguns come with 20 spare shots and don't come with a reload backpack. Like the arc thrower, a railgun needs a second to charge before firing. The magazine holds only a single shot, but can be reloaded while running. These form the baseline of a very powerful weapon. Its actual place on the battlefield is more complicated. Yes, it is the pinnacle of penetration, the most anti-tank you can get. Railguns can tear off armor plates, regardless of how thick that armor is. Against a turret, you can hit the weak point in the back by going through the impenetrable front armor. The price you pay for all this overpenetration is sheer damage. You can split a charger open by punching through its frontal armor, that's true. However, it will take at least 5 to 7 shots, very possibly more. You can hurt a Bile Titan from any angle, but do you have enough ammo to kill one? This is the paradox of the railgun. Strong enough to harm anything, but not able to end it quickly. On the rare occasion that your railgun slug bounces off some armor, you have an option. If your gun isn't performing very well, try disengaging the safety. Railguns really do require a safety switch because they're quite dangerous. To your enemies, that's true, but also to the wielder. A railgun in safe mode is limited to about half of its maximum power. That means you can hold down the trigger indefinitely, and it will do exactly the same thing every time. However, this denies you the maximum potential of the railgun. When you switch to unsafe mode, the gun keeps charging until you release the trigger. Higher charge levels lead to increased damage and penetration. As far as I know, there is no upper threshold, it's a linear interpolation. You get whatever damage and penetration you had charged up to. Of course, you wouldn't expect a mode named Unsafe to come without consequences. When the railgun is at 95%, that's very good. As soon as the charge meter hits 100%, the railgun explodes. This is only mostly fatal to the Helldiver holding it. When wearing heavy armor, you can just barely survive the explosion. If your heavy armor is fortified against explosion damage, you end up at half health. Either way, the railgun itself ceases to exist. The danger of unsafe mode isn't a real threat, it mostly just rushes your shots. Better to let go early and waste ammo, when the alternative is losing your gun and life. Until very recently, the Spear was the only guided missile launcher in the game. Guidance is a tricky business, and the Spear used to be very unreliable. Specifically, it had terrible problems with locking onto a target. Everything after that point has been fairly consistent. Assuming you can launch it, the missile is effectively guided to the target. Unless it isn't, in which case it was probably user error. When the missile connects with a target, the resulting explosion is very powerful. In fact, a spear can often take out a Bile Titan with a single shot.
Democracy has been well delivered.
Now, after an introduction like that, I should explain the drawbacks. First of all, the spear requires you to obtain a target lock before firing. With most anti-tank weapons, it would be a waste to fire them at small targets. The spear literally will not allow you to launch it at anything too small. In much the same way as the Quasar cannon, that means charging up for a shot. The difference being that on the spear, you only need to maintain your aim. In either first or third person, you'll see a yellow reticule over a valid target, a circle on the outside, and a triangle that spins into the center. When the indicator goes green, you can fire at any moment. That makes it slightly better than the Quasar. The trigger isn't tied to the charge up. You can gain and lose target locks as often as you like until you fire. The launcher for a spear is unusually bulky, not just a tube. We can assume that part of this is to hold the guidance systems for the missile. Its reload process is more like the recoilless than anything else. Both weapons are loaded from the back and have potential for a half reload. In the case of the spear, each missile is loaded in a self-contained cartridge. These appear to be locked into the launcher with a bayonet fitting. After firing, the spent casing has to be extracted from the launcher. If you want to interrupt the reload, that is the opportunity. The sound and duration of each half are quite similar to the recoilless. While it comes with a reload backpack, the spear version only holds 3 extra shots. Homing missiles are very effective, so long as you give them a chance. Given that it's impossible to fire without a target lock, that leaves only one way to miss. Spear missiles are fired on a slight upwards trajectory, unguided to begin with. If the missile passes over the target during this phase, you miss. It may be possible for the missile to loop around, but I've never seen it. Effectively, this creates a 20-meter minimum range for the spear. You may be able to work around that if firing into a Bile Titan or Factory Strider. The other main use of spear missiles is for building demolition. Against a bug nest, this is a bad idea. There could be a dozen spawning tunnels. However, for bot fabricators, the spear can lock onto them from long range. Usually there aren't more than 3 fabricators per base, which would leave you with 1 missile. The backpack slot is an important part of every build. Sometimes you have a weapon that needs an ammunition backpack. In that case, you can either wear it yourself or give it to someone else. When you choose a different weapon, that allows you to carry someone else's ammo backpack. Alternatively, there are other kinds of backpack to use. If your support weapon uses ammunition, like most of them, you could carry more supplies. That's effectively an ammo backpack, except it works for everything. Rifle ammo, pistol ammo, grenades, healing, everything. Choosing the supply pack gives you enormous flexibility. Whatever you're doing, you will definitely need something from the supply pack. So will your teammates, and that works just fine. You can give supplies away.
I've got you!
Bringing a supply pack lets you sustain your team through the toughest firefights. As long as they stay close enough, you can keep topping up their reserves. If not, anything that happens is their own fault for losing team cohesion. Alternatively, the supply pack can let you run off as a lone wolf. Your team can call in their own supplies, but you have to carry them with you. To use the supply pack properly, you must not think of it as holding ammo. Just as important, the backpack can carry up to 4 holes. These are one of its main advantages, if you know what you're doing. It's no coincidence that the supply pack and resupply pod sound similar. Each one does the same thing. It holds 4 supply boxes. The difference is that the supply pod is single-use. It retracts when empty. When your backpack is empty, it sits there waiting to be filled. Next time you call down a resupply, any extras can go into the backpack. When only 3 of you need supplies, that last one needn't go to waste. Drop it into the empty slot and use it when someone does need supplies. Another backpack option extends your mobility instead of endurance. The jump pack changes the way you can move around the map in subtle ways. If you expect to fly around over the heads of your enemies, you're out of luck. This is a jump pack, not a jetpack. You aren't Boba Fett. It will let you maintain your vertical height, but not gain much. While climbing a mountain it may help, but won't take you to the top. What the jump pack does allow is much faster movement, and to bypass inconvenient terrain. For example, if there are mines underfoot. When you hold the spacebar, the jump pack activates for just a moment. Most of its charge has been depleted. It has just enough left to brake on landing. It will recharge automatically, in a fraction of a minute. Every once in a while, you'll find a map with deep water that you cannot swim through. This normally acts as a perfect barrier to the infantrymen on foot. When you have a jump pack, suddenly you can cover a much larger distance. Other maps may have a cliff that divides the landscape in half. This seems like a perfect opportunity for a jump pack, but it isn't so simple. The maximum height from a jump pack is no more than a few meters. To have any chance of making it, you would need to find the perfect point to cross. Jump packs seem to benefit from speed and any altitude you can provide. The ideal launch pad would be a ramp you can sprint up at the right distance. When landing, you want a stable platform that's higher than you started. If you can chain a few of these jumps, maybe you can climb a cliff. Generally, the jump pack doesn't unlock new bits of terrain. It makes it faster and easier to reach somewhere that you could already. When trying to reach a terminal to activate the objective, you can save a few seconds. Jump packs can also serve as an emergency escape unit. This can be incredibly valuable when bogged down in a Terminid swarm. Even against automatons, you may be able to fly faster than they can aim. Finally, if you get stuck in terrain, the jetpack gives you a last resort. Anytime you have a backpack slot available, this is a good option.
Found something!
Technically, the Guard Dog and Guard Dog Rover are different machines. We're covering them together because their similarities are overwhelming. Both variants are backpack stratagems, with a base station and a drone. On Earth, a drone of this size would be a quadcopter. When one is built by Super Earth, it has quad jet thrusters. This gives your guard dog the ability to keep up with Helldivers at a full sprint. Flying dogs also have enough carrying capacity to hold a rifle. That means you effectively have a second soldier with you at all times. For your basic model, that means a standard assault rifle, the Liberator. Nothing more and nothing less than you would expect from a rookie. You won't be able to fit your drone with grenades or anti-tank weaponry. That is not its purpose. It exists to give you an extra bit of covering fire. It comes with 6 spare magazines instead of the 7 a human carries. As you might know from experience, the Liberator gets empty quite fast. Each time that happens, the guard dog returns to the backpack. One of the remaining magazines is loaded, and it takes off again. That does mean your dog is on a short leash, and will get hungry. As long as you pick up ammunition regularly, the drone should be okay. It might go dormant, but it'll be running most of the time. If you don't want to deal with finite ammunition, you could try the Rover. This variant uses a scythe laser rifle instead of the Liberator. In terms of lethality, that doesn't make a big difference. My calculations show the Liberator has twice the damage per second. Of course, this is theoretical damage. Actual DPS has a lot more factors. Reloading, for example, reduces the damage output of a weapon. Since the Liberator needs to reload so frequently, the two rifles are quite close. While the Rover can dock with the backpack, it's easy to forget. For almost the entire time, your Rover will be ready to fight. Another reason the drones are similar is their opponents. Either version of the guard dog can destroy small enemies within a second. For enemies with medium armor, neither rifle can penetrate them. Dogs are not smart enough to aim for weak points, or even to change targets. Once it identifies a target, it will keep shooting until forced not to, either by exhausting its ammunition or losing line of sight. That includes a target with impenetrable armor. You could drop the backpack and put it back on, so the drone selects a new target. While the guard dog is useful, it can also be a danger. It acts like a new Helldiver in a lot of ways. Sometimes it misses a shot. Most of the time you won't notice those when it only hits rock. The ones you remember are where the drone hits you or your teammates. This will rarely kill you, but it will steal a fraction of your health. Obviously, you would prefer for that to not happen at all. Depending how irritating you find the friendly fire, this may be the deciding factor. The Rover seems slightly more prone to friendly fire. Perhaps that comes from catching you in its continuous beam. Personally, I tend to avoid using either guard dog drone. They have a place on the battlefield, and I like to be in a slightly different place.
Freedom forever!
In some games, carrying a tower shield is very sensible. A fantasy RPG will give you a lot of defense for using one. When playing Ready or Not, the Riot Shield was my standard choice. Its main purpose was to prevent you from dying instantly when shot. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't seem to help at all. That's much the same situation in Helldivers 2. Here, it is called the SH-20 Ballistic Shield Backpack. Backpack is an important term. That's where the shield lives. Anytime you're holding a two-handed weapon, the shield is on your back. I believe it can deflect shots from there, so it is better than nothing. The main purpose of a shield like this is to go with a one-handed weapon. In Helldivers, your only options are pistols and submachine guns. To use this shield with your primary weapon, you have only 3 options. That drops to only 2 if you haven't bought the expensive edition. If you haven't bought a specific war bond either, you have only 1 SMG. When using that shield, you're probably going to bring the Defender SMG. Otherwise, you want a weapon that supplements your pistol well, perhaps a sniper rifle or something of the sort. Anytime you hold a one-handed weapon, the shield will be in your other hand. However, this doesn't mean it will deflect anything usefully. The shield is only raised when you aim that one-handed weapon. That slows you down considerably, so you'll have to be deliberate. Raise your shield when you need to, and sprint in between. It covers most of you from the front, so face the enemies. Your legs are also vulnerable, so you might try crouching. Against the Terminids, the shield is probably counterproductive. They don't tend to use ranged projectiles, and walking slowly gets you swarmed. The shield is a rare stratagem that's only effective against one faction. There are very specific drawbacks to the ballistic shield. Now it's time for an alternative, the energy shield. This backpack creates a shield bubble around the user. Unlike the riot shield, this covers all angles at once. As far as I know, the shield generator pack has no Achilles heel. No matter what damage and what direction, the energy shield should catch it. Explosions are the most likely to go through, with their large damage values. Even so, there's no downside to wearing a shield generator. If you take enough damage to make the shield irrelevant, you weren't surviving anyway. Like the supply pack and jump pack, this is a good default option. Anytime you aren't using another backpack, wear the shield generator. Despite what the description says, limited lifetime is a lie. What it actually means is that the protection is limited. If you take a few good hits, or one bad one, the shield runs out. The golden glow will disappear, and you'll be as vulnerable as ever. What you wouldn't infer from the description is that it recharges, all by itself, automatically, so long as you give it a chance. This is a fantastic advantage. The shield will keep protecting you for the entire mission. You can lose the backpack upon death, but it'll never stop working. The shield generator pack is particularly handy for certain kinds of attacks. It won't let you stand out in the open and ignore them, but it'll buy time. When large Terminids spit acid, that can often be an instant kill. The shield generator gives you immunity to that stream, for a fraction of a second. Just long enough to run or dive out of the way, only losing a bit of health. It's also effective against melee attacks, particularly the hunters. Getting one or two of those attacks to bounce off makes a tremendous difference, especially since the hunter deals damage over time and slows you. Naturally, the generator also blocks gunfire. That includes both automatons and Helldivers, particularly convenient when someone has a guard dog active. It's also a handy protection against the occasional stray shot. Personally, I take the shield generator anytime my back is available.
I'm bleeding out!
With all the backpacks covered, it's time for a new subcategory. At the moment, there are precisely 2 vehicles in the game. Well, technically more like 6, but you can only pilot 2 of them. The first of these is the Exo-45 Patriot exosuit, Super Earth's answer to the Automaton Hulk, a walking tank. Like the Hulk, it is very comparable to the dreadnoughts of Warhammer 40k. The Patriot in particular looks like a Castroferum Hellfire dreadnought. What sets the Patriot apart from other exosuits is its weaponry. These cannot be adjusted. Different weapons require a different model of mech. Every Patriot has a missile launcher on the left shoulder and a minigun on the right. To begin with, though, we should focus on the other parts of the suit. By default, an exosuit is the same speed as a sprinting Helldiver. Being a machine, though, it doesn't need to rest. Anytime you have a long distance to cover, consider using our walker. Even when its ammo has been depleted, you can still make use of those tireless legs. Then again, when the battle mech is damaged, its mobility suffers. A single leg being on fire brings it down to a slow limp. When both legs are damaged, it might be better to abandon the exosuit. It would serve better as a turret than a vehicle, due to its restricted mobility. Until then, there are a few things to keep in mind when driving a mech. One key benefit is that it walks just as quickly in reverse. As part of a team, you can do them a great service by covering their backs. It doesn't slow you down at all, and lets them run freely. What you should avoid doing in a walker is trying to strafe. This means shuffling awkwardly to the side. Mechs are not built for that. The best way is to rotate by turning your camera. When calling in an exosuit, you want to pick the correct moment. On a short mission, the best time is probably right after landing. For longer missions, it really depends on the situation. There are 2 limitations to keep in mind: quantity and cooldown. A mech suit stratagem is limited to only 2 call-ins per mission. In between each one, you need to wait 10 minutes of cooldown time. One approach is to use your first mech early, so the cooldown will end sooner. It's often wise to save your last exosuit call-in for the end, either to defend the landing pad or complete the mission. That leaves you with one usage early and one late in the mission. Another factor to calling in your exosuit involves the delivery method. Most stratagems are dropped by Hellpod, just like Helldivers. For the vehicles, they need to be delivered by Cargo Pelican, the same kind of shuttle that Helldivers use to return after each mission. This version is modified to carry vehicles, fuel tanks, and heavy equipment. If you've been on a few dives, you'll be familiar with the Pelican's chin gun. At the end of every mission, it fires a reassuring barrage.
Sequence initiated. Look where you're standing.
This can be quite helpful when you're in a sticky situation. Well, it works exactly the same way when delivering a walker. The shuttle arrives, delivers some fire support, and drops the walker. Managing the shuttle cannon is part of your choice when using the stratagem. Sometimes it's worth calling the exosuit when there are no targets. In longer missions, though, it's often better to wait. Run up to an enemy camp, then call down a walker just outside. That way you get some free damage and a set of vehicle weapons in the right place. It can often be worth leaving the exosuit alone and fighting the camp on foot. These walkers have a finite ammo supply and cannot be reloaded. Getting the best use out of them is important. Sometimes your battle mech is immediately destroyed, and that's all there is to it. You can try to avoid that, but it's never guaranteed. Being inside an exosuit makes you immune to many conditions. Fire on the ground, for example. You can stay in those flames forever. You should still avoid direct hits from a flamethrower or fire tornadoes. Walkers are immune to poison gas from orbital strikes. They are unaffected by EMS from orbital strikes or mortar turrets. The spiked mines on Terminid worlds don't seem to hurt them much either. Even so, it would be wise to avoid touching any if possible. Automaton contact mines are a serious threat. Don't touch them.
Helldiver lost. Sending replacement.
Back to the weather. Blizzards seriously impede the mobility. You are better off inside the exosuit, but it still walks slowly. When it's time to get in the robot, there is a hatch at the back. It takes a moment for the mech to power up and bring weapons online. Leaving the exosuit works the same way, letting you leap out the back. This used to be a very important skill, because you would die with your battle mech. There's no clear indication you've taken damage, except for the legs. This meant exosuit pilots were paranoid and would often jump out early. Nowadays, you can often survive a walker dying underneath you. You might end up a little bit on fire. That's possible to survive, so try lying down until it burns out. Bringing a walker offers one uncommon strategy. Officially, there are 2 weapon mounts, one on each arm. If you know what you're doing, there is a secret dorsal weapon slot. By moving your exosuit close to a cliff or rock, a Helldiver can get above the roof. From there, you can jump down onto the walker and ride on top of it. It takes a little attention to stay on, but generally isn't difficult. To the driver, it may look like the rider is floating a meter or 2 behind the mech. There are uses for this, aside from allowing 2 people to move without using stamina. Whatever weapons the exosuit has, the rider can cover its weaknesses. The main role would be to provide crowd control, keeping the small enemies from getting too close. Providing a few anti-tank shots would also be convenient. As for the Patriot itself, it has 2 weapons. 3, technically. It can also stomp any nearby enemies. Mostly this is a last resort, but worth keeping in mind. Especially since every exosuit has difficulty aiming down. To avoid needing to stomp, your primary weapon is a rotary machine gun. In what may be an indication of controller design, it's bound to the right mouse button, presumably because it's attached to the right arm of the exosuit. While the description calls it a heavy machine gun, that seems to be a lie. It doesn't have any of the characteristics of the MG-206. A Patriot's Gatling gun is actually closer to the Stalwart. It fires the same caliber rounds as a standard Liberator. This gives the Patriot a weakness against medium-armored enemies. While an exosuit is an exceptionally powerful weapon, you need team support. To fight alongside a Patriot, focus on taking out the medium armor. Keep the little enemies from getting underfoot. And most importantly, fight anything at lower elevation. An exosuit can't aim down, so don't expect it to. The rotary machine gun takes a second to spin up before firing. It works better in sustained bursts, sweeping across a large horde. On the other hand, it is still precise enough to pick off isolated targets. The other weapon of a Patriot is the missile launcher. Perhaps rocket launcher is more accurate, since these are unguided. Each Patriot comes with 12 rockets and cannot be resupplied. Those 12 are the only anti-tank options you have. Expending even one on weak enemies tends to be a mistake. Worse still, these are not the most effective rockets in the game. They fly fairly slowly and don't deal a huge amount of damage. Against a Hulk or Charger, you will probably need to use 3 or 4. For a Bile Titan, count on using at least 6 per kill. These are useful to have, but keep your other anti-tank weapons ready. There was a time when the Patriot was our only vehicle. Following the capture of Varelia 5, we gained a new stratagem. The Automaton Petafactory was repurposed to create a new exosuit. This new model is the Exo-49 Emancipator. In their default colors, the Patriot is black and the Emancipator bright yellow. The exosuit's chassis seems entirely unchanged, only the weapons differ. For the Emancipator, both arms carry a heavy dual autocannon. That rather simplifies things, as you don't need to worry about which trigger to pull. The dual autocannon is a solution to increase the rate of fire. You cannot fire 4 shots at the same time, only 1 per arm. How you fire those is up to you, simultaneous or sequential. If you alternate between triggers, there's almost no delay between shots. On the other hand, if you pull both triggers, you get 2 shells on target. Another benefit of symmetry is about how these walkers take damage. If hit side-on by a Charger, you are likely to lose an arm. That's a big deal on the Patriot, because you lose either your anti-tank or anti-swarm weapon. For the Emancipator, you only lose half your damage output. It's important to realize that these vehicle-mounted cannons are different. The man-portable AC-8 has about half the barrel length. Instead, the Emancipator has the heavy variant used on the autocannon turret. This makes a huge difference to the way one uses the exosuit. With a weaker version, you would need to aim for weak points. Anything more than light vehicle armor would cause shells to ricochet. The Emancipator does not have that problem. It is a solid anti-tank stratagem. You can punch through a Charger or Hulk from the front. Even a Bile Titan or Factory Strider is vulnerable to these cannons. It would be easy to interpret the Emancipator as the anti-tank variant. Remember, these are still firing AP-HE cannon shells. Against a cluster or swarm of enemies, you can rely on splash damage. Each impact causes a meter or 2 of blast radius. Small enemies can easily be taken out with a few rounds. Obviously, this cuts both ways. They've killed more than a few Helldivers. When attempting to save your fellow soldier, that blast can easily do him in. Being autocannons, these keep the same utility features of the AC-8. A single shell into a bug hole or bot fabricator will demolish it. Any non-fortified targets, like spore spewers, can be taken down. Depending on your weaponry, you may prefer not to waste battlesuit ammo. Like the Patriot, there is no option to reload the guns. The Emancipator easily took the title of my favorite walker. No matter the situation, the Emancipator is a pretty good option. A Patriot still has its own niche and is sometimes better. However, a Patriot in the wrong situation would be in big trouble. An Emancipator is always decent, sometimes great. On any blitz mission, I like to bring an Emancipator for demolition. Before bringing any exosuit, make sure you can do without it. You still need an anti-tank option and some form of crowd control. Try a mission with only 3 stratagem slots filled. If you can handle that, the Emancipator will be a fine addition to your build. Our next set of stratagems come from orbit indirectly. In the hangar of your super destroyer, there are 2 ships visible. You have a Pelican to extract your team from a completed mission. The other one is the Eagle, an aircraft equipped for bombing runs. It can fly down to circle the mission area, giving a quick response time. When calling down hellpods or orbital cannons, there's a lot of travel time. By relying on an Eagle, a strike can land in just a couple of seconds. This is the main difference between an Eagle and an orbital strike. The other distinguishing feature is the limited quantity. An aeroplane can only carry so much ordnance at a time. Once you exhaust the bomb bays, the Eagle has to leave. It takes 2 minutes to reach orbit, resupply everything, and return to battle. Aside from that, Eagle strikes have an unlimited number of uses per mission.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Many players start out with the orbital strikes, but come to prefer the Eagles. Each kind has its own advantages, depending on your playstyle. By far the simplest Eagle strike is the Strafing Run. That isn't the same as stepping to the side on foot or in a walker. Your Eagle swoops down and opens fire with its main cannon.
Administering freedom.
From the hangar, you can see it quite clearly on the nose of the Eagle. I call this a rotary autocannon, based on what it does. To be precise, it is the heavier, vehicle-mounted autocannon. These rounds have no problem with small and medium enemies. They inherit a small explosion radius, perfect for dealing with groups. The Strafing Run isn't a true anti-tank solution, but it's better than nothing. Shells from the heavy autocannon can pierce a Charger or Hulk. Many strikes are random, which makes them difficult to use. The Eagle Strafing Run has what may be the most predictable pattern of all. To figure out where the cannon shells will hit, draw an imaginary line. One end is at your position, and the other is the stratagem beacon. Eagle 1 will fire along that line, with the closest impact being at the beacon. As long as you throw the ball ahead of you, it should be safe. There can be complications, of course. If the orb hits a non-sticky surface, it can bounce before landing. If that happens, it follows exactly the same rules as before. But the beacon isn't where you intended, so the shots are off target as well. Changes in elevation also make things more complicated. If you call it in from the top of a cliff, you can't hit anything underneath. It creates an artillery shadow, a triangular zone of cover. Worse still would be if you drop it into the shadow. Consider the angles. Those bullets don't know or care where you are. For the bullets to be aimed at the beacon, they have to pass through you. Throwing the orb on top of a cliff causes a similar problem. Not so dangerous, but the line is drawn up the cliff face. These are the dangers of the Strafing Run. They don't come up too often, but they can give a bad impression. There are several situations where the Strafing Run is useful. When dealing with patrols, they tend to be strung out in a line. If you can get in front or behind, the Strafing Run can be devastating. Another useful task is for demolition. These are autocannon shells. It's possible to get one into a bot fabricator, up to 45 degrees from the vent. The same goes for bug nests. If you can get one round to go in, it gets closed. Now remember that Eagles have a very short time between call-ins. When used well, the Strafing Run can clear enemy camps.
Administering freedom.
The Eagle airstrike is a nice general-purpose one. Like the orbital precision strike, it's good enough for most things. It'll definitely hurt a single tank-class enemy. For crowd control, it isn't the best option, but it will do fine. If your goal is demolition, this is considerably better than the precision strike.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
For one thing, you get multiple call-in attempts rapidly. It also releases a small barrage instead of a single projectile. These have a blast radius of several meters and drop in a vague line. The airstrike is mediocre at worst, and sometimes the best choice. If you bring this stratagem, it will never ruin your build. You'd have to go out of your way to pick incompatible options. Not only is the airstrike a safe option, it gives unique abilities. You can run up to an automaton camp and lob a beacon in. Then you can do it twice more, as fast as you can move to new positions. Every other stratagem would take longer to clear a set of fabricators. The large number of call-ins and short rearm time allows you to use them freely. Even better, try bringing a specialist Eagle strike as well. If you use the other Eagle stratagem for its niche, you save airstrikes. You get more effective strikes and more of them. When I want an Eagle option, this is my favorite choice. This is one of those specialized options I was talking about. When you save the airstrike for demolition, a substitute is needed. The Eagle Cluster Bomb is a dedicated crowd control option. It sacrifices the ability to fight tanks and buildings in exchange for area. Cluster bombs have a smaller splash radius, but there are far more of them. Like most bombing runs, these drop in a line. Not the same invisible line from the Strafing Run, though. That joins the Helldiver to the beacon. This new line is perpendicular. The cluster bomb has a wider area of effect than any other Eagle strike. It would be easy to accidentally kill a Helldiver with this. Quite often, I misjudge the safe distance and get caught in the blast.
Helldiver KIA, deploying replacement.
It's also worth mentioning that the cluster bomb only works on soft targets. It isn't anti-tank and cannot work for demolition. I believe even medium armor will resist the cluster bomb. This should be picked to round out a build lacking anti-swarm options. If you have an anti-tank heavy weapon, cluster bombs can offset that. The same would apply if you pick a marksman rifle as your primary weapon. Alternatively, you could specialize entirely in clearing hordes. Within its role, the cluster bomb is one of the more powerful strikes.
Here comes the cavalry.
Have a taste of democracy!
All barrages are dangerous. You should know that already. A flamethrower is dangerous, and anything incendiary is dangerous.
Here comes the cavalry.
As for the Eagle Napalm airstrike, that isn't dangerous at all. At least, not if you're on the opposite side of the map. The best and worst thing about the Napalm strike is the lingering fire. On the bright side, this should cook most enemies. The major drawback is that it denies access to the area. Just like the orbital HE barrages, you can't walk into the danger zone. At least, not using your own legs. Suppose you had access to a walking tank, which happened to be immune to this fire. Any exosuit can walk through the fire and flames. That requires significant teamwork to pull off reliably. Walkers are only immune to the lingering fire, not the incendiary bombs. Drop the beacon too close, and you write off an expensive battle mech. It should also be noted that an exosuit pilot can't throw stratagems. You need a teammate to walk alongside, carrying a bag of beacons. It's certainly a dangerous approach to take. On the other hand, you get a big stompy robot walking through fire. With all guns blazing, that looks incredibly cool. Pragmatically, fire stops the walker from getting mobbed. Without going into the exosuit synergy, napalm is less remarkable. It creates a zone that does significant damage, and that's about it. Your fellow Helldivers can be set on fire, which you should try to avoid. As with any other, be careful where you drop the beacon. Don't cut off your routes to retreat or to advance. Definitely don't throw it near a terminal you need to access. Though this goes for all stratagems, don't get ragdolled while holding the ball.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Some barrages are survivable, but fire can be quite painful. Now we reach the only Eagle strike that doesn't deal damage. At least, it doesn't in theory. Its purpose is to deliver a curtain of smoke bombs to the beacon. Enemy forces on the far side should be cut off, unable to accurately fire. As you would expect, smoke can also conceal you from enemies. It might take practice to use smoke without alerting them, though. This is largely the same as the orbital smoke strike, except with Eagle features. If you need a lot of smoke in a hurry, you can use the Eagle's entire stock. On the other hand, the Eagle rearm takes longer than the orbital cooldown. If that was all there was to it, this would be simple. It's a different version of a smokescreen. The Eagle one deploys in a line instead of a point. Only the dedicated sneaky breaky would have any interest. However, there is one more tiny detail to reveal. Notice the smoke strike is listed with two traits, Eagle and Explosive. A few times I've thought I knew what the explosive trait means. I've been wrong every time, and it doesn't mean much here either. My attempts to be hit by the smoke grenades have all failed. As far as I can tell, this strike is incapable of causing any damage. Except for one thing. To demolish a bot fabricator, you need to drop explosives down the vent. The explosive trait doesn't exactly correlate with demolition. Some war gear doesn't have it, but can destroy structures. Not everything with an explosive trait can destroy buildings. You might have already guessed what I'm getting at. If you thought the smoke strike can slip down the fabricator vents, that's incorrect. The truly astonishing thing is that it doesn't need those vents at all. If you call down a non-lethal smoke strike on a factory, it will be destroyed.
Bot outpost destroyed.
Unlike the airstrike, this one is perfectly safe no matter where you stand. Using it against a bug hive is far less reliable, since those are underground. Still, the fact that you can destroy both kinds of spawner is amazing. There is a strong case for Eagle Smoke when fighting automatons. The Eagle can deliver a lot of different payloads. Most are for crowd control, but some are anti-tank. One of the most commonly used orbitals is the rail cannon strike. Being such a small plane, an Eagle can't carry its own rail cannons. Instead, it has to make do with 110mm rocket pods. Like the rail cannon, this one has automatic aim toward the biggest enemy. Throw the stratagem beacon near a target, and let the Eagle pilot do the rest. Though not guaranteed, the rail cannon usually kills its target. Eagle rocket pods are substantially weaker, very often failing to kill. Still, they are capable of stripping armor and dealing high damage. The major difference is how often you can use them. A rail cannon takes 210 seconds to cool down after use. That's 3.5 minutes without your anti-tank orbital. An Eagle rearm takes only 2 minutes, so 120 seconds. That would be fine if that was all the difference. You get a weaker strike that can be used twice as often. However, the rocket pods have multiple uses for every rearm. That's even more useful than it sounds. Each rocket volley could be aimed at a different target. Overall, the consensus is that Eagle rockets are not worth using. Inferior to the rail cannon, a waste of a stratagem slot. They can't instantly kill a bile titan. How terrible! I consider this to be a misunderstanding of their purpose. When using the rail cannon, it's often a supplement to your anti-tank firepower. When you see a charger you don't have time to deal with, call a strike. The rocket pods are similar, except that they may leave you with a weakened enemy. From there, it should be easy to finish it off using your anti-tank weapons. Remember that you have more rockets, and they can be replenished faster. If you brought other Eagle stratagems, mix those in. They will all be rearmed at the same time, so empty the bomb bays. Finally, it's time for the most popular Eagle stratagem. The 500-kilogram bomb is so massive, an Eagle can only carry one. It has a dedicated hardpoint set aside for it just under the cockpit. With modifications, it can be stretched to fit a second bomb. These bombs are as powerful as they are scarce. Each time one goes off, it leaves a meter-deep crater in the terrain. For a Helldiver, the lethal radius is about 20 meters. If you happen to find yourself closer, you'll see something delightful. The bomb buries itself halfway into the ground before going off. You are given the better part of a second to notice and reflect.
It was at this moment that he lost.
If it lands beside you, you have no chance to survive. Instead, you have just enough time to realize that you will not survive this. That is the situation for nearby Helldivers. Against their enemies, the situation is not so promising. You are dropping half a ton of Super Earth's finest explosives. Despite that, the bomb is always less effective than I imagine. To kill a Bile Titan or Factory Strider, it may take several bombs. Any small or medium enemy will be disintegrated, of course. However, the radius is never quite as large as you would like. When used against tank-class enemies, the target often moves. Once it leaves the blast radius, the bomb has been wasted. It still represents a potent stratagem, if used correctly. Personally, I solve its problems by changing target. When you aim for a building, it can't get up and walk away. Using the half-ton for demolition is my preferred option. Better to have than nothing, but not my favorite anti-tank weapon. Our next category of stratagem lasts longer than any barrage. Their category is fortification, fixed position defenses. Each one goes about it in a slightly different way. The simplest to use are the automated sentry turrets. All of them follow the same pattern, a hell pod with a gun on top. Call it down in a target-rich environment. Either it helps you defend a location, or it distracts your pursuers. This category is extremely distracting. Chargers cannot help themselves. I think they hate turrets more than they do Helldivers. The first available turret is the machine gun sentry. As turrets go, this is perfectly adequate. It aims automatically and it shoots bad guys. This one is named MG43, so it has medium armor penetration. Nothing can stand up to it short of vehicle class armor. However, it is still just a machine gun. Any force that would overrun a lone Helldiver will reach the turret. In fact, it might perform worse than a human, depending on their aim. Players can manually aim for weak points instead of going through armor. They can also release the trigger when changing targets. In missions to defend an area, the MG sentry is a good option. All sentries are, really, since you won't be leaving them behind. For the same reason, they're good when defending the extraction point. There are many candidates for placement, including right in the middle. You can also place turrets on the edge to intercept incoming forces. If you can find an elevated position, so much the better. One of the key drawbacks of a turret is that they don't care about friendly fire. If you stand between a turret and an enemy, it will shoot you. That's why it can help to place turrets on the high ground, above the fight. The only real solution to this is going prone. Turrets will fire over your head so long as you're lying down. At least, that's how it works on level terrain near the turret. The closer you get to the enemy, the more danger. If you rely on turrets for defense, it needs to be ironclad. Crawling is very much slower than sprinting after all. When the enemy gets close enough, you must stand up and retreat. Turrets are far less efficient in that kind of skirmish. They take time to swivel around for the next target. When the enemy is at long range, that doesn't make much difference. The worst possible situation is a turret fighting on opposite sides, waiting for a 180-degree traverse after every kill. As for the machine gun sentry, it is the weakest turret. Every other turret is better, with perhaps one exception. Originally, there was only one reason to take the MG sentry, because you already have a Gatling turret and you want a second one. Since that isn't an option, the MG was close enough. The modern MG sentry has a lower cooldown than every other turret. With only 2 minutes instead of 3, you can have a machine gun at all times. What's more, you can drop a new one in a more advantageous position. The shorter cooldown between call-ins makes it very flexible. You can even throw one forward as you advance. The right turret in the right place can make all the difference in the world. Shortly after unlocking the MG sentry, you get a better one. The Gatling turret does much the same thing, except better. As far as I can tell, each shot is identical to the standard machine gun. The only difference is that the Gatling has a higher rate of fire. All else being equal, this means the Gatling sentry is better at killing things. Things is a broad category, and Helldivers do count as things. Getting in the way of this turret is far more likely to be fatal. It also wastes ammunition faster when switching targets. However, there are advantages. The Gatling sentry has the simplest and easiest stratagem input string. Every other turret is slightly more inconvenient to call in. That may not seem like much when you aren't under attack. Remember, the turret you don't deploy does 0 damage. A turret in the field is worth 2 in the hand. The Gatling sentry might not be the best turret, but it's a good first choice. If you have a more specialized one to call down, the Gatling can buy time for it. Any kind of small or medium enemy should be easily handled. The problems come when heavier targets appear on the field. Gatling and machine gun turrets are completely unprepared to deal with hulks and chargers. Even the heavy Devastator and Scout Walker will survive this bullet hose. Turrets are moderately durable, but they can be destroyed. A charger won't even slow down while bowling over turrets. Worse still, anything above medium armor could distract the sentry. Turrets are not bright enough to change target when their attacks fail. To get the most out of sentries, sometimes you need to give them a hand. A few anti-tank rockets ought to resolve any deadlock. The other turrets are just doing what a Helldiver can. Granted, there isn't a man-portable Gatling gun yet. Still, the caliber and weapon type are available to you. Currently, there is nothing remotely like the Mortar Sentry. It is the only weapon truly capable of indirect fire. Perhaps the grenade launcher could fill in for a mortar if you're desperate. Without long-range sights on the launcher, you would be lucky indeed to hit anything. The stratagem beacon can be thrown in a useful arc, but not very far. There truly is no substitute for a mortar when you need one.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
The mortar is a weapon of extremes. It is the only sentry to work better when deprived of line of sight. Enemies can take cover, yet still be bombarded. The turret itself can be hidden away, where it can't be shot at. In this way, the mortar is the safest emplacement weapon. However, its projectiles take the longest path to their target. By definition, mortar shells are low velocity and fired vertically. They spend a long time going up and down. Naturally, that means the target can move before they land. Anytime that happens, the mortar will continue to waste ammunition, firing at targets it will never hit over and over again. Worse still, the mortar only fires in a volley of 4 shots. If it sees the smallest enemy alone, it still launches 4 shells. Those are the inherent flaws of the mortar, the things you can't really mitigate, like the trajectory. Their choice of target can be improved, but not until you've played for 100 hours or so. A ship module will let you designate targets for the mortar to prioritize. Until you have the resources to build that, you work with the default target selection. That will be mostly sufficient, except in one scenario. If an enemy ever gets close to a Helldiver, what does the mortar do? Remember, sentry turrets do not account for friendly fire. They will happily fire shells anywhere, no matter how unwise. Dropping one on an explosive barrel, for example. That is the real flaw of the mortar sentry. If you notice your team destroying mortar turrets, that'll be why. Someone will have been hit by a shell, or 4 of them. When that happens, the mortar has become more trouble than it's worth. A bit of explosive damage is good, but not at the cost of a Helldiver. To avoid this, you can try killing all the enemies before they get close. Since you should have been doing that already, it's weak advice. Another mitigating strategy would be to put the mortar in danger. If the sentry is in front of the Helldivers, it will be attacked first. Better still is what happens when the enemy gets too close. Your sentry fires straight up, to hit a target next to itself. Obviously, that means the turret is within the blast radius. By the time the mortar is a problem, it has already solved itself. As for the actual design of the mortar, I find it quite interesting. As would be typical for an infantry mortar, it is muzzle-loaded. In this case, that involves a little arm on top, dropping ammo down the barrel. By the time the loading arm finishes cycling, the last shot is away. Ammunition is stored inside the hellpod, below the turret. You can see each one moving into place before it gets loaded. Where they come from is a little harder to understand. The mortar does have a sliding baseplate, so it can change elevation. Presumably, there's a shell feed system that moves along with it. After the intricacies of a mortar, it's nice to get back to basics. The autocannon turret is nothing more and nothing less than a really big gun. If you compare it to the MG and Gatling sentries, it does basically the same thing. Points at a target and fires. Truly, the most complex part is the stratagem input sequence. The autocannon is not the easiest sentry to call down in combat. Despite the model number including AC-8, this is not the same autocannon. Perhaps the same caliber, but the turret is far more powerful. Unlike the man-portable version, this is a true anti-tank weapon. Look at the size of the cases being ejected after firing. If I didn't know better, I'd say those were for a 75mm cannon. Since the barrel is the same diameter, that can't be it. I can only assume these are throwing a lot more powder at the same projectile. In fact, these cases are so large as to be impossible. Unlike the mortar, there is no possible feed system from the hellpod. The magazine seems to be a large box underneath the gun. Large though it is, it only has room for 2 or 3 rounds. Unless the case ejection is scaled wrong, this is impossible. The advantage of the autocannon sentry is against tank armor. It can punch right through the front of almost anything.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Another useful feature is the explosion radius. When fighting smaller targets, the splash damage can be more effective.
Say hello to democracy!
Rounding out the list of advantages would be range. Autocannon sentries can fire from about 100 meters. Other turrets seem to have a limit of 75 meters. This makes an elevated position even more important to see enemies from afar. However, the autocannon makes sacrifices to gain all these advantages. The description phrases it as agility, which means the turret traverse speed. If possible, you should avoid having an autocannon fighting on multiple fronts. Another drawback is the obvious one you should know already. Turrets don't check for friendly targets before firing. For a machine gun, this is somewhat dangerous. Standing in front of an autocannon tends to be fatal. That still applies even if you're driving an exosuit. If the first round isn't enough, the next couple will be. An autocannon sentry always fires in a 3-round salvo. Like with the mortar, you should strive to keep your distance from targets. The difference is that mortar shells travel up and over, not through you. Overall, the autocannon is perhaps the best of all turrets. It's always somewhat useful, and sometimes it's optimal. Danger to the careful Helldiver is actually quite minimal. If the autocannon is the universally applicable turret, that leaves a niche. The only dedicated anti-tank equipment, the rocket sentry. Helldivers often dismiss this one due to its lackluster history. The original version fired 2 rubbish rockets in a salvo. They didn't even have much splash damage or direct damage either. This led to a turret that looked far better than it really was. Against tanks, it wasn't terribly effective. When fighting anything else at all, it was worse. Things are better now. The rocket turret is viable. Salvo size has been reduced to 1, so no more wasted shots. At the same time, its accuracy and damage were increased. Splash damage has 4 times the radius it used to. Best of all, it has improved target prioritization. This is a feature that other turrets don't share. Most of them decide by taking the closest enemy they can see. After that, they fire upon it until forced to stop. The rocket sentry is a little smarter. It'll look for big targets first. Enemies that it is uniquely suited to deal with. This isn't always effective, but at least this turret is trying. There are a few other unique things about the rocket sentry. Its model number is A/MLS4X. That may seem familiar if you remember the MLS-4X Commando. The rocket turret is considerably older and very different. Each rocket seems to be smaller than the Commando uses. The rockets are not laser-guided like the Commando missiles are. Most importantly, they cannot destroy bot fabricators. The sentry can also be reloaded after expending all its rockets. It has a grid of 8x8 launch tubes. In the base, there is an identical grid, all loaded together. In other words, this is almost entirely unlike the MLS-4X. The rocket sentry is also the only source of backblast I know of. If you stand behind one, each launch will knock you off your feet. The final turret does absolutely no damage whatsoever. This isn't even a case like the Eagle Smoke Strike, where it secretly does. No, the only comparable stratagem is the orbital EMS strike.
Deploying support weapon.
This is your only alternative if you want crowd control via movement effects. In every aspect but the ammunition, the EMS mortar is standard. The color is different, but that's just so you can tell one apart from the other. It also has slightly different behavior for its firing pattern. Instead of a volley, the EMS mortar fires only single shots. Because of the similarities, it is generally used with a standard mortar. By putting both of them in the same place, they should behave the same. That is to say, the EMS mortar detects a target and fires. When that shell lands, it creates an area where enemies can't move. At the same time, a salvo of real mortar shells arrives. Suddenly, a weakness of the mortar is covered, moving targets. The standard mortar deals damage, and the EMS holds the targets still. Of course, that also takes up 2 of your limited stratagem slots. Potentially, one person brings a build that is half mortars. Otherwise, you could use teamwork to create this combo. The other way to use this mortar is on its own. Nothing actually requires you to deploy both mortars together. With an EMS mortar alone, you will have to deal damage some other way, perhaps using a different kind of sentry or just your own weapons. The issue with any source of EMS is when it affects you. In some ways, this is precisely the same issue as a standard mortar. While this may be non-lethal, it makes you far more vulnerable to enemy attack. Therefore, the ideal place for this mortar is at the front, between you and the enemy, and in cover if possible. That gives it more time to slow the incoming forces, even if they pass it. More importantly, an EMS mortar out of range cannot hit you. Having examined the turrets, we now move to the more unusual emplacements. A gun on a swivel mount is pretty easy to get your head around. Our next subcategory is the minefield dispenser. They are dropped in a single hellpod, precisely where your beacon was. After landing, it takes a moment for the mine layer to scatter its contents. This creates an area you can lure enemies through for free damage. If you have a location with only a few ways in, the minefield can cover one of them. Not forever, but it'll let you focus on other threats for a while. Anytime you know where your enemies will be, mines would be convenient. The downside, of course, is that Helldivers are affected too. Battlefields are already covered in quite enough mines, without you adding more. If the situation is completely calm, mines are not a big deal. When you can't see the grass because of all the chitin, it's not so easy. Enemies are not smart enough to walk around the clearly visible mines. Even so, mines are an unreliable tool. It's possible to get great results with them on a good day. However, enemies could wander through the minefield safely. With how closely the mines are spaced, you can also lose multiple. Not directly from fratricide, just due to bodies landing on a different mine. Obviously, landmines are completely ineffective against flying enemies. Even ones with the ability to jump may sail over the mines. By far the most inventive part of a minefield is the hellpod. As you might realize, dropping mines from orbit is a bad idea. You can't just toss explosives overboard and expect a good result. Without building them for re-entry, they might detonate on the way down. Worst of all, there would be no chance of a consistent minefield density. The only viable way to get those mines down is in a hellpod. Once they're on the surface, though, they need to be distributed. Helldivers came up with the novel idea of a centrifugal mine layer. The entire mine payload is attached to a series of trays. When it pops up, these are extended to 45 degrees from vertical. Then the entire mine layer spins, gradually releasing the clamps. The mines fly off at different speeds depending on their location. Other solutions could exist, but this is a brilliant one. There's no need for an expelling charge on each mine. It naturally creates a consistent minefield around the hellpod. The general consensus is that mines are unreliable, unsafe, and suboptimal. Just dropping a mine layer is trivial. To use them well, you need to understand enemy positions and movement. There are times you need to avoid using mines because they'd be counterproductive. It depends on the terrain, the situation, and what you're doing in future. Mines persist across the entire mission. You need to keep in mind where you might need to walk through half an hour from now. It takes practice to get the hang of, and most Helldivers don't have enough. In every aspect, the incendiary mines are similar to the standard ones. They come in the same kind of hellpod with the same mine layer. Cooldown and call-in times are identical. The same number of mines are deployed in the same pattern. These really are just anti-personnel mines, but incendiary. Their main difference is the lingering fire after a mine goes off. It doesn't make a huge difference, since you probably shouldn't go there. Either mine will kill Helldivers instantly if you stand on one. The fire just blocks you for a little while longer. To the enemies, though, it makes for a superior minefield. The anti-personnel mines have a decent blast radius, and then they're gone. Incendiary mines give much more potential for them to deal damage. Instead of the first bugs clearing a path, they make it more dangerous. Now the entire patrol can be set on fire as they walk through the area. That doesn't make a huge difference, but it's worth keeping in mind. If you bring both minefields, you'll mostly be picking where the fire goes, using the AP mines because you want to save the incendiary for somewhere else, putting the fire mines where they won't be a problem, having only one minefield off cooldown and being forced to use that. Which brings me to another point. I have listed 2 kinds of mines, and now I've run out of mines. This should not be the case. Helldivers have been repeatedly offered the opportunity to gain a third option. At first, there was a choice between the airburst rockets and the new mines. After that, we got a new major order to destroy a couple of 1,000 million bots. That would have allowed us access to the MD-17 anti-tank mines. When that order failed, there was another final chance. Either gain a new weapon or save a children's hospital. Despite the circus's efforts, the children were saved. This deprived the war of a powerful stratagem for the foreseeable future. Existing minefields are good at killing the easy things. Ordinary bullets can do exactly the same job. If we had them, anti-tank mines would have been a very useful option. They exist, the MD-17 is in the game and ready to go. All we need is to earn them at some point in the story. Technically, the HMG emplacement is another turret. So far, it is the only turret that doesn't count as a sentry. This is quite a powerful weapon, but a rare sight on the battlefield. It has no ability to aim on its own, it must be manned by a Helldiver. That's a significant sacrifice to make, taking one of the team out of the fight. Even with improved motors, the traverse speed is quite slow. To get any real benefit from the emplacement, you need teamwork. At least one soldier should stand nearby as a guard, looking behind the emplacement and picking off various targets. The model number of E/MG-101 is a little odd. This is clearly not the same as the MG-206 support weapon. Despite that, they seem to be mostly equivalent. Penetration is the same as the HMG, AMR, and autocannon. The HMG emplacement is a twin-linked pair of guns. In my use of it, I've never seen an issue caused by convergence. I suspect the 2 barrels are exactly parallel. Most of the mechanism is hidden, but we can clearly see 2 large ammo belts. When trying to use this, the obvious scenario is against a swarm of bugs.
Any questions?
Surprisingly, the turret is also effective at long range. It lacks a reticule, so you'll have to aim by trial and error. As it can go through light vehicle armor, you can also try tricky shots. Getting 2 into the eye-slit of a Hulk, for example. In my opinion, by far its best use is to serve as an AA gun.
Infrared monitoring now indicates the Shrieker herd moving across the pampas toward us.
Against Shriekers, it should tear through them easily. Where it really shines, though, is against gunships. Normally, you need an autocannon to have any real chance against them. The anti-materiel rifle and HMG are also good enough. Well, the HMG emplacement is arguably even better. There are no stability issues, and you have something in front of you. Still, you're a sitting duck, so having a shield would be helpful. Speaking of shields, they aren't only in backpack form. The Shield Generator Relay is the largest energy shield in the game. When you call it down, it projects a dome several meters in diameter. That's easily large enough to fit your entire team inside. You can fire from inside without harming it, just like the backpack shield. That only applies one way, for obvious reasons. No matter whose gun it came from, the shield relay will stop bullets and such like. You should avoid firing into your shield relay if at all possible. The description says it has a limited lifetime once deployed. While that is true, it's also misleading. This shield works just like the backpack, it recharges. If the shield gets depleted quickly, it will try to recover. Given a fair few seconds, it'll be back to full strength. However, the limited lifespan is still real. It only has time to regenerate about twice per call-in. No matter what happened to it, the shield shuts down after 45 seconds. That means you can only use the shield for a single firefight. On the bright side, it has such a short cooldown that you'll be fine. Once the generator shuts down, you have only 42 seconds to go. The shield spends as much time active as it does between uses. Unlike the backpack generator, this one is quite specialized. The backpack works against melee attacks, bile, and laser weapons. As a fortification, it still does these things, mostly. However, its fixed position vastly limits your mobility. When fighting Terminids, that's quite a bad idea. Staying in one location is generally more trouble than it's worth. Shield relays are much more effective against the Automaton forces. Most of their units are content to attack from range. That's exactly the scenario where the shield relay works best. We have seen a turret that isn't a sentry. Technically, the Tesla Tower should also be called a turret. Having encountered them, I don't consider that to be accurate. Better to classify it as a really big mine that goes off many times.
Have a taste of democracy!
The Tesla Tower creates a radius of instant death. It's a little more complex than that, but not by much. Another way to look at the tower is as a demon, one that has helpfully been bound into a physical object, so it can't chase you. This helps you get into the mindset of throwing it far away from you. It also reminds you of how to deal with the fiend. Shooting demons is always the correct decision. Perhaps this is a little unfair to Mr. Tesla. His tower is, admittedly, fairly good at killing things. My objection is that some of those things are Helldivers. When deploying these towers, they need to go far away from everything that you do not intend to destroy. The Tesla Tower will arc to almost anything, including mines. You don't want to put one too close to an actual minefield. Ideally, you could place it in a choke point, behind cover, somewhere your fellow players will not need to walk. The tower does have limited range, but not as limited as you might like. Follow the artillery rule. No, farther away than that. In most ways, the Tesla Tower shares the advantages of the arc weapons, practically infinite ammo, and chain lightning. It can take out multiple enemies in a single bolt. However, that capacity is sorely needed. There's actually a fairly long interval between shots. A sufficient swarm of enemies could overwhelm the Tesla Tower. The same applies to large ones, which won't die before bowling it over. Ranged weapons can destroy the Tesla Tower without retaliation. If someone on your team is misusing the tower, that may need to be your approach. You can also try lying down to avoid being struck by lightning.
Let me ask you a question. Do you like beating up furries while listening to heavy metal? Do you like full controller support? Do you like 5 complete distinct different worlds with more coming soon? A worm eats you up in a futuristic city. You travel in its intestines. Then it craps you out in a furry cathedral. Do you like your boss fights epic? Do you like supporting independent solo creators? That's the kind of game I'm talking about. I know what you're thinking though. Wow, Mr. Dapperman, that sounds like the best game ever, but I don't have a lot of money. It's free, sucker! You have no excuse. Get it now!
Requesting orbital strike!
Of the first two enemy factions, the Terminids are simpler. Not necessarily easier to fight, but more straightforward. Almost every kind of bug will try to attack you with its claws. They might have different movement styles, but they mostly run towards you. Defeating them is about killing them before they get their claws into you. Though we call them bugs, Terminids are not insects. Every known form has only 4 legs, no matter the size. From the smallest drone to titans and tank-class bugs, they are quadrupeds.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
By far the weakest Terminid is the little orange beetle. These are called Scavenger, and they pose almost no threat to Helldivers. Sometimes they land the killing blow, but they won't be the cause of death. Something else wounded you badly enough for a Scavenger to finish you. That's not guaranteed, but Scavengers alone should lose any fight, even if all you do is run around and use your melee attack. A Helldiver who is completely out of ammo should still win. Perhaps not if surrounded. That complicates matters. The real threat from Scavengers is what happens when they don't attack. In Helldivers 2, enemy names are difficult to come by. Normally, it takes dying to an enemy for you to be told what its name is. For that reason, when we encountered the scavenger, we named it. Every once in a while, the scavenger will tilt one end up and the other down. A plume of orange dust rises from the creature. Based on this, we named them diggers. We would later find out that they aren't digging at all. Still, it's an intuitive name that we won't stop using. That orange plume is closer to smoke than dust. It turns out to be a pheromone signal cloud calling for reinforcements, the bug's equivalent of our own stratagem beacon. In theory, it's possible to kill the digger before it summons more bugs. When you try that, it becomes obvious that there's a very short window, perhaps half a second before the call has gone out. For me, that's just enough time to identify the threat and aim toward it. Once the call has gone out, there's nothing that can be done to avert it. There will be a bug breach, tunneling up from the ground. The reinforcements usually include more scavengers, of course. If you have nothing better to do, kill diggers on sight.
Get some! Get some!
The next smallest bug is a digger that doesn't dig. At least I've never noticed one of them calling in a breach. These are called pouncers, and they're like combat scavengers. Instead of orange, these are mostly white. They have distinctive yellow membranes as ears. Pouncers aren't significantly stronger or more durable. What makes them such a threat is their ability to pounce. Ordinary scavengers are easy to avoid by just running away. Pouncers can leap forward by about 15 or 20 meters. One pouncer 10 meters away is worse than 10 scavengers 1 meter away. Pouncers are not like scavengers, which are always present. You can't get a bug mission that has 0 scavengers. When you start a bug mission, you end up with a subset of their army. We haven't quite figured out the pattern yet. Sometimes there are pouncers, and sometimes not. We haven't reliably been able to correlate this with anything else. We'll cover that topic more later on, the random army lists.
Mag's empty!
Anytime pouncers are on the field, it forces you to change the way you move. While they can get good distance, they can't steer so well. When you're being pounced on, there are 2 viable solutions. The first is to turn and shoot them out of the sky. That's very effective if you can reliably kill them in time. Otherwise, you're better off dodging to the side. Pouncers make each mission a little bit more complicated. They aren't a serious threat, they don't change too much, but they affect the way you wrangle a swarm of bugs. Normally, you can keep running in a straight line. There are only a few bugs that can keep up with a sprinting Helldiver. Most of them are relatives of the pouncer, not a coincidence. To properly evade pouncers, you generally just need to zigzag. If you run in a straight line, they will jump on you. Actually, they'll jump even when they aren't attacking. It makes them a little more difficult to pick off at long range. To avoid losing speed, you need to think ahead. Either you make a subtle move to the side to avoid losing speed, or you spend long enough tacking in one direction that the swarm changes course. Another option on the random army list is bile. That covers quite a few different bugs, most of them variations on another. The smallest of these is the bile spitter, essentially a glowing green version of the scavenger. They are slightly larger with a bulbous abdomen. While they might have painful melee attacks, those are not your concern. Brace yourselves, the bile spitter spits bile. That makes it one of the few Terminids capable of ranged attacks. Like the other small bugs, these aren't a significant threat. However, of all the small ones, these will deal the most damage. While you fight bigger targets, the bile spitters chip in. Their projectile is launched in a semicircular arc. It travels slowly, so it can be dodged. The bugs are forced to stand still for a moment in order to fire. Bile is a particularly nasty aspect of bugs. Technically, it'd be alkaline, but you can call it acid. Either way, it's a corrosive substance to be avoided. If you've ever played a computer game before, you'll expect it to linger. Being exposed to bile will cause damage over time. The problem is that bile significantly slows your movement speed. Bile can also create a pool on the ground, which will still slow you. On its own, that's nothing. In combat, it's life and death. Bile spitters are as easy to kill as any other small bug, but while you're distracted, they can get you killed. The hunter is clearly related to the pouncer. Both bugs share the same off-white carapace. Instead of the yellow membrane, hunters have an orange tint there. They have a very different body shape from digger-type enemies. Those are deeply kickable, rugby ball-shaped beasts. The hunter has a gangly shape without much body at all. What you see is mostly a tangle of legs, antennae, and mandibles. They can't weigh much more than a pouncer, despite a larger bounding box. A decent portion of that is armor, especially with so much surface area. Hunters are durable enough to survive 2 or 3 shots from even high-caliber weapons. With assault rifles, it'll take quite a significant burst to take one out. Landing those few shots can be harder than you expect. Hunters don't glide through the air like pouncers. Despite that, they are even more prone to jumping. Even when not attempting to close the distance, they'll hop to the side. It makes them a lot harder to shoot than you might imagine. Like the pouncer, a hunter is able to chase you quite effectively. In this case, it's not so much because of the jumping, just their run speed. Well, there is one other factor that helps them. If a zombie hits you in Left 4 Dead, it slows your movement speed. Hunters are the equivalent in Helldivers too. I believe they have a claw attack, which isn't such a big deal. The real problem comes when they bite you. Hunters unfurl half a meter of tongue. This proboscis is a hollow tube through which they inject bile. It doesn't seem to behave exactly like bile, but it's close enough. Taking the slight damage over time is inconvenient. This attack also slows your movement speed, and that'll get you killed. Once the first hunter bites you, the next bite is far more likely. If there are multiple hunters, and there usually are, you're getting swarmed. Running generally just causes you to die tired. Diving helps to bypass the slow effect, but it's not enough. Really, your only hope is to kill the closest hunters. If you can go a few seconds without being bitten, you should get clear. Do not underestimate the hunter. The overwhelming majority of my deaths to small bugs are hunter-related. Now we come to the backbone of the invertebrate army. Warrior bugs are perfect examples of a medium-sized enemy. Most of the time, they're so unremarkable that you barely see them. Their brown exoskeleton blends into the terrain on many worlds. Warriors are also profoundly unthreatening for their size. Not that they aren't deadly, rather, they're easy to avoid. Until they get within 5 meters, you can safely ignore warriors. They have low mobility, no ranged attack, no jumping. Not terribly durable either, so it doesn't take long to get rid of them. I believe this makes warriors a great enemy. They are the gravel in your concrete, the air bubbles in your bread. Not something you give any conscious thought, but you'd notice their absence. Warriors present a credible threat for you to ignore. Suppose you see something on the battlefield that requires your attention. The warrior swarm is what those other things distract you from. They are a test of your targeting priorities. Mostly you should ignore them, but they keep coming. Eventually they pile up and demand attention of their own. Killing warriors is mostly straightforward. They look something like scorpions, but without a stinger. You are free to aim for the head, which is exposed. Warriors will try to face you, putting their faces in the line of fire. No matter what weapon you use, popping their heads is easy. It will reliably kill the bug, so this is effective. There's just one complication. They don't die instantly. If you thought the bug ceases to be a threat, it won't. A warrior without its head can still charge forward to attack. They don't have eyes anymore, so the charge is easy to dodge. To avoid this, you can aim for the legs. These are a more difficult target, but they are an instant kill. The next bug is one I nearly skipped over. Bile warriors are almost identical to normal warriors. Visually, they are warriors with green spots. There may be some subtle variations to their stats. I'm confident they have the same light armor. Potentially a difference in health, but not by much. Warriors are dealt with by shooting them until they die. Since the time to kill is so similar, bile doesn't change much. They might as well be a minor cosmetic variation of the warrior. Bile warriors do have one feature that sets them apart. They have no ranged attack like other bile bugs do. Instead, all that bile stays inside their bodies. When you kill the warrior, it splashes out in a death explosion. This is the reason I've never noticed any difference. Warriors have no ranged attack, so there is one rule to fighting them. Don't let the warrior get close enough to deal damage. Bile warriors don't change the way you fight in the slightest. You should never be close enough for the death explosion to matter. If you are, then the warrior can hit you with its claws. To To avoid the death explosion, you need to run to a safe distance. Avoiding the melee attacks requires exactly the same course of action. This was perhaps the least sensible choice for a Bile variant. The base version of the warrior is already dangerous enough at that range. I would have expected the Bile warrior to be a kamikaze variant, something able to run faster and to self-detonate. That might not be ideal, since the response is to just shoot it. This Bile berserker would be yet another priority over the basic warrior. Not interesting, but better than the existing one. In their current form, I don't distinguish Bile warriors at all. So far, all of these bugs have had a common weakness. They are vulnerable to being shot in the face by ordinary bullets. This is a significant detriment when fighting Helldivers. Against bugs with light armor, you can magazine dump in their general direction. Any weapon will do the trick, their armor stops nothing. Hive guards are the first exception to this. Essentially, they are warriors without the weak point. You can't shoot them in the head with a liberator. If you try, the bullets will bounce right off the medium armor. Even after 100 hours, a hive guard can give you pause. There are really only two options to fight them. The first is to go around the armor. It only protects the head and the front legs from the front. Anytime you can see the side of a hive guard, you can hurt it. The body is no better protected than a standard warrior. There's also a sliver visible from the front at the bottom of the shield. Either of those bottom corners will let you sneak a bullet through to wound the guard. These enemies encourage teamwork, cooperation, flanking. The second option, of course, is to get a bigger gun. Grenades also work, but hive guards are quite numerous. Weapons with medium penetration are not uncommon. Any of these will be able to pass through the head and deal damage. The armor will reduce the damage, but half still gets through. Anyone with a high penetration weapon should try to take out these enemies. Though the hive guard isn't a huge threat on its own, it can protect other bugs. More importantly, it can be very hard to fight back against on your own. Penetration above medium would be even better, but is usually a waste. Anti-tank would always be overkill. The ideal counters are an autocannon, heavy machine gun, or anti-materiel rifle. Overall, hive guards are some of my favorite enemies in the game. They're not a huge threat, but they force you to fight in a different way. Just enough crunch under your boots to keep things interesting. The medium bugs have been a little more dangerous than the small ones. Next, we come across an enemy so large it tests the boundary of medium creatures. The Brood Commander is a monster that stands taller than any of its fellow insectoids. They have large scything talons and thick skin. Shooting a Brood Commander feels quite ineffectual. There seems to be some medium armor, but it's not obvious where. There's no clear weak point or section of thicker armor. At the same time, most weapons take a long time to kill them. My speculation is that this is from durability. Instead of armor, the commander simply has big guts. That means there's a lot of room for bullets to end up. They still cause damage, but not nearly as much as on a smaller bug. Waiting for lead poisoning to set in also won't work. Defensively, the Brood Commander has the best protection yet. Its attacks are also some of the more deadly. Standing in front of a Brood Commander is a fast way to get killed. This isn't like a warrior, where having a couple of meters distance is safe. Despite their size, commanders can run unpleasantly fast. It's very unsettling to have a pair of them chasing you, always keeping up. In fact, the combination of speed and size puts them into the tank category. When a Brood Commander runs into you, it behaves as a charge. You get precisely the same symptoms as being hit by a charger. Knocked flying, screen goes red, and it hurts a lot. Perhaps less lethal than a charger, but still quite deadly. Like the warrior, commanders can be decapitated. That will be a fatal wound, eventually. Until the bug finally stops moving, it's fully capable of taking you with it. As with the warrior, your best bet is to dodge its death throws. Brood Commanders have one other feature. They have exactly the same summoning ability as diggers. Now, the good news is that these are far more visible than a scavenger. The bad news is that Brood Commanders have more health than a scavenger. We've established that it's hard to align your sights in time to interrupt a digger. Now imagine you're dealing with a target carrying armor and with a lot of health. Your best bet is to destroy the head, but even that may take too long. Before you know it, you'll be up to your armpits in Hunters and Bile Titans. A single bug breach can turn the tide of battle. In theory, you can take out all the targets capable of digging. Good luck with that.
movements.
Requesting orbital strike. That's called democracy.
Next, we come to the only bug truly capable of flight. Pouncers and hunters don't count, that's just jumping and gliding. The Shrieker seems to be in the same family as the Hunter. No other class of bug has those membranes, or the agility that comes with them. Shriekers can stay airborne for an entire mission without needing to land. Because they fly, most terrain won't slow them down. A few worlds have towering rock mounds or even jungle trees. Every other environment is quite open, making you easy prey. Or perhaps vice versa. If you can see them, you can shoot them. They used to be limited to a specific secondary objective, the Shrieker Nest, a set of fairly visible mushroom towers, spawner for all Shriekers. Once demolished, that would end their presence on the map. The Shrieker Nests still exist, but now the winged menace can appear in other ways. On certain missions, a huge number of Shriekers would show up at the end. After completing all Dark Fluid objectives on Meridia, Helldivers would fight their way to the extraction point, with bats swooping in all the way.
Holy Jesus, where are these goddamn animals?
A more reasonable number of Shriekers appear as part of an op mod. Certain operations will come with a Roving Shriekers modifier. This just creates aerial patrols, mixed in with the standard terrestrial ones. Shriekers tend to move in groups. Anytime you find one, there's probably a flock of at least 3, usually more. They tend to fly quite close to each other, at least within a formation. Shriekers lack any form of ranged attack, they're strictly melee fighters. All they can ever do is dive bomb your team, raking you with their claws. Painful, but not a problem unless it keeps happening. If you see them coming, you can easily dodge at the last moment. However, the flock tends to break up in the process of attacking. No longer do you have a single attack vector. There will be Shriekers at every process of the cycle. Dive, impact, recovery. Their timing ends up offset from each other, and their positions are all around you. One Shrieker can be dodged, but a flock is very difficult. Fighting back against the bug bats depends greatly on your own weapons. If you try to use anti-tank options, things will go very poorly. The worst choices are any kind of single-shot weapon with a stationary reload. That would include the airburst rocket launcher, even though it seems perfect. If you brought one, aim for a large cluster, then make no attempt to reload. The next worst weapon is a slow, powerful, explosive semi-auto gun. Think the explosive crossbow, the eruptor, the dominator, the scorcher. Assault rifles are pretty good, and so are submachine guns. You'll do just fine with a team full of those. The ultimate anti-aircraft guns are from 2 categories. As a primary weapon, shotguns are exactly what you want. The pump-action slugger is the worst, since you don't need its armor penetration. You would prefer some kind of automatic shotgun for this application. A breaker variant will do wonders. Standard is good, S&P is better. The breaker incendiary sacrifices full auto for added fire damage. All of these are fantastic, though the breaker has a small magazine. The incendiary one is by far the best for this situation. Once you inflict some fire damage, you can switch targets. You can also use a support weapon, and there are no heavy shotguns. Machine guns are the pinnacle of AA gunnery. Any of them work, with their various trade-off factors. The HMG and its emplacement form will kill quickly. Standard medium machine guns have better ammo reserves. All of those require you to stay still to reload, though. For that reason, the Stalwart is by far the best. Higher penetration isn't needed, and a higher rate of fire can help. With a Stalwart and a breaker, you can dodge and keep shooting. If you expect to encounter Shriekers, having one of these weapons is advisable. There is one last branch of the Hunter family tree. These are called Stalkers, and they're as large as a brood commander. Their carapace is white, and those membranes are now red. Stalkers are quite a lot like Hunters. Both monsters appear to be mostly legs, with no clear head. Speaking of the head, they both have that fearsome tongue attack. Mobility is similar, though with quite a few differences. Hunters jump around, making themselves harder targets to hit. Stalkers can leap far into the air, often trying to escape. A hunter can chase you, and a single bite will slow you to walking pace. As for Stalkers, they simply run faster than you can. There can be no escape, you have to turn and fight them off. Stalkers are exceptionally lethal adversaries. If you let one attack you twice, it probably won't need a third hit. Dealing with them involves clever dodging to stay alive for even a few seconds. The more important part is to hit them before they hit you. Unloading a shotgun magazine into their face will usually do the trick. Any weapon is better than nothing, but stagger is important. Dealing a large chunk of damage in a short time will keep them off balance. Headshots are also effective if you can find the stalker's head. If you happen to be carrying one, the autocannon is ideal. Stalkers die after taking only 2 autocannon shells. You would think it'd be easy to hit an insect the size of a car. Sure, they can run fast and jump a long way. That just means you need to be a little better at shooting. Aim for where your target will be, not where it is right now. There's just one problem. Stalkers are sneaky. You can't kill what you can't see, so stalkers have learned how to not be seen. This isn't true invisibility, but it helps them get close. Every once in a while, you might notice a vague shape in the distance. Something transparent and stalker-shaped looming out of the fog. Their stealth can make it harder to respond to stalkers on the field. If you do see one, make sure to call it out to your team. The stalker you aren't expecting is far deadlier. Communication is particularly important for these. Most of the time, discovering a stalker makes them top priority. Notice the plural. Stalkers never work alone. They may split up to chase different Helldivers, but there will always be several at a time. Somewhere on the map, there will be a stalker nest. This is very much like any other small bug nest, with 1 to 3 holes. The number makes no real difference. They all spawn the same number of stalkers. Always 3 there are. No more, no less. At least, there are 3 stalkers per nest. Anytime you see more than 3, that confirms there's a second nest. If you kill one, the stalker nest will spit out a replacement. To deal with a map infested with stalkers, follow these steps. First, take a bearing of where the stalkers seem to be coming from. If they came from the south, that's probably where the nest is. Keep in mind any terrain features that could influence it. For best results, kill them all and watch for their replacements to turn up. Once you have an idea where they're coming from, ping the map. Make an educated guess as to its range and location. Stalkers probably won't chase you across the entire map, so it's not the far side. The nest needs some room, so it can't be on top of another objective. If you get lucky, the stalker nest will be tagged on the map for everyone. Even if not, this will communicate where you're going. If possible, you want at least one teammate to come with you. Going alone can work, but you're more likely to be overwhelmed. It's still more important to keep you and your team alive than to kill the nest. Heroic sacrifices are much less impressive when you don't accomplish anything. By bringing a second Helldiver to the nest, you can have someone keeping an eye out, either guarding against enemies or keeping the holes clear of stalkers. It's always unfortunate when something intercepts your explosives. Then you run out of grenades and are unable to close the nest. With sufficient teamwork, stalkers are easily handled, but that can all turn around in just a few seconds.
Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Requesting tac-tac! Reloading!
With small and medium enemies covered, that implies there are large ones. Most of the large enemies fall into the tank class. Terminids have 2 enemies that are large, but don't have much armor. They also possess some of the bug's most powerful ranged attacks. Both variants are on the list of optional units. Sometimes you'll get one or both, sometimes neither. The first of these is the Nursing Spewer. You can recognize them by their enormous yellow abdomen. The color of these bugs is so vivid, I'm not sure if they glow or not. Nursing Spewers are reasonably fast at running. Certainly not as fast as a stalker, but able to keep pace with the rest of the army. They are capable of swiping with their claws, but this is unimportant. The Nursing Spewer has what might as well be dragon breath, something that behaves very much like an organic flamethrower inside the mouth. Any Helldiver exposed to this will survive for about 1 second. Could be more, could be less, but 5 seconds is right out. Spewer attacks used to be even more deadly than that. They have limited range, but can still reach about 10 or 15 meters. Standing in front of a Nursing Spewer is a profound mistake. Even wearing a shield backpack, it will only offer a moment's protection. So, if the yellow spewer is so bad, what can you do? The obvious, and correct, answer is to shoot it. There's an enormous abdomen, and none of it has any armor at all. It would be understandable to assume this would be easy. Why, this enemy is entirely made of weak points. That's where we get into the concept of durability and durable damage. The idea is that the abdomen has a lot of flesh in it. You can fire your rifle at it, but those tiny bullets don't do much. These squishy parts have a 90% damage reduction effect. The only way to bypass that penalty is to use explosives. Now, the 90% number has been tweaked over time. The definition of explosive is not as simple as we might wish. Still, that's the basic idea. Shooting the giant weak point is sometimes a bad choice. There is a blatantly obvious solution to this. Every Helldiver is equipped with a set of grenades. Unless you decided to bring smoke grenades, these are explosive weapons. Sure enough, hitting a spewer with a grenade will take care of it. Often you can rupture 2 or 3 of them with a single pineapple. You could also use anti-tank weapons or the autocannon. For the sake of argument, let's assume you have nothing appropriate. Shooting the back is a waste of time and ammunition. The 2 targets you should aim for are the head and the legs. Neither one is a durable zone, and destroying either causes instant death. Though they are fearsome, yellow spewers could be worse. At least we can be thankful they have no armor and a short range. Which brings me to the bile spewer. Largely the same as the nursing spewer, except that these have bile. Their dragon breath attack is green instead of yellow. All along their upper surface, bile spewers have medium armor. The plates are quite visible, hard to mistake for anything else. This protection extends all the way forward to cover the head. And they picked up a technique from Clendathu. Bile spewers can raise their abdomen and fire at long range. Not all the way across the map, but at least 100 meters. These changes make them considerably harder to fight. For a start, their bile is capable of slowing your movement. Even at long range, they can be very inconvenient. When you're in the middle of a fight, you don't want bile bombs dropping from the sky. There's a long travel time on each one, so it's possible to dodge them. However, that long flight time makes them harder to keep track of. When they get close, the standard spew attack works the same as before. It may be slightly harder to evade, since you know it's a bile list. There will be other sources of green goo trying to slow you down as well. Thanks to the new armor, the old tactics don't work the same. The abdomen is still durable, so shooting is ineffective. That gets far worse when they're in artillery mode, where the top is facing forward. Suddenly, the entire surface is covered in medium armor, and the back is still durable underneath those plates. On the other hand, when you're close, the head is equally armored. Anyone without medium armor pen will be in trouble. You can aim for a bile sac underneath the mouth, but it's a tricky shot. If you have an angle for that, it's probably spitting at you. You could also aim for the legs, but those have their own armor. Bile spewers are shown as an example target for the EAT. Rockets are not a bad idea to use, but they are in short supply. For most anti-tank weapons, there will be more bile spitters than ammo. It's important that you only use the rare ammunition when it counts. Grenades are as effective as ever, with one limitation. Helldivers can't lob a grenade as far as bile artillery can. You would be far better off bringing a support weapon. Grenade launcher, HMG, AMR, autocannon. Perhaps a flamethrower if you want to fight bile with fire. I would suggest an alternative solution. Make sure you bring a weapon with medium armor penetration. When you come up against armor, switch to that and fire away. Of course, failing that, you can still shoot the abdomen. The sides have no armor, just their inherent durability. The 2 remaining Terminids are the heaviest and most deadly of all. Each one is mighty enough to be worthy of a dedicated mission. When your difficulty settings are in the middle, you'll be tasked with assassination. A full 40 minutes, with your primary goal being to kill a couple of Titans. Dropping down a notch, the mission will be to kill a single Charger. That's how significant these foes are, each one a boss fight. To be fair, the lowest difficulties use medium enemies for the same missions. Take out a pair of Brood Commanders, or some Devastators. As you go up the difficulty scale, each enemy becomes mundane. No matter how experienced you are, you should never underestimate a Charger. Maybe you've become powerful enough to kill one in 3 seconds flat. That's not unreasonable. Many weapons are capable of such a thing. An experienced Helldiver is capable of neutralizing a Charger with very little effort. When given a mission to wipe out a Charger, most of that would be spent running. The fight itself will be over instantly, the moment the weapon is ready. Ah, but there's the danger. You still need time to fire. Calling in a stratagem takes a second to enter the code. Quasar cannons need several seconds before firing. Almost every weapon demands a few seconds. Charges are the enemy that prevents you from having those few seconds. Other bugs are threatening enough, but you can fight them off. Even the bile spewer can be handled by shooting it until it dies. Once a charger has started attacking, you absolutely have to dodge it. You cannot outrun a charger in a straight line. When you're hit by a charge, it works just like with the Brood Commander. You'll be knocked flying, taking you out of action for several seconds. Perhaps you'll be thrown dozens of meters before landing. Each time you bounce, of course, it will deal some more damage. Worst of all outcomes, sometimes you don't fly very far at all. This leaves you right underneath the front legs of a charger. If there's a target in range when it stops, the charger will rear up on its hind legs. When those front claws come down, anything underneath will be pulverized. As mentioned, a charger at full speed will catch up with a Helldiver. Running away is not a viable strategy. At best, it will buy you time. Properly dodging a charger is a bit like dodging a train. The best thing you can do is run off to one side. Chargers are not like the stereotypical bullfighter boss. They don't get locked into a direction when they start to charge. Despite all their tonnage, they have a small turning radius. If you get the angle slightly wrong, a charger will follow you mid-charge. As you get more experience, you can run towards the charger instead. Eventually, you'll have a feel for how quickly they can turn. Once you slip past the side of a charger, you've solved it. The walking tank will take several meters to stop after missing. For anyone who didn't bring anti-tank weapons, this is your chance. The charger is a thoroughly armored monster. You can pelt it with autocannon rounds, and only your team is at risk. Practically any weapon will ricochet off the heavy carapace. Throwing grenades will mostly just make you feel better. Chargers have precisely one weak point, the underside of the abdomen. Every other part of its body is covered in tank-class armor. The good news is that this weak point is vulnerable to every weapon that exists. Unfortunately, it isn't very vulnerable at all. This part is another durable one, like on the nursing spewer. Most weapons will deal 1/10 of their normal damage to it. That's still better than nothing, and you would be wise to shoot it while you have the chance. Actually defeating a charger requires a fair bit of attention. If you have only rifles, it will take the whole team to bring one down. Doing it on your own would take several reloads, perhaps all the ammo you have. This kind of fight tends to play out in one of two ways. If you're lucky, the team can take turns. While the rampaging beast chases one Helldiver, everyone else shoots it. Then it switches target, and a different set gets to attack the charger. The second way things play out, it never changes target. Either way, this enemy design is fantastic. It rewards teamwork, yet you can still fight chargers on your own. When you've done enough damage, it will be fairly obvious. The back end of the abdomen will have been rent asunder. With its various organs leaking out the back, the charger has been inconvenienced. Terminally so. The tank will bleed out within half a minute. That doesn't mean it's harmless. The charger will still attack you. The important thing is that the charger is no longer able to charge. So long as you keep your distance, a dying charger cannot harm you. It's safe to disregard the enemy and switch to a new target. Explosive weapons will make the fights go faster. Firing an autocannon into the weak point, you can kill a charger in about 5 shots. Sometimes, this ends up being faster than using an anti-tank weapon. Another option is to bypass the armor by cooking the charger. Flamethrowers, incendiary weapons, napalm strikes, all are viable. Fire takes time to deal damage, so anti-tank solutions are preferred. On a good day, you can get an instant kill using most types. Given that you have anti-tank, you probably want to avoid the weak point. Most weapons, like the recoilless and quasar, don't deal enough damage. You would need multiple shots to destroy the abdomen from full health. If you've been fighting it conventionally, rockets could finish the job. Alternatively, if you have multiple players with anti-tank, you could focus fire. By default, though, you should not aim for the weak point. That goes for almost any anti-tank. Recoilless rifle, EAT, quasar, commando. Almost everywhere on the body is a better target than the abdomen. Shooting the back is not great, but it should strip off the armor. There will be a gaping wound where the tank armor used to be. This part of the body may still be durable, but it can be harmed by any weapon. That would be the worst possible outcome, perhaps from missing a better shot. Usually, the stripped armor is on only one side of the charger. You get more angles to attack from, but at an opportunity cost. Ideally, you would aim for the head. Using an anti-tank weapon, a clean headshot is an instant kill. It actually looks quite funny if it lands in the middle of a charge. All that momentum has to go somewhere, so the corpse ends up rolling. Some weapons have lower damage, like the Commando, Railgun, and Heavy Autocannon. They can still punch through the head armor, but won't pop it in a single shot. In these cases, aiming for the head is still your best option. Even if it takes multiple shots, the last one will still be an instant kill. Not so if you aim for the back and leave it to bleed out. However, you can't always get a headshot. Sometimes it's facing the wrong way, or in the middle of a turn. Your next best target is the legs. These still have enough armor to deflect anything, up to and including an autocannon. When you use an anti-tank weapon, the leg armor can be stripped off. That leaves a leg with a pitted orange surface instead of armor. You have now created an artificial weak point. Any weapon can damage this leg. It is now the best place to shoot. The leg is every bit as vital as the head. If any leg is destroyed, it means instant death for the charger. Being able to reliably get the leg is a valid solution to charges. The charger problem is not quite that simple. What I've described is the situation for standard chargers. There also exists a charger behemoth variant. These are distinctive. Their carapace is a much lighter color. Behemoth chargers also have giant blades on their head and forelegs. Being hit by those doesn't hurt any more than usual. What makes the behemoth so fearsome is their durability. Normally, a direct hit to the head is enough. An anti-tank weapon can instantly kill a standard charger. Not so for the behemoth. It takes at least 2 headshots. The same protection applies to the legs. One shot is not enough. You can still strip the armor, creating the standard weak point. Fighting a behemoth isn't that different from a normal charger. All the same tactics apply, it just takes a bit longer. To defeat chargers, sometimes it's better to rely on stratagems. An orbital laser, for example, will easily defeat a charger. By far the most popular option is the orbital rail cannon strike. It doesn't care if you have a behemoth or a normal charger, both will perish instantly. Eagle rocket pods are similar, except you have multiple shots. Each strike is weaker, not a guaranteed kill. You can also use others, like the orbital Gatling or Eagle Strafing Run. These are better than nothing, but not by terribly much. Without specialized weapons or stratagems, you need to fight manually. Chargers are a great enemy to have in the game. They can be irksome or they can be easy. It's always possible to defeat them, no matter your build. Your choices just affect how difficult it is to survive and to win. The less specialized your weapons are, the harder it is to kill them quickly. On the bright side, if you do get killed, you can retaliate using your Hellpod. Dropping directly onto a charger will take care of the problem. At least, it will if that was the only charger. Sometimes there are 2 chargers chasing you around. Other times, there are 5 or 6 chargers. Technically, it is possible to fight them without teamwork. Helldivers 2 is designed so that cooperation is superior. Most of the time, chargers will be the largest bugs you can see. Sometimes there won't even be a single charger on the battlefield. As you reach higher difficulty levels, new threats present themselves. First, you get a mission to kill 1 or 2 Bile Titans. These are the giant monsters from the opening cinematic.
See exotic new life forms.
The most deadly, most durable bugs we know of. Each one is a boss fight, just like the charger used to be. By the time you're in the top 3 difficulties, BTs aren't such a concern. You'll be fighting 2 or 3 at a time and not be too worried. A new one could appear with every single bug breach. Bile Titans can also appear as part of standard patrols. In terms of sheer tonnage, Titans aren't much bigger than chargers. The core body is of a similar size, perhaps even lighter. What makes a Titan seem so big is mostly in the legs. With how much armor they carry, these legs are enormous. All 4 together would easily outweigh a charger. Unlike their smaller brethren, Titan legs are not a weak point. They might not be invulnerable, but they're strong enough. Using anti-tank weapons on the legs would be a profound waste. You can strip the armor to expose the flesh inside. That's not an uncommon outcome, especially when using orbital weapons. Yet I have never once seen a Titan killed by shooting its leg. Normally, the leg blocks what would otherwise have been a good shot. Those legs offer protection in another way. One of the most distinctive aspects of BTs is that they are very tall. Think about short-range weapons, like the Arc Blitzer and the Flamethrower. Hitting the main body of a Titan will range from difficult to impossible. Even attempting it would be a bad tactical decision. Bile Titans have only two ways to attack. One is a short-range stream of bile, like green spewers. This one is more dangerous because it's launched from higher up. The other attack is simply impaling you with those legs. Getting close to a BT means you're in danger from both options. The danger is severe, even if you know what you're doing. Being impaled by a leg of that size is a one-hit kill. On the other hand, it isn't a simple radius of death. Titans have a limited number of legs to attack with. If you can distract one or two legs, the Titan is almost harmless. While a BT tries to stab you, I believe its bile is also thwarted. Everything I've seen implies they can only attack in one way at a time. If you try to dance with a Bile Titan, it may keep your team alive. In theory, you could dodge between its legs forever. Of course, the more likely outcome is that you make some kind of mistake. Maybe it won't even be the Titan, just a lowly scavenger. Anything that slows you down would put you at risk. If you plan to try this, make sure you have the lightest possible suit of armor. Those melee attacks are perhaps the lesser danger. Most of the time, a Bile Titan will attack using bile. These attacks are very obvious and can often be avoided. Diving to the side will usually get you clear of the stream. If you can get 2 or 3 body lengths away, you'll be out of range. Titan bodies, that is, so 50 or 75 meters. This bile is simultaneously the greatest strength and weakness of the Titan. Most of their bodies are covered in tank armor. The only parts vulnerable to normal weapons are on the underside. A pair of bile sacs, one on the thorax and one on the abdomen. Anytime you need to fight a Titan without the right equipment, focus on those. Shooting the bile sacs is by far the most important contribution you can make. Destroying them is not fatal, like tearing apart a charger. Bile Titans can fight on forever, even with both sacs ruptured. Destroying them serves 2 purposes. First of all, they are critical parts of the bile attack. Once both sacs have been popped, the Titan has no more bile in it. All it can do from that point on is to make melee attacks. That makes for a significant change to its behavior. Normally, a Titan will prefer to hang back and use bile attacks. When you take that option away, they tend to stride in and get stabbing. The other benefit of removing the bile sacs is to hurt the beast. Though it can survive without them, the Titan will have low health. It's very common for a wounded Titan to die when it loses a bile sac. The gap left behind by a bile sac may be a weak point of its own. Shooting there isn't nearly as effective as the bile sacs, but it's your best chance. If you have access to medium penetration, this would be the time for it. Unless armor has been stripped off elsewhere, nowhere else is a weak point. If you don't even have medium pen, you're probably better off switching targets. Fight the smaller bugs, take the pressure off the rest of your team. Which brings us to the appropriate weapons for killing a Titan. Practically all primary weapons and pistols are out. Plasma weapons might not be entirely useless. Perhaps the Eruptor, the explosive crossbow, or the grenade pistol. Absolutely none of these can be considered reliable. There are 2 viable methods to defeat a Bile Titan, either by carrying a heavy weapon or calling in orbital strikes. Orbitals are some of the simpler options, but they're limited in their rate. Rail cannon strikes are simple and easy, but may not kill. Orbital lasers are able to kill a Titan if you give them half a minute. An Eagle half-ton bomb might work if you get it in the right place. All of these will take several minutes to cool down, though. The orbital precision strike is faster, but it's easy to miss entirely. Orbital fire support is handy for dealing with the occasional Bile Titan. That's one of the reasons people bring the rail cannon and orbital laser. When you have to face several Titans, you're much better off carrying heavy weapons. The expendable anti-tank is an excellent choice here. You can drop a pair of them anywhere, each time the cooldown is ready. Do this enough, and your whole team will be prepared. Each Titan will take multiple rockets to destroy, depending on your accuracy. By far the best place to aim is for the head. Destroying the head will instantly kill the Titan, no matter its condition. How quickly you can do so will depend on your choice of anti-tank weapon. Most of the standard rocket-type weapons will take at least 2 direct hits. With a bad angle or imperfect accuracy, it could take a dozen shots. The recoilless rifle is probably the best for repeated shots. It only takes a few seconds to reload each time. Quasar cannons force you to wait for them to cool down. That drastically limits your rate of fire. Worse, quasars can't be fired while running away because of the charge-up time. One good option is the disposable commando launcher. Each shot is weaker than other anti-tank options, but you have several. More importantly, you can precisely guide each missile to its target. If the Titan turns around, you can even correct the flight path. Those are the standard rocket-type weapons. They all do roughly the same thing in different ways. You do have a few alternatives that behave differently. For example, it is possible to kill Bile Titans with a railgun. Those have enough power to punch through the armor like it wasn't there. It probably wouldn't take your entire supply of ammunition either. Still, taking that long puts your whole team at risk. Heavy autocannons behave similarly, but with a much higher rate of fire. Either the autocannon turret or the emancipator can kill a Titan. It may take some time, and will go faster if the bile sacs are popped. They are still entirely practical ways of fighting Bile Titans. There is one final weapon that's particularly notable. The spear is a cumbersome weapon with low ammo reserves. It isn't the quickest to reload or the fastest to fire. Spears are guided, but they aren't perfectly reliable. It's still worth bringing them anytime you'll fight Bile Titans. Unlike every other weapon I know of, the spear can kill Titans in one shot. That isn't guaranteed. It all depends which way the BT is facing. Hitting it from the back or side will just strip off a bit of armor. Same thing if a leg gets in the way. Armor removed, but no real damage. Once a Titan is aware of you, it will mostly be facing you. That bodes well for the spear, which needs a headshot to kill instantly. Finally, if all else fails, there is one more way to kill a Bile Titan. Suppose you've just been killed, and your team has called for reinforcements. You return to the fight in a Hellpod, dropped from orbit. The natural impulse is to steer the pod away from danger on the way down. However, if you were dropped in the right place, you can do better. Try aiming your pod directly into a Bile Titan or Charger. The force of a Hellpod can destroy almost any target. You shouldn't rely on this, since it can put you in even greater danger, since you're aiming for the biggest, toughest thing around. Even if you don't miss, there will be some minions around. It's not worth losing a Helldiver for a bit of damage. However, if you have died, you might as well make your landing useful.
Tagging map, north, 200 meters.
Of all the Terminid structures, none are so common as the bug hole. These are almost, but not entirely, unlike a hobbit hole. For some distance around them, a nest will have created a wasteland. If there was grass elsewhere, the nest will be bare rock. Yellow glowing spore mines are scattered across the ground. Hives of Terminids will emit a plume of orange spores. These help you track down the nest, assuming the world has decent visibility. Small nests can be 1 to 3 holes, scattered around an area. Larger nests always seem to manifest as a crater, with holes all around the rim. Each individual hole is a simple tunnel into the ground. The entrance will usually be sloped back by 45 degrees. Around the opening, there will be a yellow glowing ring. 2 rings most of the time, and made of many small dots. It's not clear exactly what these are, but you see them everywhere. Larger versions will be in the terrain near a nest, like the spore mines. The standard way to close these tunnels is with a grenade. That's harder than it sounds, especially with impact fuses.
It didn't go in.
Just impact it on the surface.
A grenade on the surface does no good. It needs to go inside the hole. It can help to have someone with you, to kill any bugs that climb out of the hole. Aside from grenades, you can use most explosive weapons. That includes the Eruptor, grenade pistol, and explosive crossbow. Orbital strikes can also demolish tunnels. Perhaps the best 2 options are a pair of support weapons. The grenade launcher and autocannon can each close an entire large nest without reloading. Anytime your map shows an area shaded in red, that is very probably a nest. Occasionally, you may find one left unguarded. Most of the time, there will be a considerable garrison. Large bases often include a charger or 2. With orbital stratagems, you might soften the base up before going in. No matter what you do, it will be hard to avoid a bug breach. Many of the smaller enemies can summon one, and it takes time to kill them all. Nor would that even help much. Each tunnel is capable of spawning enemies. They will do so a lot faster if a Helldiver is nearby. The next bug hazard is mostly about visibility. Sometimes you will notice the proverbial London pea soup. Parts of the map will have normal skies, but others will be filled with green clouds. It's easy to underestimate the danger caused by a bit of fog. Normally, you have plenty of time to see enemies and plan around them. The humble scavenger can become a threat if you stumble across 20 of them. Even retreating is more difficult, since you don't know which way is safe. It's easy to blunder into a patrol or nest. Worst of all, chargers and bile titans don't seem too affected. They can certainly still chase and attack you. There's nothing quite so intimidating as a charger appearing 2 meters away. Perhaps you have the skill to fight just as well in these conditions. For everybody else, head directly into the worst of it. The fastest way to neutralize the problem is to reach the epicenter. It helps to keep an eye on your map during the mission. Look for the smallest red dots, narrower than a small nest. These can be so tiny there is no visible gradient to the edges. You might not even be sure that you aren't imagining it. Of course, sometimes there's a large enemy concentration. These locations behave something like an enemy nest. I'm not sure they can spawn bugs, but they will attract patrols. The source of the fog is designated a spore spewer. Personally, I don't think that name is a very good one. We already use the term spewer to refer to a class of bugs. This giant mushroom has nothing to do with the walking bags of fluid. It just adds extra confusion, so I call these spore towers. Either way, they resemble a giant mushroom or tree. The overall shape and size are similar to a large oak tree. On top, there is a smooth upper shell supported by branches. Underneath, the branches carry a lot of glowing yellow fruit. An endless cascade of spores seems to spill from these fruit. When you approach the tower, those lights are the first thing you'll see. When I were a young helldiver, spore towers used to be made of sterner stuff. The bugs have gone soft. They don't make them like they used to. Back in my day, the trunk and canopy used to have real armor. Perhaps not tank armor, but strong enough that medium bullets would bounce off. Perhaps the same would apply to the AMR and autocannon, but I don't remember. In those days, you had to aim for the glowing weak points. It wouldn't take very much to take them down, but you wanted medium pen. I used to like unloading my revolver into those branches. Even lighter weapons would work, but the weak points still had some armor. Ideally, you would lie down with your autocannon. It was a very careful, precise shot to make. Assuming you're at a decent range, several rounds might miss. The old way was fun. Since then, the spore towers have been reinforced. From a certain point of view, I can understand this change. After a bit of practice, I was able to spot one on the horizon. A few seconds after grabbing my weapon, the tower would be demolished. Patch 1.000.300 called them fog generators. That's another good name. I don't mind it at all. The changes made are to give it better armor and more health. In a way, this has worked to make the towers last longer. Instead of requiring 2 precise shots, it needs anti-tank fire. About 2 shots from a standard rocket launcher. Autocannon shells still hurt it, but you need to dump most of a magazine. Objectively, this has increased how many seconds a tower lives. I think this is less interesting because there's no need to aim anymore. Instead of always going prone, sometimes I don't even crouch. So long as your shells hit the tower anywhere, that's good enough. Under the old system, there was a trade-off with your chosen range. That tower is half a map away, and hitting the trunk won't do anything. How sure are you that you'll hit the weak points? Sometimes it's better to just get closer and take an easier shot. By giving an incentive to use anti-tank, modern towers have become just as trivial. Now, it's possible I've misunderstood something about the systems involved. Maybe I'd never been hitting those weak points at all. Perhaps the spore spewer was never meant to take precision shots. Still, I enjoyed the older version of the giant shroom. Now that the fog generator has changed, something else could fill that role. We may encounter a future challenge that feels familiar. Terminids don't have all that many buildings. Their hives, for example, are entirely underground. A stalker nest looks just like a normal one. Shrieker nests are some of the most distinctive for existing above the surface. There is another, though it only turns up some of the time. One of the more common mission types is to destroy Terminid hatcheries. These are very much like a standard bug nest, except with spires. That has more of an impact on your tactics than you might expect. With a normal nest, you can run around the outside and shoot into it. Hatcheries are full of choke points, forcing the team through a narrow pass. The rock spires are tall enough to conceal a bile titan. Even with a jump pack, you don't have many options. All you can do is fight your way in and get closing those holes. What makes hatcheries different is that they have giant eggs all over. Each egg is about a meter across, and they're attached to the inner walls. Practically any time you see these, they will be your primary objective. That's certainly the case when purging hatcheries. Eggs also turn up during Terminid control system missions. I'm sure we'll see more of them in future. Smashing the eggs makes sense, and it's great fun. Technically, you could use any weapon, but most anti-tank options are inefficient. Machine guns and shotguns are great, but you can't beat a good old laser cannon. If there was only one enemy faction, H2 would be a good game. There's enough variety to spend hundreds or thousands of hours on. Helldivers 2 does not have one single enemy faction. It has two of them already, and we expect to see a third at some point. Best of all, these are not symmetrical factions. You can draw analogies, but nothing lines up exactly. Instead of insects, the other side are killer robots from outer space. They are named the Automatons. We abbreviate that to Autobots, or bots for short. Their faction color is red, and their icon is a red star. Where the bugs are almost entirely melee fighters, the robots have guns. Bots are an interesting faction, mostly defined by large units. Only one truly fits into the small size category. That's an oversimplification, of course. Automatons have several models of human-scale warrior. Troopers, raiders, and I'm sure several others. I've seen several different names. On all 5 occasions, one has killed me. Really, I don't see a reason to distinguish these types. Some of them have red skulls, but so what? When I die to the MG Raider, what matters is the machine gun. If I'm hit by a rocket trooper, the rocket is what I care about. Bugs can't change their weapons, except by mutation. The robots have hands, so they can pick up various guns. In their most basic form, these troopers can be armed with a pistol or rifle. Like the Scavenger, these are almost no threat to you. Even in large numbers, you could dodge most of their shots. A pistol duel against these is likely to go quite well. All of these battle droids have exposed heads. Most weapons are powerful enough to instantly destroy the head. If you have the time to pick them off, that's the efficient solution. Emptying a magazine in their general direction can also be effective. In another parallel to the Scavenger, they aren't the real threat. The true danger is sending up a signal for backup. Every one of the tiny humanoid bots can summon reinforcements. If you'd rather they didn't do that, you're in luck. The bug signal is almost impossible to avert. In contrast, the bots give you a very fair chance of interrupting them. Their intention is telegraphed by standing still and raising one arm. This one is extremely easy to pick up on. You may grasp it the first time. You even get a glimpse of red light to attract your attention. If you leave that bot alone, it launches the signal flare. As we all know, robots do not burrow up from the soil. Their reinforcements come in the form of a bot drop, not a bug breach. The general mechanics are the same, only the delivery method changes. Those differences have practical effects on your gameplay. For the bugs, you can't hit them until they emerge from the ground. Automaton dropships are aircraft, so they can be shot down. They carry their cargo underneath, where it can be exposed to gunfire. Like the bug breach, even the largest enemies can be summoned. While you can deal with these, it's better to avoid them. For that reason, sometimes you want to kill all the smallest bots first. That still leaves you with all the dangerous ones, but at least you know there won't be any more coming. The robots get a little more threatening with better weapons. In their most bug-like form, they are armed with swords. They're quite distinctive. The swords glow red and are sword-shaped. Some have a sword in one hand and a gun in the other. These ones are fairly non-threatening. You shouldn't be close enough for the sword to be relevant. The real danger comes when they dual-wield swords. These versions are more equivalent to the warrior than anything else. All they can do is charge toward you and prepare to stab. They may have another pair of red glowy things placed behind the head. This combination of red flags indicates the presence of a jump pack. Just like the Pouncer, jump troopers will arrive as part of a group. The rest of the patrol will move at their usual speed. Jump troopers can leap ahead to close the distance. This can be quite distracting, causing you to move out of cover. Though the swords are lethal, they should rarely connect. As one of their only melee units, these require a different approach. Ideally, you just blast them before they land. Jump troopers have no extra armor, so they're easy to kill. The ones you see coming are almost no threat at all. When you're already in a firefight, that's when they get you. Small humanoid bots can also man emplacement weapons. There will be a few of these scattered around every enemy camp. As with all bot weapons, they seem to use pulse lasers instead of bullets. The standard version looks vaguely like a Maxim gun. It behaves like the Stalwart, except with an overheat mechanic. You can hijack these guns, but they only have light penetration. They also have a variant closer to the HMG emplacement. If you see a stream of red bolts coming towards you, it might be a mounted gun. They do come with gun shields, but it's fairly easy to snipe past them. Failing that, an explosion will certainly clear out the MG nest. Which brings us to the next kind of Autobot. What weapon is like a mounted machine gun? The portable version, carried by the MG Raider. This is probably the second most deadly weapon they can use. If they are any threat at range, it will likely be from this weapon. It behaves very much like the mounted form, but they can carry it around. Without a machine gun, even large groups of troopers are weak. The most threatening thing the others can do is throw a grenade. These make a distinctive noise and have a red light, so they're easy to find. If you get to it in time, it's even possible to throw the grenade back. Of course, if that goes wrong, you're left holding a grenade. The final type of small robot is the rocket trooper, not to be confused with the jetpack trooper. Rocket troopers carry a launcher for unguided rockets. You might miss the launcher itself, since the tube will be aimed at you. Look out for a red glowing sight attached to the launcher. Once you see something even vaguely similar to this, start dodging. Rocket launchers are by far the most deadly of their weapons. Once you know what you're doing, you'll rarely get hit. So long as you're always on the move, they become almost harmless. The danger is still there, but only when you slip up. The Automaton Devastator has no clear equivalent. Mission objectives have them in the same role as the Brood Commander. Killing them is the entire mission on the lowest difficulties. By the time you reach the middle of the range, Devastators are common. These giant bots are still vaguely humanoid. Devastators aren't quite twice the height of a Helldiver or Trooper. If you were to stand next to a Devastator, you would come up to its waist. You would then discover that Devastators can make melee attacks. Getting close is unwise, but not the worst idea. The standard Devastator is armed with a heavy double rifle. It will generally fire in short bursts while walking towards the player. In terms of firepower, a single Devastator is worth half a dozen troopers. Those smaller bots are most useful when supporting superior allies. While the Devastator draws your fire, those small ones can chip away at your health. The one blessing of the Devastator is that they can't launch flares. They never stop to call for backup, they just keep marching forward. When you fight a Devastator, you only need to beat the giant robot itself. Devastators are similar to the basic troopers, but they have armor. Most of the body is covered in medium armor. This makes them immune to many, if not most, weapons. Well, not completely immune. The Brood Commander resists light weapons all over its body. Devastators have specific weak points, but are otherwise invulnerable. Your only options are to bring medium penetration or aim better. Like the troopers, their heads can be easily destroyed. Yet, the Devastator doesn't have a neck. From the back, the head is completely hidden, much like Space Marine Terminators or the StarCraft Marines. Even from the front, the head is a tricky target. Their walking cycle has a sway to it, causing the head to lurch sideways. The other main weak point is the waist. There is a gap in the armor plates, leaving it exposed. Even with a high penetration weapon, aiming for these is sensible. The Devastator is not an individual unit. It is the foundation of all medium-sized robots. You can create a new enemy by modifying the base Devastator. Perhaps you could add a flamethrower or a grenade launcher. It seems inevitable that some new Devastator will appear. The simplest and most substantial modification is called the Berserker. Along with the Double Sword Raiders, these are the only dedicated melee bots. Berserkers are exactly what you would expect a Chaos Devastator to be. All the armor has been stripped off. There are spikes all over the exposed frame. In its chest, there is an angry red glow. Where other Devastators have ranged weapons, they have all been removed. In their place, a Berserker has a chainsaw in each hand. They are officially called meat saws, after their intended use. The Berserker was not designed for cutting down trees. With the armor removed, Berserkers have a more visible leg structure. All Devastator variants are digitigrade. This isn't as obvious, since other models walk slowly. From the front, there's little to no indication of an extra leg joint. Berserkers may make more use of that articulation, or perhaps they can just move the legs faster without the burden of armor. Whatever the reason, Berserkers can move quite fast indeed. A little slower than a Helldiver, perhaps, but not by much. If you keep turning around to shoot, they will easily catch up. The best way to fight a Berserker is usually to ignore them. Very much like the Terminid warrior, they are no threat. Unless you ignore them for a moment too long, which is when they kill you. In any group of mixed enemies, your first priorities will be the various ranged ones. As long as you can kill those and stay out of melee range, everything is fine. Then you start to notice the Berserkers are getting a bit too close for comfort. You try to take another few shots and start backing away. In the space of 2 seconds, it all goes wrong. The first chainsaw barely misses you, and there are 3 Berserkers. When it comes to killing Berserkers, there is good and bad news. All the armor has conveniently been removed. It is possible for a shot to bounce off, but I think those are ricochets. It could only happen at a shallow angle. I can't find any part that can reliably deflect the Liberator. Weak points are identical to the standard Devastator. If you forget them, just aim for the red glowy bits. The head is ideal, but failing that, go for the waist. Put enough damage into these and the problem is solved. Getting enough damage is the tricky part. Berserkers are very resilient, considering they have no armor. When you think one should be scrap metal, it'll still be walking. As I alluded to before, Berserkers travel in packs. This makes them an ideal target for some of your heavier weapons. Grenades are great, since they cluster together, especially the impact grenades. Throw one, and it'll be easy to finish off the group. For the same reason, the autocannon is perfect. They deal a lot of splash damage, and the one you hit will be scuppered. Other good tools are the grenade launcher and anti-materiel rifle. No other Devastator variants follow the Berserker pattern. It turns out that most of the time, armor is quite useful. The basic Devastator is also rather well designed. It's hard to improve upon that frame, so the bots stopped trying. Devastators are already pretty excellent at what they do. If you had to name a weakness, it would be firepower. There's nothing wrong with the double rifle, of course. That doesn't need to change. The simplest firepower upgrade was the Kerbal solution. Just bolt some more rockets to the side. This modification is named the Rocket Devastator. Each shoulder has a compact rocket pod on top. Aside from that, absolutely nothing has been changed. All the original armor is still in place. The standard Devastator rifle is still on the right arm. Its weak points are still the face and waist. Once you can handle the rockets, you completely understand the variant. In terms of cost-effectiveness, I think the Rocket Devastator is perfect. The original Devastator already has a solid weapon. Their armor is quite strong enough to be going on with. All it needed was something extra to throw Helldivers off balance. Those rockets certainly qualify. The pods are mounted directly to the torso, so they can't be aimed. Anytime they're going to fire, the entire Devastator will turn. The firing stance is quite well telegraphed, punching forward. That can be almost a weapon of its own. Once a Rocket Devastator is ready to fire, you have to move. A salvo is about half a dozen rockets. They aren't guided, but the spread pattern covers a few meters. Every rocket is deadly enough to be worth dodging. If you're paying attention and not under attack, that's quite easy. When you're already busy, something will usually land. Even worse would be a salvo from an unexpected direction. Rocket Devastators often end up somewhat isolated from the other bots. Adding the rocket pods introduces a new vulnerability. Not precisely a weak point, since that implies it's fatal, but the pods are not well armored or too durable. They also have quite a large target profile, much bigger than the head. Destroying the rocket pods is actually quite easy. They seem to be considered the same object, both are gone at the same time. This turns the rocket devastator into just a devastator. Getting a headshot is better, but removing the rockets is great. Just don't get too confident about this. Those pods can fire while you're shooting them. I've died several times from waiting a couple of seconds too long. There is no such thing as a safe Devastator fight. All the variants can make short work of a careless Helldiver. If there's one that still causes me trouble, it would have to be this one. The Heavy Devastator demands an immediate response. If possible, get yourself behind some hard cover. Against most enemies, that would be the answer. You have some cover, now you can safely deal with the threat. That isn't the case for the Heavy Devastator. Let's start with the basic structure. The purpose of a Heavy Devastator is to carry a heavy weapon. Standard Devastators have a quite low rate of fire. The Heavy Devi carries a vehicle-scale machine gun. This is rather large, and it has a demoralizing rate of fire. I believe it's actually a laser machine gun. That's because the Heavy variant has another new module. Heavy Devastators have a large backpack generator, or battery. These are mostly invisible from the front. Only a sliver sticks out. As you may know, I have intentionally left out the main bit, even more important than the weapon, and several times heavier. The Standard and Rocket Devastators have one empty hand. Mostly, they use this to punch anything in melee range. It turns out there are better options for that arm. Heavy Devastators carry an enormous shield. For all practical purposes, this is impenetrable. Perhaps a railgun might go through, but even that is questionable. This may be the most durable armor that exists in the game. Going through the shield is a terrible idea. With enough splash damage, an impact to the front can reach around the edges. A strong enough impact to the shield's face can help as well. That will cause it to lower the shield for a moment. If this was necessary to fight them, it would be quite irksome. I would say the shield impact is better for silencing the gun. The shield covers most of the Devastator except for 3 parts. Obviously, the gun itself needs to stick out, so you could try shooting it in the right arm. Heavy Devastators still need to aim. That means they need to see, which exposes their eyes. One corner of the shield is missing, which lets you get a headshot. Finally, that backpack pokes up above the torso. It's a small target from the front, and may be impossible. If you're at a lower elevation, the backpack and head may be hidden. As with all Devastators, the ideal solution is putting one between the eyes, or possibly several, depending how powerful your weapons are. The heavy repeating blaster makes it hard to aim. If you keep getting shot, it can be impossible to hit the head. The backpack is a slightly more forgiving target, but not by much. At least, from the front it's rather difficult. To defeat a Heavy Devastator, you should use the power of friendship. The backpack generator is a huge target from the back and sides. So long as you have a team to flank, they are easy. The backpack doesn't even have armor. Any weapon will do. While you can fight them alone, it's much easier not to. When you first start to encounter vehicles, it will be quite a shock. The smallest and least threatening is the Scout Strider. It would take tens of hours before we found out the name, of course. In Helldivers 2, you don't learn these things unless something kills you. There is obvious inspiration from the Star Wars AT-ST, technically closer to the AT-RT, another Scout Walker. More than anything, these remind me of the Sentinel from Warhammer 40k. Personally, I dislike the name Strider. Like the bugs with Spewer, it's just confusing. You may hear me call them Scout Walkers, Sentinels, or any combination of the two. These are the bare minimum required to qualify as a vehicle. We have a seat and some kind of propulsion system. There's a weapon slightly more powerful than an infantry one. The central planning AI has even granted them some armor. Only some, though. It's open on the top, rear, and sides. If the Scout Walker is right in front of you, that's good enough. When they face away or at lower elevation, the rider is exposed. If possible, you should just shoot the robot driving it. That's because shooting the front plate is quite ineffective. Scout walkers have a combination of medium infantry and light vehicle armor. You can certainly hurt them with only medium penetration. If you can't get an angle on the pilot, shoot them right between the legs. There is some armor, but medium pen will get you through. You'll kill the walker before too long. If you only destroy the vehicle, the pilot can fight on foot. Grenades are another great option, especially for multiple walkers. Impact grenades to the front plate are even better. Any support weapon with light vehicle penetration will do well. The anti-materiel rifle, HMG, and autocannon. Proper anti-tank weapons will also work, of course, but sentinels often travel in groups. You'd prefer something with a large magazine and decent rate of fire. Plasma weapons are the perfect answer to scout walkers. Since they have splash damage, they can bypass the front plate. That's why I bring a Scorcher to fight the Autobots. You can fire directly into the armor and still get the kill. As long as you connect, it should take less than 3 shots. The Scout Sentinel is the fastest and most agile unit. Ideally, you would flank them to bypass the frontal armor. With a team, that's easy and very helpful. If you try it on your own, getting behind them can be difficult. You would need to get quite close to beat their turn rate. The Walker has 2 different attacks. In melee range, it can try to stomp you. Like the 80ST, it also has twin repeating blaster cannons. When you play well, they never even get a chance to fire. If things are going badly, Scout Walkers can be quite deadly.
Heavy, west, on my position. Heavy, west, on my position. Requesting sentry.
When the Scout Walkers turn up, they are difficult to kill. From a 90-degree arc, they are resistant to most weapons. The next size of vehicle is the Automaton Hulk. Instead of being resistant, Hulks are almost invulnerable. The relevant angle is still 90 degrees, but on the opposite side. Only the rear quarter can be harmed by mortal weapons. Hulks can be incredibly dangerous any time they appear, and yet they aren't anywhere near the strongest robots. Because of their armor, Hulks can be difficult to fight. If you don't have anti-tank weapons, there is only one answer. You need to get behind the Hulk and hit the weak point. There's an array of orange vents on the back. These wouldn't work if they were covered in armor. Any weapon is strong enough to damage the vents. It might take a while, but you can eventually take down the Hulk. The trouble is getting access to the vents. For some reason, Hulks prefer to face toward their enemies. When you fight them alone, it will be almost impossible. Stun grenades would allow you to get behind the Hulk, but given that you don't have anti-tank, you probably don't have stun grenades. The best answer is to use teamwork. One player can act as bait, distracting the Hulk. Another will be ready for the Hulk to turn, exposing the vents. This strategy is highly effective as long as the bait lives. Once he dies, the Hulk will switch targets. You would think that outrunning a Hulk would be fairly easy. After all, this is a giant walking tank with heavy armor. How fast and agile could they possibly be? That's part of what makes the Hulk so incredibly terrifying. You have every reason to expect them to be slow. When there's one chasing you with a flamethrower, you discover how wrong that was. Like the Berserker, they aren't quite as fast as a Helldiver, but they're close enough to keep up during a chase. Supposing you get enough damage into the vents, they will explode. The vents will explode, that is, not the Hulk. This is most comparable to the abdomen on a charger. Losing it may impair the Hulk, but not enough to save someone. You need to keep shooting the weak point. Before too long, there's another explosion, and the entire Hulk slumps over. As the bait, this process feels like it takes half an hour. All you can do is try to keep those vents pointed at your team. This brings us to the question of what you'll be trying to evade. So far, we know of 3 Hulk types: the Bruiser, the Scorcher, and the Obliterator. The rarest and simplest of these seems to be the Obliterator. They only seem to have explosive weapons and don't try to get close. If there is such a thing as a standard Hulk, it would be the Bruiser. They have a varied weapon set, with one missile launcher from the Obliterator. The other arm has a heavy repeating blaster, a deadly combination of explosion juggling and a laser machine gun. Bruisers can be quite difficult to dodge. By far the most intimidating form is the Hulk Scorcher. These ones have a flamethrower and a dreadnought close combat weapon. Having only short-range weapons, the Hulk Scorcher seems to be faster. There's nothing quite like having a Hulk right behind you. You barely dodged the last 7 gouts of fire. On paper, you can outrun this thing, but not when you keep diving. Each time you avoid the flamethrower, it gets a little closer to melee range. All you can do is hope that your team is paying attention. Speaking of which, how do you kill a Hulk? We've covered the main weak point, those rear vents. Anything you do to damage those is a good thing. To properly deal with multiple Hulks, you need something better. Orbital stratagems are a good option, such as the rail cannon. Eagle rockets and half-ton bombs are also fairly effective. You might even be able to use a walking barrage. The Eagle Strafing Run and the Orbital Gatling strikes are better than nothing. Perhaps even the Eagle Airstrike and Orbital Precision Strike. And of course, the Orbital Laser can fix anything. Let's assume you had some orbitals, but they're on cooldown. Now you have only the weapons you're carrying. Which ones are effective, and where? Those of you paying attention might already know. The Hulk is our litmus test for light vehicle armor. Though the main hull has tank-class armor, it has a weak point. Right in the center, where that red glow comes from. That vision slit has only light vehicle armor. Poke it in the eye with an anti-materiel rifle. 2 shots from the AMR or autocannon will instantly destroy a Hulk. The Hulk's eye is quite small, so you may need to miss a shot or 2. This is usually faster than being certain of 2 shots. The heavy machine gun also works, but you'll need more than 2 hits. With light vehicle penetration, you can also hit the limbs. Most of the time, this is not a good idea. You can destroy its weapons, which is good, but for the same ammo usage, you could have destroyed it. Only target the limbs if you don't have a good angle on the eye or the vents. A much better solution would be to bring anti-tank weapons. If you can manage to hit the eye, a railgun should only take a shot or 2. The Commando is not traditional, but it will do nicely. It will probably take 2 or 3 shots, even if you land the first one. With their short cooldown and guidance, these are very good. Then we have all the standard anti-tank weapons. The Spear will kill a Hulk in 1 hit, but there are issues. A Hulk Scorcher may be too close for the missile guidance. Any kind of Hulk could interrupt you during the lock-on phase. Quasar cannons are similar. You may not get to fire them. If you do, a single hit to the eye is enough to destroy a Hulk. The same goes for any of these rocket-type weapons. Recoilless rifles are a great option, assuming you get time to reload. Expendable anti-tank rockets might be the best overall. There are a few more exotic stratagem options. If we had MD-17 anti-tank mines, those would be perfect. The HMG emplacement is similar to the portable HMG. One of the safest solutions is to bring a sentry turret. The autocannon sentry can punch through Hulk armor. Rocket sentries are also quite effective. You could even tell the Hulk to pick on someone its own size. From a distance, an exosuit looks remarkably similar to a Hulk. The Emancipator is ideal for anti-Hulk combat. A Patriot will do acceptably, but not nearly as well. No matter how well equipped you are, the Hulk is always a threat. By this point, I've said the word tank over 100 times. I think it's about time we introduced our first tank. This one will be the Shredder tank. The automatons use a standardized hull for all their tanks. That means only the turret needs to be changed to create a new one. Shredder tanks use the standard hull plus an anti-aircraft turret. This seems to be identical to the AA turret in enemy camps. Standard tank hulls have completely flat and vertical sides. There are no weapons and sponson mounts, which is just as well. Tanks are already difficult enough to flank. There's no need to make it worse by giving them 11 barrels of hell. Most tanks from Earth do not have those flat sides. That's because their tracks are mounted on the side of the hull. Automaton tanks have their tracks wrapped around the hull. This style was used by British World War I tanks and in Warhammer 40k. These ones have an extremely well-sloped upper glacis. Not that sloped armor makes a difference, you shouldn't be aiming there. tanks are all equipped with a hull-mounted twin machine gun. A laser machine gun, but that's pretty standard for the Autobots. You might think you're safe because the turret is pointed away. Do not underestimate the hull machine guns. Not even if the hull is also pointing away from you. Their hull traverse speed is not as slow as you might like, even less so for the Shredder tank. They seem to be much more agile than the other tank variants. That seems fairly intuitive. The AA turret must be far lighter. Speaking of which, that turret is very simple. Just your stereotypical quad-barrel anti-aircraft laser cannon. It's actually very similar to the hull machine guns when you're being shot at. Trying to dodge 6 repeating lasers is rather unwise. The seasoned Helldiver would look for cover. Failing that, your best chance is to use your comrades as a distraction. The primary weak point of the tank is at the back of the turret. You'll know when you see it. The vents glow orange like on the Hulk. Getting a fair few shots into those vents will destroy the tank completely. That can be harder than it sounds, with their fast traverse speeds. Throwing grenades is fairly ineffective, except for thermite. Any of the anti-tank weapons will handle this easily, almost like they were designed for it. The quasar cannon and all the rockets can probably deal damage anywhere. Aiming for the turret is almost always the correct choice. If you must use anti-tank against the hull, try aiming for the back. Tank front and sides are traditionally well protected, not so much for the rear hull. Sufficiently devastating orbital weapons will also do the trick.
Orbital strike incoming.
The other kind of tank is the Annihilator tank. These seem to be significantly more common than the Shredder variant. They also look more like a standard tank, with a fully enclosed turret. Instead of quad AA guns that can elevate to vertical, there is a single cannon. I'm not entirely certain what this fires. It doesn't seem quite like a laser weapon. If the color was different, I could be confident it was a plasma annihilator, making this variant a looted Lehman Russ executioner. But perhaps collectivist plasma is just red. Nothing at all like our proper democratic blue. Whatever it is, the cannon fires a large red bolt. This travels at about the same speed as a rocket, with a slight drop over distance. Annihilator tanks put out a far lower volume of fire than the Shredder. That isn't much of a comfort, because the cannon is rather big. The projectile has one of the largest blast radii in the game. Even a moderately near miss can send you flying. If you're only facing one cannon, you have time to get your footing back. There's quite a significant delay between each shot. Annihilator tanks have a vastly slower turret traverse speed. I think the hull traverse is also slower than on the Shredder. Even then, it can be hard to get behind the tank. If you've played World of Tanks or War Thunder, you'll know why. By rotating your turret and hull in the same direction, you combine their speeds. Often, that's enough to take out the cheeky light tank trying to circle you. Unfortunately, the exact same principle applies against Helldivers. If you keep avoiding the cannon, you may end up in front of the hull MGs. Not a good plan, unless you've got friends. The weak point of this tank is also on the back of the turret. That thermal exhaust port is only 1 meter wide. If you don't have anti-tank weapons, this is your only hope. Even with light vehicle penetration, you still need this. You can try throwing grenades at it. Those are usually better than nothing. Thermite is much better, but they'd count as anti-tank. Autocannon turrets would also be appropriate. You can kill a tank easily enough with an exosuit. However, this could be mutual destruction. Fighting inside a walker makes it much harder to dodge. It only takes one cannon shot to cripple the legs. Even if you survived that, you couldn't avoid the next blast. One of the best counters to the Annihilator is a spear. Other rockets and missiles will take multiple shots. The good news is that they all have splash damage and high penetration. This can make it worthwhile to hit the front of the turret. Normally you would avoid that since the armor is so high. When fighting tanks, this is the perfect time to call an orbital strike. Rail cannons and lasers will do well, as always. The Eagle half-ton and airstrike are also good options. Perhaps the best would be the orbital precision strike, at least assuming you can hit the tank. If not, try the rail cannon and Eagle 110mm rockets.
Reloading! Requesting orbital strike!
Orbital strike incoming.
It can be difficult to fight tanks and walking tanks. These are some of the most dangerous robot vehicles. You can't always make a direct comparison with the Terminid enemy list. It's fairly clear that a Hulk and a Charger fill the same role. Trying to find a tank equivalent is fruitless. The closest I can think of are the yellow and green spewers. However, those are too numerous and too flimsy. One thing we can be certain of is the Bile Titan equivalent. There is only one enemy type that reaches anywhere near Titan size. The largest automaton we have seen is the Factory Strider. These are enormous siege engines with 4 legs. While their movement might be slow, it's faster than you might like. Perhaps around walking speed for a Helldiver. So far, the Factory Strider is the only one of its kind. It seems reasonable to expect a variant to appear at some point in future. An Artillery Strider, or something more exotic. Maybe one that constantly generates a smokescreen or poison gas. It could even have a shield generator, or just a bunch of flamethrowers. Whatever variants may appear, they would all be named Striders. Surely the basic chassis must be called the Strider. This is why I refuse to call the bipedal one-man vehicle a Scout Strider. It would be interesting to see a version of the Factory Strider with high speed and little armor. That, plus a large stereoscopic laser rangefinder turret. When I hear the term Scout Strider, that is what I imagine. The little ones will have to settle for being Sentinel Walkers. There really is only one machine comparable to the Factory Strider. In a certain other galaxy, there exists an all-terrain armored transport, a giant walker with 4 legs, roughly the same size and shape. Of course, the Factory Strider can appear on any contested battlefield. That includes the land of the ice and snow, a desolate frozen rock, somewhere that General Veers might find familiar. There is one profound difference between the AT-80 and the Strider. The AT-80 has its legs and all the drive systems mounted underneath. Factory Striders have theirs on the sides of their body. That would be a minor detail, except for the factory part. So far, I've completely ignored that bit of the name. Doing that during a mission is likely to end rather poorly. The legs cannot be attached underneath because something else goes there. Much of the internal volume is taken up by construction equipment. This makes the Factory Strider into a walking fabricator. We really should come up with a shorthand name to convey that. It has a set of doors underneath to deploy new bots through. Not just any old bots, like you'd see from a normal fabricator. The ones you find in enemy camps only produce the small robots. Some with different weapons, but the most you find is a rocket launcher. Every larger machine has to be flown in from outside the mission area. Nothing can create tanks or Hulks or Devastators, except for the Factory Strider, which builds ordinary Devastators. Just the base variant, no rocket pods or shields. Each production cycle will spit out 4 Devastators. How quickly I can't say, but it doesn't take long. In fact, a new set appears right around the time you killed the last ones. A few Devastators would be insignificant on their own. Even without taking cover, you should be able to defeat them. However, Factory Striders don't just appear out of nowhere. Sometimes they will be in the middle of a large robot camp. If they aren't in the world already, they have to be airdropped in. That can't happen without a reason, and the reason is usually a signal flare. You need the light infantry bots in order to call for reinforcements. That means, at a minimum, there is one additional warbot. Maybe you killed it the moment after the flare was launched, but if a Factory Strider arrived, there was probably another dropship. Not that the Factory Walker needs any help to be dangerous. If you ever did meet one that was alone, it would be a huge threat. For a start, it has several rather large legs. Each one weighs as much as a small building. You should try to avoid getting underfoot. The next weapon system is a dorsal turret. Unlike the AT-80, Striders are flat on top. Most of this area is empty, and it's even possible to land a Hellpod there. Right above the shoulders, though, there is a cannon turret. The shape is different from a tank, but it mounts the same plasma annihilator. I suspect the turret design is to allow for better gun depression. You can still get close enough to be under the gun's minimum range, but when you get that close, you will have other problems. Let's look back at the AT-80 for comparison. They are armed with 2 heavy laser cannons in chin mounts. Each one of these is probably more powerful than the Strider cannon. In either galaxy, these are far more than you need to fight infantry. The Imperial Walker has secondary weapons mounted on the sides of its head. These are medium blasters, much better for anti-personnel use. Since the Factory Strider has its cannon elsewhere, the Chin is available. The Automatons have a pair of rapid-fire laser machine guns installed in those mounts. Possibly laser Gatling guns. I usually have other priorities when looking at them. Disruptive as the main cannon may be, those Chin blasters are more deadly. The cannon has a fairly slow rate of fire, and it can be easily dodged. While the Chin guns are fixed in the forward arc, that's usually facing you. No matter what kind of armor or shields you have, prepare to get melted. The anti-personnel lasers have caused more deaths than the other weapons. They're similar to the ones carried by heavy devastators. The good news is that all the weapons on a Factory Strider can be destroyed. Which ones you prioritize will depend on the situation. If you think you can kill the Strider quickly, you might ignore the weapons. Often the cannon will be your first target, since it can be so disruptive. You can hide behind cover for the anti-personnel lasers. Try that with the main cannon, and you can be knocked flying by a near miss. This particular weapon is considered to be its own entity, distinct from the Walker. When using a spear, you can lock onto the turret instead of the body. The two targets are far enough away that it's easy to choose which one you want. If there is one thing to be said about Striders, it's that they are durable. I've never seen a Strider turret destroyed with less than 2 anti-tank rockets. Well, that's not quite true. Sometimes a Hellpod has landed on top. That causes significant damage, so a rocket can finish off the turret. With the cannon out of action, that removes the only threat from most angles. The other weapons can only face forward, and the body is slow to turn. Destroying the turret causes no great harm to the Strider. If your team is comfortable dodging its shots, feel free to ignore it. Automatically targeted weapons may still aim for the turret. The other weapons are the laser machine guns on the Chin. These are harmless, assuming you stay behind the Strider. Otherwise, they are the fastest way to die. They also happen to be the easiest weapon system to destroy. You don't need anti-tank weapons, or even light vehicle pen. I won't guarantee that a Liberator will work, but medium pen will do fine. Unless the cannon is really causing problems, I'd focus on those. Without its Chin guns, a Strider is just a cannon on legs. And a source of infinite devastators, I suppose. Once you destroy both the cannon and Chin guns, the Strider is harmless. Still a serious threat, but it can't directly hurt you. That brings us to our next question. How do you solve a problem like a Strider? The railgun will definitely do something, and so will the various anti-tank rockets. All of these will take a significant amount of time to destroy the Walker. Except for the Quasar Cannon, it may take more ammo than you have. Unlike every other enemy in the game, you can't kill Striders instantly. There is no silver bullet, no easy solution to remove the problem. It can certainly help to use your orbital stratagems. Rail cannons and Eagle rockets are as excellent as always. Orbital precision strikes are good, but you'll probably have time to use a second one. Not even the Eagle 500kg bomb is effective. Well, it's better than nothing, but you'll need multiple. An orbital laser is a big help, but will be distracted by the turret. Orbital HE barrages are great if they hit the right things. Maybe if you have all these stratagems and use them in sequence. We could speculate that the Factory Strider needs some teamwork. A single half-ton bomb might not work, but your entire team can bring their own. You can have 4 rail cannons or 4 lasers firing together. The worst-case scenario is fighting a Strider without real anti-tank. Maybe you took a direct hit from a cannon and lost your support weapon. Or it could be that you're the crowd control specialist. I'm sorry to say that you won't do much without light vehicle pen. There are moving parts on the sides, sliding in and out, horizontally at the front, vertically at the back. These can be destroyed, and I've had results from shooting them, but most of the time they deflect autocannon shells. It's definitely possible to crack open the panel on top of the head, but to do that, you'd need anti-tank weaponry. Think of it like fighting an AT-AT. You can make them stumble if you hit them hard enough in the legs. That armor's too thick for blasters, but what about the neck? You can shoot them in the face, where an AT-AT cockpit window would be. But with weak weapons, think like a Skywalker. Remember, there's a factory inside. You can hit it from underneath, even without a lightsaber. The bottom of the main body has a pair of large doors on it. If you don't have better options, you can shoot into and through those. Alternatively, you could focus on those devastators. Help your better-equipped teammates focus on what matters.
My life for Super Earth!
As I mentioned earlier, a bot drop arrives via aircraft. This isn't simply an animation, it's a real vehicle. If you have surface-to-air missiles, you can shoot them down. When that happens, the wreck of the dropship will fall from the sky. In certain scenarios, this ability is profoundly useful, taking out an entire wave of reinforcements at once. Other times, it's a complete waste of time. When there are several dropships, any single one won't matter, and you'd have better results from saving your powerful weapons. The Automaton dropship is really quite a sensible design. In a way, it's similar to Thunderbird 2 or a helijet. The core of the dropship is a central beam, with ribs along the middle. Most likely, these are some kind of clamps for holding large cargo. Or perhaps, they only exist to look intimidating. At each end of the beam, there's a reasonably wide crossbar. The front has a cockpit, and the back end doesn't. This produces a reasonably lightweight rectangle with 4 corners. Each corner has quite a large jet thruster module. These can pivot forward and back for thrust and braking. Dropships can carry immense loads. A single one can carry at least 2 hulks and probably more. I've only seen them bring 1 tank at a time, but that can't be their maximum. Surely there would be room for a tank and a hulk together. They can carry quite a few infantry, be they troopers or devastators. The most impressive feat is transporting an entire factory strider. Given their weight, it seems clear those thrusters are powerful. An unladen dropship could probably fly on just 2 thrusters. Balancing the load would need them to be on opposite corners. Thrusters are also the weak points of a dropship. Despite their load capacity, all 4 are required. You can bring down a dropship by destroying even a single one. If you do, this will destroy the entire cargo as well. At least, everything that hasn't been dropped yet. For a bot drop consisting of infantry, that is a waste. It takes anti-tank firepower to destroy a thruster. For that to be efficient, there must be at least a hulk. Tanks and factory striders are excellent targets. They take multiple rockets to kill, and you can eliminate them with a single one. Smaller targets are better handled by firing up into the cargo area. Every once in a while, I've seen that bring down a dropship. If not, you can reduce the incoming wave before they land.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Where do new automatons come from? I'll tell you when you get older. We know that large factories exist on many worlds. Automaton dropships don't seem capable of interstellar travel. Even if they were, it would be dreadfully inefficient. There is certainly some kind of spacecraft that we aren't aware of. Perhaps as simple as a self-replicating probe. When one of these lands, it starts bootstrapping a factory. Whatever they use, it can be no match for a super-destroyer. We don't see naval battles or robotic transport ships. Everything, including the factories themselves, must be produced locally. Occasionally, we see robot arms used for construction. It seems these are intended for making tanks, though not quickly. Tank hulls are present in a few of the larger bases. Build times are so long that they aren't relevant in combat. You'll never see a tank produced to defend a bot camp. The same goes for hulks and factory striders. Those are built somewhere, but not while you're fighting. Only the very smallest and weakest robots are built during a mission. This involves the single most numerous building in the entire game. Individual bug tunnels lead down into the same hive, so they don't count. Machine gun nests are missing at least 2 walls, and they're part of a fortification. Even the prefabricated super-Earth structures aren't so common. An automaton fabricator is really just a large red box. There are 4 walls, and 3 of those are the wrong side. Only one side is useful, to us or the machines. That side is the one with the door, and the weakness. Several times per minute, the door slides open to reveal a few troopers. There's also a blinding red glow inside the door. Possibly, this is just light leaking from various manufacturing steps. Above the door, there are 2 tiny vents. These are the only weak points, except perhaps the door, and those doors move too quickly for most weapons. Rockets and grenades don't fly fast enough to reliably sneak inside. Fabricator vents are nothing like the tutorial's mechanical bug holes. Those are placed low to the ground and with a wide opening. The perfect target to learn about throwing grenades. Fabricator vents are well above head height and quite small. Even an experienced Helldiver can miss the first grenade. If you brought impact grenades, you might fail 6 times in a row. Using a grenade pistol can make it easier to hit the vent. The same goes for the eruptor and the explosive crossbow. Any explosive weapon will do when fired into the vents. Well, anything except the Jar 5 Dominator. That one is categorized as explosive, but can't harm fabricators. Or any of the 3 plasma weapons, which have the explosive trait. They deal splash damage and mention explosions in their descriptions, yet they have no effect on fabricators and nests. Heavy weapons tend to be more predictable. Most anti-tank weapons are explosive enough to qualify, even the quasar cannon, though not the laser cannon. With the limited ammunition of this class, it's often better to save them. Use grenades or some lighter weapons. Just as with the bug holes, the autocannon and grenade launcher are perfect. Autocannon rounds need to ricochet inside, so you have to aim for the back of the vent. All you need is the right angle, from vaguely the front of the fabricator. That's generally the rule. If you can see into the vents, you can destroy it. However, there are exceptions. The spear can lock onto fabricators from any angle. If you have the ammo to spare, 4 shots can clear most bot camps. A more convenient option would be the new Commando launcher. These also have 4 shots, with no need to reload between them. Like the spear, you can destroy a fabricator from any angle. Even the airburst rocket launcher seems to be able to destroy factories from the side. Orbital weapons need you to get a bit closer than launchers. You can use a precision strike, rail cannon, or the HE barrages. Eagles can also work, using the half-ton or airstrike. Technically the Strafing Run too, but that's more trouble than it's worth. Automaton camps tend to come with quite a few defenses. Some are laser machine gun emplacements. These have to be manned by a robot trooper for each gun. All of their other turrets seem to be automated sentries. It's possible these are also manned, but you never see any metal skeletons, or any hatches to let the Terminators into the turret. Then again, robots don't need to eat or sleep. You could just have them welded inside for the rest of their service life. Of these large turrets, one is tremendously less dangerous. These use the same turrets as the Shredder tank. Those tanks are clearly anti-aircraft guns, pushed into use against infantry. They are very effective, but that's not their intended role. Every once in a while, you will find an AA emplacement. These are the true purpose of the Shredder turret, to kill eagles. In my career as a Helldiver, the AA turrets have never fired upon me. Perhaps that is a gap in their programming. Maybe they just don't have enough gun depression to aim lower than the skies. Like when installed into a tank, these turrets have weak points. The usual orange thermal exhaust ports at the back. Firing your standard weapons into these will solve the problem. Grenades are a good option, and anti-tank rockets will make short work of them. The only thing you can't do is call in Eagle airstrikes. That's the one thing these turrets are able to shoot at. Our pilots may be fanatical and skilled, but they aren't crazy. Flying directly at an anti-aircraft battery is not a sound plan. That's one of the main reasons to fight these turrets, so you can use Eagle stratagems freely again.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
The next kind of automaton sentry uses the same turret. At least, they reuse as many parts as they can get away with. The basic form of the turret is identical, down to the same pair of heat vents. However, the quad AA guns have been replaced with artillery. Each turret now holds a single cannon, usually elevated to 70 degrees. Rather powerful, quite large, but also short and stubby. I'd estimate the barrel length is only around 10 calibers. High-velocity guns are more like 40 to 100 calibers long. This turret appears to be a mortar, which is quite a coincidence. It also happens to be named a mortar turret and behaves just like a mortar. They tend to be built into a battery of 2 turrets, like the AA guns. The range on these is lower than that of the CF howitzer. If you cross to the far side of the map, the mortar battery won't be able to hit you. Anytime you are within range, you'll get constant radio messages about it. If you hear that, you should probably look up to the sky and see.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Mortar shells are quite visible in flight. It would be wise to stay on the move, so where they were aiming is not where you are. That is not difficult, assuming the mortar battery is your only concern. When added to all the other enemies, mortars can be overwhelming. Normally you want to take cover from the battle droids. If you stay there, the mortars will fire over the top and ragdoll you. This can lead to you bouncing out of cover, getting shot, and then mortared again. So long as you can keep your footing, mortar turrets are very easy to defeat. As I mentioned, the vent weak points still exist. You can use grenades, orbitals, eagles, and ordinary bullets. Don't waste your really good ammo on these. They aren't worth that. The spear is very inefficient at destroying these. For the same reason, the orbital laser and rail cannon are also bad choices. On the other hand, the commando and EAT are great options. I've destroyed one of these by firing a commando into the muzzle. As always, the autocannon and AMR are respectable answers. After hearing that the Shredder turret was reused, you may have an idea. We know you can install that turret onto a building. What about the Annihilator tank's turret? Unfortunately, the Autobots have stolen your idea. These cannon turrets are quite common, and still disruptive. Unlike the other two turrets, these ones are given tall towers. That means they have good lines of sight, able to shoot a long way. On the other hand, it means you can see them from afar. When you see a cannon turret, it helps to mark it for your team. If it hasn't spotted you yet, this is a great opportunity. The weak point at the back may already be visible. That gives you a fantastic opportunity for teamwork. As soon as you hit the turret, it will start turning. That will take the weak point out of your line of fire. Most weapons will take multiple shots to destroy the turret. With such a short window of opportunity, help can be helpful. If you synchronize your shots with the team, you can kill it faster, before the weak point is hidden from you. Cannon turrets are powerful, but nothing out of the ordinary. You've seen the same weapon on factory striders and tanks. In those cases, they're supplemented with machine guns. The cannon is only a serious issue when combined with other forces. If you can focus on the cannon, it will be fairly harmless. Any sort of anti-tank weapon or stratagem can destroy them. Each shot can be dodged easily enough. The problem is that cannon turrets often come in pairs. They also tend to have plenty of bots nearby. The automatons have a variety of rather nasty devices. Vehicles and turrets are obvious because they shoot at you. What we have here is something far more subtle and more dangerous. If you recall, I have mentioned that only the smallest bots have flares. Nothing else summons reinforcements using signal flares. So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view. These forces of evil like to set up two towers. This is the first of them, and it is named the Detector Tower. You may not hear any of your fellow Helldivers call it that, of course. The tower is usually surrounded by a modest garrison. Easily defeated, but I assure you, they are the least of your worries. You can think of the Detector Tower as a great, lidless electronic eye. Its job is detecting anything alive nearby, and stopping it from being alive. Though the tower looks like some kind of weapon, it is completely harmless. You're more likely to hurt yourself by trying to destroy the tower. Really, the detector tower can only do one thing: tell Skynet your location. When the tower sees you, it will summon a dropship of reinforcements. That's no big deal, it happens all the time. She'll be right, mate, it's just a dropship. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Maybe you shoot down the dropship, or just its cargo. Problem solved. Now it's time to deal with that tower. Wait a minute, why does the screen still say bot drop detected? There's another dropship coming in, carrying a Hulk. So you start fighting the Hulk, but the text is still there. Another dropship, and this one is carrying a tank. This is getting out of hand. The next dropship brings a factory strider, and so does the one after that. You've run out of anti-tank ammo, and grenades too. The whole team is low on healing stims. All your useful stratagems are on cooldown. And here comes another dropship with a third factory strider. At this point, your only winning move is to run away. One does not simply walk up to a detector tower. Once it escalates to multiple striders, it's hard to dig yourself out. As far as I know, there is nothing you can do to kill the tower. No amount of anti-tank ordnance will harm it. There are only two ways to destroy it, and they both mean getting close. The only solutions that will work involve the stratagem beacon. You need to get one of them near the base of the tower. Various kinds of orbital weapons should do the trick, even eagles. All you need is to be within range to throw the orb. If you're very careful, you may be able to sneak your way in. The other option is a dangerous one. In some ways, it's very similar to the Eagle half-ton bomb. When you need to demolish fortified buildings, you need a hell bomb. This involves taking a Hellpod and filling it with explosives, possibly of the nuclear variety, given how they behave. Once dropped, the Hellbomb requires you to manually arm it. This involves walking up to it and entering a code on the terminal. That used to be more of a problem, as the terminal would always face away from you. Sometimes, that would put the terminal inside a wall. As with every terminal, using one under fire can be difficult. That isn't even your biggest problem if there are still enemies. The Hellbomb needs time to warm up before detonating. Now, you have just activated a rather large bomb, using a terminal attached to the bomb, meaning you're right next to it. What would a sane person do in this situation? Normally, you start running out of the blast radius. That leaves the bomb alone with a bunch of enemy robots. Given a chance, they will reach and disable the Hell Bomb. Then you need to wait for a new bomb to be available.
Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
With one of the two towers demolished, let's get the other one. Like the previous tower, this one is completely harmless. You will never take even a single point of damage from it. At least, not unless you fall off the side. Even then, you have to admit that it wasn't the tower's fault. This tower is distinctive because it has a big whirly thing on top. All it does is cut off your orbital communications.
Quick, jam their comm link, center switch!
Like its sibling with the searchlight eyes, this one is invulnerable. It doesn't matter what kind of anti-tank weapons you brought. Your recoilless rifle and quasar cannon won't get through the armor. Well, that's okay, we have other options. How about an artillery barrage, an orbital rail cannon? If the standard Eagle airstrike doesn't work, surely the half-ton will. Maybe those would be options, if you still had them. Unfortunately, the stratagem jammer has jammed your stratagems. Still, that's not so bad. You can just fight your way up to the base of the tower. This one doesn't call for reinforcements, so that'll be easy. You get there, call in a Hellbomb, and you're done. With this plan in mind, you walk right up to the stratagem jammer. You open your stratagem menu to enter the code. The stratagem code, to call down the Hellbomb stratagem, so that it can destroy the jammer and let you access stratagems. Oh dear, we are in trouble. You don't realize quite how deeply you rely on stratagems until they're gone. All your orbital weapons are out, obviously. No turrets, minefields, or exosuits. You can fight on without those. Then one of your teammates dies, and you go to reinforce him, using the reinforce stratagem. Perhaps you're low on ammunition, so you call in the resupply stratagem. What if a teammate gets frustrated and leaves the game? You could call in an SOS beacon to get a replacement, except that you're still right next to a stratagem jammer. This is a tower that does nothing to you directly. Despite that, it has an astonishing effect on the battle. If anything goes even slightly wrong, you need to pull back to the edge of its radius. Regroup, reinforce, rearm, resupply. Once you manage to reach the tower, things get better. You'll find a standard terminal at the base, like for any other objective. The kind that's painted in Super Earth yellow. We can only assume they used it to interface with our comms. There must have been something on this site before the jammer. Interacting with the terminal allows you to shut down the jamming. Finally, you can access stratagems again. I'm not sure if this is permanent or temporary. Whenever we get this far, we call down the Hell Bomb. The objective isn't complete until the tower is destroyed. If it was just turned off, we wouldn't have really fixed anything. A single dropship could recapture the jammer site. Besides, after how inconvenient it was, I want it atomized. However dangerous other robots are, they all compete for second place. No tower, fabricator, or walker comes close. Only one structure strikes dread into the hearts of Helldivers. A simple rectangular tower, only a few stories tall. If there are more than one of these, you may want to consider desertion. Super Earth would not be pleased, but what can they do? Cowards die in shame from being hit by orbital cannons. Even so, you may have a better life expectancy. These blocky red buildings are called gunship fabricators. They can be considered vaguely similar to a shrieker nest. That would be misleading, but it's also accurate. Aside from the dropship, we know of one automaton aircraft. The gunship is equivalent to the shrieker in that both of them fly. In almost every other way, they and their buildings are different. For a start, you can destroy a shrieker nest. It's not even difficult, you just need a bit of ammunition. Gunship fabricators are completely invulnerable. This is another case where Hellbombs are the only option. If all they produced was raiders with wings, that would be bad. Unfortunately, a gunship is more like a flying Hulk. They have two weapons that would be at home on a Hulk-sized vehicle. The first is a laser machine gun, similar to the Heavy Devastator. This is incredibly disruptive and should be avoided. The second weapon is a set of rockets, like the other Devastator. These are also very inconvenient to be shot with. Though Hulks are a good comparison, there is a difference. One of these vehicles has a big obvious weak point on the back, something that can be harmed by ordinary small arms. The other vehicle can fly and is called a gunship. To be fair, I am exaggerating the problem slightly. The gunship is not entirely devoid of weak points. In fact, you could argue that gunships are made of weak points. Since they are flying vehicles, weight is a factor. These ones aren't built to carry entire factory striders. Therefore, they have only light vehicle armor. At least, the relevant parts have light vehicle armor. Imagine the eye of the Hulk, except covering most of the body. The fuselage might be a harder target, but that would count as a miss. You're trying to bring down a helijet, so aim for the engines. Like other automaton aircraft, they are not built with a safety factor. They cannot survive the loss of even one thruster pod. I believe that includes the pair at the rear, but you probably won't shoot those ones. Most anti-tank weapons should be able to kill a gunship with every shot. This is a good way to deal with them, except for the constraints. Ammunition is limited, and so is the rate of fire. You can only kill so many gunships this way, and there will be many. Another problem is travel time. Rockets are not too fast. That works fine against most targets, but not the gunship. They are known to strafe in a completely different manner from the Eagle. That is to say, gunships constantly dodge from side to side in the air. Guided missiles should be able to counter that effect. The spear will be locked on target and is quite agile. Using the commando takes practice. Its accuracy is based on the wielder. I often struggled to direct the missiles against a gunship. This is made far worse if they start shooting at you. The commando may or may not be able to kill gunships in one hit. If you're going to take multiple shots anyway, you might as well have more ammo. This is the role of the light vehicle penetrators. Given a good position and plenty of ammo, they can completely remove the gunships. The anti-materiel rifle takes at least 3 hits to the same engine. That last bit is particularly important when fighting gunships. Sometimes you lose line of sight to one of its engines. This is a problem because they tank damage individually. Splitting your shots between them is the worst outcome. If all its engines are at 1% health, the gunship is absolutely fine. Destroying a gunship engine with a machine gun can be a little tricky. The HMG and HMG emplacement both work. I wouldn't say they're ideal, but they are considerably better than nothing. What I would call ideal is the autocannon. It takes only 2 shots to destroy each gunship. Better still, it holds 10 rounds and can be reloaded quickly. With a pair of them, you can hold off the full fabrication capacity. Of course, there is arguably something better than 2 autocannons. That would be 4 autocannons, attached to an emancipator. If you need some heavy AA support, this will do the trick. Accuracy tends to suffer compared to the handheld cannon. By far the greatest drawback is mobility. An exosuit is not very agile, it can't dive into cover. If a gunship launches a volley of rockets, you can only sit there. That will usually be the end of your shiny little walking tank. The same problem applies to the autocannon sentry. This can absolutely destroy a gunship if given a chance. To do that, it needs direct line of sight to the automaton gunship. Unfortunately, this is a mutual phenomenon. The gunship can also see the turret, and only one can dodge. That mobility is also why the rocket sentry is much less effective. Unlike the commando, its missiles are not guided. An autocannon turret can usually deal some amount of damage. Rocket sentries can die before getting a single hit in return. When you're dealing with roving gunship patrols, that's all you need. Bring at least light vehicle penetration and hit the engines. There should only be a few aircraft and long delays between patrols. Not so when you're up against a gunship fabricator. These behave more like a stalker hive than a shrieker nest. Both buildings try to keep a fixed population on the battlefield. I believe it's 3 stalkers, and possibly the same for gunships, but those numbers may depend on your difficulty setting. The only way to stop the endless production is to get in close. Someone needs to reach the facility and call down a hell bomb. Then it needs to be armed and defended from attack. Slight issue with that plan. Remember the autocannon turret. Due to their fixed position, they are vulnerable to gunships. Hell bombs are exactly the same way. At best, you'll kill each gunship as it launches. Anything less is likely to cause demolition problems. Gunship fabricators are such a threat, it's worth dying for. If you can distract those aircraft, it's probably worthwhile. Losing a few reinforcements is a small price in the long run. If you had to fight gunships, you'd have greater losses. And that brings me to your last resort. For times absolutely all your other weapons have failed. Technically, the Scorcher can damage gunships. Probably other plasma weapons, but they're even worse. The Scorcher might just about be able to kill some gunships. It may consume all the ammo you have and take multiple reloads, but it should draw their fire, and that can make all the difference. For my next trick, I would like to present some ideas. These are some concepts we came up with that would be interesting to see. Perhaps they aren't all good ideas or balanced ones, but I still think it's worth pointing out some of the potential the game has. Actually, before I get started, can I get some steel? I'm very fond of the Steeled Veterans armor sets, yet I notice that recent servo-assisted armor is missing the servos. The whole point of this passive is that it's caused by a robot arm. So why do I keep seeing sets that don't have the mechanical arm? At the very least, there should be some kind of exoskeleton. I don't understand what the devs were thinking. Did the wrong passive get applied by mistake? On the theme of armor, here are some thoughts. An electrical relay effect that passes lightning through you. When you're hit by arc weapons, you turn into a Tesla turret. Perhaps it increases the number of targets. The chain lightning effect jumps to an extra 2 enemies. Now, how about that primary weapon slot? Surely you don't need those rifles. What if we filled your rifle slot with a second backpack? Specifically, a place to put an ammo backpack. You can carry a shield, rover, or supply pack on the real backpack slot, but instead of a primary weapon, you have dedicated ammo storage. In the same vein, what if we traded the primary weapon for a support? A second support weapon, that is. Now you can carry both EAT launchers from the Hellpod. You could be the dedicated anti-tank man. Of course, that would make you a liability when you get swarmed. Unless you bring a machine gun, which kinda defeats the purpose. This one would probably have a slower movement speed. You know all that armor that has extra grenades on it? What if you had a set for double the grenade capacity? The downside is that each one is random. That is, randomly picked from all the grenade types you have unlocked. Maybe you needed an HE grenade, but got thermite or smoke instead. How about something with a death explosion? When carrying a recoilless backpack, I found myself getting worried. What if something hits me in the back and they go off? Actually, why can't I use that backpack as an improvised explosive? Perhaps better to make it an armor set, visually distinctive. When you die, the corpse explosion is something like a spear warhead, more powerful than an EAT, but less than a hell bomb. Moving on a little, let's get offensive. Now that we have vehicle customization, we have options. If your CO1 form recently got approved, I've got just the thing. The Romancipator, a pink Valentine's Day skin for the Emancipator. Covered in hearts, of course, to symbolize where you'll aim the cannons. There are a few other things that are implied. For example, how about a laser marksman rifle? The Glaive, a rifle that fires single pulses, somewhere between a quasar cannon and sickle, preferably without the charge-up mechanic. The idea is that you can fire as quick as you like, so as to tempt you into overloading the heatsink. Perhaps a plasma sniper rifle could work, but it'd be quite close to the purifier. I'm more interested in a plasma pistol, something with a reduced splash radius but still a danger to yourself. Or a pulsed laser pistol that's like the quasar, impossible to overheat but can't make follow-up shots. There's potential for a lightning pistol, but it could scarcely have a shorter range. Then we come to support weapons. Surely, it would be possible to make a plasma cannon. I also notice that we don't have a man-portable Gatling gun. How about some kind of heavy shotgun, with support for team reloading?
Countdown initiated.
Well, I think that about covers it. Thank you for sticking with us to the end. For someone like you, I think we can overlook a few deviations in attention. Overall, I'd have to say Helldivers 2 is pretty great. There have been some interesting design decisions. The game has a mixture of classic ideas, borrowed ones, and oddities. Nothing else is quite like Helldivers, but H2 is like a lot of things. It takes an odd variety of concepts and executes them very well. The gameplay mechanics do encourage teamwork, as strongly as you might hope. Super Earth is an inspiring setting. Not my favorite of all, but as good as one could hope for. Its future is unwritten. It has no fate but what we make. There are plenty of directions that path might take us. Perhaps years from now, we will have MD-17 anti-tank mines. When that day comes, remember what we did to achieve them. This is the game that survived the 4 days of feedback. That story and many others are worth remembering. At the end of the day, isn't that what really matters? Not the victories, not the defeats, the stories. Any cinematic game can tell you someone else's story, but when you have a game like this one, that gives you the opportunity to create your own story. Make it a tale worth retelling in later years.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Victory was never in doubt.
There are 2 ways to support us. Become a patron at patreon.com/thebreadcircus, or subscribe, like, and comment. Only the former option guarantees that your name lives on in history. The other is embarrassing YouTube-y stuff.
What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Toydarian. Mind tricks don't work on me. Only money. No money, no parts, no deal.